Okay. Hey everyone. Are we comfortable tonight? Yeah. That's good. Well, tonight I'm just gonna be playing more of this cute little slime game. But tomorrow is gonna be our first episode of Pixie Pix, where I play a game of my wife's choosing. That's gonna be fun. Bye-bye. We're going for 1 billion gold. We're gonna start fresh. Goal is to get all these things up to 100% so we can start competing in the leaderboards and have any chance of getting anywhere. Hey, and do you know if our slime's stats go with us into the roguelike? Like, I assume they do, but like...
Oh, you mean like when you feed them food and increases their stats?
Yeah.
So the thing about that is, rogue mode reduces all of those stats levels to their to level 1, so to their absolute base, as if before you fed them anything at all. So, feeding them food doesn't matter. Will not be carried over into rogue mode, but I'm not. I think that's what it'll carry over because Nightmare is yeah, grade up would matter. Yeah, the grade of stat would matter. Also, I'm being called and I'll be back to help you along with your 1 billion goal. I'll try to check it on stream when I can during here, but I'll be back.
Alright, wish me luck. Should test out another weapon combination soon. I haven't been using my primary, like, okay. Actually, not. I don't be certain. How long is one's gonna take? Start building shockwave. Let this survive. Testing out doing bigger and bigger skips. At the moment I brought it up to about 55. And I'm so glad I can figure out how to do that, because like doing them one by one, I don't know. Especially when I want to get super high. In the game, I mean. Super high in the game. Oh, medicine shop. It's getting later in the evening for my people over here in the States. I hope you're all taking your medicine, got a snack, and I hope you're all comfortable. Like, take time to feel your back, your posture, and make sure you're doing right by yourself. Baby scratches.
Stretches.
Stretches. Feeling it. Oh. I guess in free mode, I don't have to be picky about what I buy. I can always make up for any stat that I lost in another shop down the line. Where are you? And shield. Ooh, speed. I love speed, yo. I go fast in every game. Plus 55. How's everyone's evening? I got an unexpected night off. Half of my table couldn't make it tonight. And it was gonna be our first session after our session 0. And it's like, probably not a great idea to start with half the table. So we called it. I spent some time hanging out in a friend's stream. Everyone should support. He's really funny. He's got a more sense of humor to a lot of you guys in here. Actually, which might actually be a little more your energy than my old self. Always make sure that we are supporting each other's. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah, buy-in, crit damage. Eh, good enough. Really looking for a shop that has takedowns. My goal is to get enough stuff that lets me scale early and scale fast. Just how much gold I can manage to farm. Hi! Nice of you to join us. How are you? Another crit shop. I don't want crit. I want Dammy. Give me Dammy! Glad you're taking some time to chill and relax with us. It always means the world to me when I see you come and pop and chat. Oh yeah. Michael, I know what I want to do for my birthday, because you're all always like, we gotta do something for your birthday, it's special, blah da 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 da. I'm gonna do a birthday subathon. So I'm gonna talk with the rest of the crew to figure out a good goal, and then I'm going to make it my goal to reach a certain amount of subs in a certain amount of time. And it's gonna. I gotta see what day of the week my birthday falls on. We want you to have fun. But I'll need people who are able to like show up and help co-mod in case I like fall asleep at my keyboard, which is very likely. There'd be a whole hullabaloo. I'm like also like hoping that I can like debut some like emojis. Emojis would be helpful for that. Kind of like in the style of like the little winky. Oh, have you seen the wink? The wink's in the chat. All should look at this winky. Winky. But yeah, so for my my birthday, I'm looking for help with this cellular project. Whether it's like some doodles that I can use as emojis, or coming on to hang with me and voice on stream, or helping me mod chat just in case people get rambunctious. Anything will do. Let's go. My offer for calming you to make some, oh, probably Sonic front to back, right? Oh yeah, I can do a subathon where it doesn't end till I complete a certain amount of games. Only the story mode, no 100% in that. Absolutely not. Oh, I'll do crowd control with it too. Yeah, I'm gonna need like energy drink, and I'm gonna need a cot. Okay. Extra attack. Power farming. Power picker. Shine. River! Wait, no, that's supposed to be for the stream pet. Are you trying to pet me? Oh my god. River. I'm out of channel. How do you get more? It's just like hanging out, right? I know like subs get more points or something, but you're already subscribed. I don't think you can like double subscribe or something. Let's see. Let's see. Is there... Okay, yeah, there's better stuff underneath. Oh. So how was your day, River? I'm so glad to hear that. I tried out the pre-patch today. Yay! That's great. Oh, my friend shared me this site with all these cute disability accessibility tools, and they're all like actually really affordable. I'm super excited that I might be able to get some braces, and it's not lost to me that it's only the fact that I'm streaming where I'm finally like, okay, maybe I should take better care of myself. What's cute? I can't believe I'm getting slandered on my own channel. Yeah, I have hypercode. Use that more. Come on, give me the good stuff, yo. Everything was not bad. It's game music, but it's not from this game. This game does have a really killer soundtrack, though. But I downloaded a bunch of music. Why are you reading me like Phil's on live? Why are you River? Okay, the Sonic sound. Damn. I got out of the Sonic. But yeah, it's a bunch of Sonic remix music that I turned into a playlist, so I don't have to use YouTube. I have been mostly using like radio stations on YouTube, but every once in a while they'd be like, haha, here's a copyright song. Yeah, I plan on curating a few different lists for different like tones of stream. But for now it's all just a mishmash. Aww, give the kitty pets for me. Oh yeah, River. I was telling them that what I want to do for my birthday is just do my first subathon. The 29th is probably gonna end up lasting a few days. No, March. We got time. What do you mean? Too many zeros! Too many! I got get some wings for me energy and I'm here for it. Rip. Oh my gosh. What the heck? Why did my thing open? Just play me the music, please. There we go. So basically my plan is to play a bunch of the Sonic games in order. So it's my birthday, so I get to say no Sonic Spinball. And so the gimmick of it is gonna be I'm gonna have crowd control on the entire time. Moist! Hi! Oh my god! Hi! Hi everyone! What a nice surprise! Oh, okay. Good night, River. Your spiel? What's your spiel? Water break. Okay, good. My entire friend group are a bunch of flirts, so no worries. So were you still doing Minecraft when you headed over? I'm excited to give it a shot. Polite as always, Pixie. Okay, take your time. Be safe now. Oh god. They found it. They found it. Well, I'm just doing whatever you called it.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back. You didn't rush now, did you? Yeah?
I finished my food. That's what matters.
Your
Yes,
water,
I did rush, but I did finish my food.
your water bottle full, Missy?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Oh hell
Oh my
yeah!
God. We have an unknown identified slime entity invading our server. I can't believe it. Where? Maybe I can. Yeah. It's be mod. But I can. Yeah, words. I can speak.
Right there. That's how you get it. It just popped up in chat.
Because I did the command.
Well, you know, there you go.
You need mod permissions to use the command, unfortunately.
That sounds like a good thing.
Yeah. Safety safety measure. Okay, let us.
We need to start making sections for the things that we do in there that aren't just the Pathfinder games.
Yeah.
Oh shoot!
By sections you mean
I
like
forgot.
other TTRPGs or
Hmm.
by sessions do you mean other tabletop role-playing games or?
No. I mean like stuff for Heroes of the Storm, the Slime Rancher game, World of Warcraft, like those channels in the Discord we need.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
I can make more if. Oh, yes.
I'm like trying to herd people over there more.
Yeah. Let me see if I can.
Where's the challenge? Puppy, there's someone at the door. Let them in.
There's a verification. Is the verification channel visible? Oh god. Sorry, that cough. Okay. I think if you did the verification, you should get access to general chat.
The verification can be a little funky, so I sometimes just slip people in if I know they're there.
Yeah, if it doesn't work, let us know. I'll just give you the role. Oh, Stream Elements just did it again. Funny.
And it's like to protect against bad actors.
She's in.
The invasion has begun.
Is it too much if I...
Huh?
Would it be weird if I said I'm your literal... Nah, I can't, yeah. No.
Whatever you were gonna say it.
I can't say I'm your literal Discord kitten.
I've done it, everybody. I have ascended to Discord moderator.
Oh god.
Alright, rest well. I hope you feel better soon.
Yeah. Well. Get better or else.
Raps are great. So, like, what kind of rap? Like hip hop? I don't think she realizes I'm making a joke.
Me?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi!
How was the show?
Winter raps aren't bad. I'm particular towards BLTs. Oh, did we order the compression glove?
Oh, no, sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. It only
don't
took me doing an 8-hour stream to finally look into disability aids for
The
myself.
one with the RPG themed one, right?
Yeah, it was so cute. Okay. I'm debating between that one and the one with all the stars. What do you think?
I like stars, but I also like D&D one. This one's good for you.
Okay. How about you throw the images both into the Twitch chat?
How do I do that?
I'll just get the link.
Okay.
Get the link to the image. So like, I'm really debating because like the stars are really cute, but like the D&D one kind of has a whole like really kiddie vibe, and that's kind of like my shtick. The whole like preschool teacher angle. What do you think, Puppy?
I know you said something about D&D and the childlike vibes and the preschooler thing, and but I didn't process the first part of that
Blah,
you
blah,
know
blah.
thing.
I'm looking at getting a compression glove, and I thoughts on which ones I should get. So I put them both into the stream chat. Well, I had Faye put them both into the stream chat.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, let me clear those.
Like, purple's my favorite color, but the other one just has this really cute, like, a bunch of kids drew this aesthetic.
And I say the kid drew it.
Same. Yeah, no, I think that's more, befitting of your, at least, your
Aesthetic.
I don't know, like,
There's two
Yeah.
sizes.
and also,
I assume the medium. I got big, meaty meat hands.
also, I call dibs on the Galaxy one. I'm kidding.
Yeah, Cam turned me on to this site. There's actually a bunch of things that I might want to try out.
Oh,
Mhm.
Like, they have a knee brace. There's a back brace, but I doubt it's in my size. But the knee brace looks like it could help me a lot. Especially when I go out.
Yeah.
Okay, sweetie. Oh, I love this song. Casino Nights, baby.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, we got a vendor with gold. What's that power up? Bigger form. Hit list. Oh, this vendor is a smorgasbord of good pay. I don't think this weapon has a cooldown. So after this one, I think I'm gonna try to do sword and shield. Yeah, there's like a sword and shield build for the roguelike that you can do.
I haven't gotten the shield yet. Also, yeah, had it.
And if I still have any energy after I hit 1 billion golds. I hope that would be enough to fill up my totem to where I need it to be. We'll see. There's a leaderboard, and I'm gonna get on it.
How is the money going, by the way?
I'm currently spending a lot of it. It's a marathon, not a sprint, baby.
So true.
I think this shop is where I'm going to hit critical mass for a while.
That's not rogue mode. Yeah, it's not rogue mode. Yeah, you're gonna hit critical.
Might already be at critical max. What do you think? What do you think of my stats?
Okay, let me count the
Numbers?
zeros. Yeah, that's 1 million. Oh my god.
How much to buy? I'm suffering from success, baby. Alright. Go tear up some survive. Oh yeah. Now is the age of Chi-Chi.
Can I talk about the strat I'm using on this current run? At least, no.
You're pretty quiet on my end. Let me try and turn you up. Oh,
Can I
that's
can I
better.
talk about the strat I'm using on my run right now?
Oh yeah.
Just ramble a bit. Yeah. You know the you have it like so you've used the scythe before, right? Like the magic scythe.
Yeah.
At least right now, apparently, I just happened to find a message on the Discord where range increases the size of the scythe slash.
Oh,
So
that's wild.
Just like the aura farming strat, I'm going to increase the width of the scythe slash till I can cover the entire island, and then just go from there. Gonna take a while though.
Crazy.
I scale really slowly.
I am a turret gun. That is my build.
Oh, that's so fair. That's my go-to also. And the staff was really good. The staff is really good.
I think this one's the magic wand.
What was it you said about the magic wand?
I think this one that I'm using is the magic wand.
Yep, that's the one I used yesterday, and it's very good as a turret. Excited to see how you build, or how you. You have a massive aura already. What the fuck?
Hmm.
You have a massive aura already.
Yeah.
Actually, aura farming. I can't believe it.
Uh-huh. Oh no, what did this boy do?
What did you say, oh no to?
Michael told me to go look at Steam, and I don't know why. I feel like a dummy.
Might be something on sale or a message.
Steam news? Community points? What is this?
Water in the bottle?
Yeah, you want some?
Yeah. Those will get sticky in the throat.
Oh no. I am blind.
This is so cute.
Oh my god, I'm sitting here in suspense. Oh no, I see it. Oh my gosh. A journey of flavors and friendship await you in your cozy, customizable fruit truck. Forage for fresh ingredients to create your own menu and feed tummies and souls with home-cooked meals. Change the world one apple at a time. Oh, ho, ho.
Now did you find a really cute game?
This looks so cute. Oh my gosh. Okay.
I'm assuming you're going to share the link to the game somewhere.
Yeah. Oh wait, I didn't mean to hit the add button.
Well, okay.
I guess we're having an ad break. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Wait, they can't hear me apologizing. Boy, gonna make me blush. Everyone's spoiling me right now. I don't understand. Where?
Get spoiled, nerd.
Ah.
Absolutely cherished.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Okay, there it is. Install. The character you play as was apparently a bear.
It's the,
Oh, that feels like bait for you.
it's the
It is bait for me.
bare necessities, the simple bare necessities. I can't sing anymore. Didn't need to soon.
Okay, let me pause this. And we're gonna grab one of these. And we're gonna boop, and boop. 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 Where is it? Okay. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it.
Wanna watch it?
Trailer.
Okay.
The stream. Have you started betting how many hours you would lose to this game? Who recommended this to you? Microwave? Yeah, I know. Oh, it's out already? Okay, yeah. Should I start a betting pool at how many hours you'll lose to this game? Am I wrong? I need to remember that Middle Spike also does the ultimate, not just Q. I love ricocheting. That's so fun. Definitely worth it as because of how many enemies there are. There can be I have no idea how far you're gonna go.
I still gotta finish something. I'll be after that legendary paint.
Alright. Just get to the later levels and see. I think there is a soft cap to how many enemies there can be on the map at once. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's one reason to keep stacking defense even if you are over 90%. Once again, Mara becomes a capitalist. You're confident enough to rush? How? Oh, that's a lot of. Yeah, no, I'd say that the confidence is deserved. I'd say the confidence is deserved. Also, I need a voice train. I keep hearing myself on stream. Thank you. I know. You told me that, like, you know. Both of you, I think both of you told me before that, like, my voice is within range of, like, you know, this woman, but, you know.
Yeah. To be honest, I don't know if I should. I probably should. I don't know.
What do you guys think? Does anyone need voice training? Yeah.
Why not?
Your voice is so soft, and I mean that affectionately.
I mean,
You know, there are certain kinds of voices where if they take on a harsh tone, it either sounds strained or not. I don't know if it makes sense, but like there's certain like timbre voices, and like, you know, where I don't know, you just sound naturally soft. Your voice, I mean. I don't know how to word it. Just also soft? I don't know how. God, I can't the words right now. I'm so sorry.
no, it's fine. It just also feels insane for me to parse because my voice did not sound like this at all way before. I genuinely have no idea, but it is not like this, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Ava, your voice is beautiful.
I'll take your word for it. I do
You're better.
still want to how to sing with it.
You'll learn how to sing.
Why not?
Someone who's singing with no shame? Then we can survive your voice. I mean, I'm not as bad, but you know what I mean.
No, your voice is a bonus.
I'm saying, your voice isn't. You deserve to sing shamelessly, Ava. And also, I remember yesterday during stream when you were just singing along to like the Sonic songs that you were putting on play. It was really nice to hear.
Yeah, singing along was really cute. There are no two ways about that. Anyway, I'm gonna finish the spreadsheet.
Mm-hmm. Hey, it's Nader. Cool. Forgot, where did Nader come? I don't know how. I forgot how Nader found the stream. Found the channel. Oh, right. Now I remember. I very vaguely remember that name. I feel bad.
Made our date thing. I don't know why I'm asking people. Very cute bear person. Yeah. Oh, Nader, I was asking if you sing. I don't know why I'm asking. I was,
Ava's hung up on singing as a topic in general for context. We were just talking about just voices in general. Congrats.
I mean, that's a start. Me.
You're excited about And what did he said about as big as you, or something as? Gotcha, gotcha. Where I can. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well,
The wrist, it's a wrist brace with like an actual like I guess structure, right? It's like it's not just a compression glove. Oh yeah.
they're very cute. They look very cute.
Man, yeah, sleeping. Okay, look.
Forgetful.
You know how empty-headed I can be.
Forgetful. I don't know who's worse. I don't know who's more airheaded between the two of us, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is that immediate?
Hope has been quiet for.
Oh
I
my
wasn't
god! Why did somebody tell me? I have been blathering here since I got off of break. I've been saying hi to people, I've been bantering. Oh my gosh.
I can hear you through the stream. It's just
I just
No,
turned
please.
my mic back on. Wah!
yeah. I could hear you through the stream the entire time, not just from the PC.
Huh? Wait, okay. Has everyone else been hearing me? Like, Nay.
been
Nay's
hearing
not
you
in... Didn't catch the word. Okay, yeah, blah, 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 blah. No, I have been here. I have been talking.
Okay, maybe Ava and I just have our speakers on blast. I'm so sorry.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Nay, how was your day? I hope it was good. And Michael, the game is so cute.
Where I was hearing you. Oh.
114 million gold, so I'm gonna do this a lot faster than I thought.
I have spreadsheets to do before I can like do anything else, so yeah.
Of course you have spreadsheets to do.
Well, really, it's just one. It's just that I've been doing it slowly.
This way. Well, thank you so much for the gift, sweetie. It was a really nice surprise. Made my night. Right now, my like, day off is Saturday. 'Cause that's like the day that some of us hang out in person. I should look at my calendar and figure out where I can slip this game in somewhere. Or it's gonna strangle me. She sees another thing on my planner.
What are you planning for?
The Boolean mess.
We'll do Monday, which is 6. Move you over to that in right there. No, stop moving. There. Let's go there. Save. Yeesh. Okay.
Oh,
I am lucky that one of my friends that lives a good decent bit away doesn't mind coming down to hang out every week. Especially since I am homebound.
Yeah, Phoenix is really sweet.
Want the sweet chili sauce? Keep it down. Keep it down. Chili sauce is having a breakdown.
Yeah, no one in our household drives, so. We are all disabled.
Yeah. If I manage to move, then I could be a car. I could be the designated driver.
You finish on you focus on school first.
I know. I'm just talking about, in the far future.
There's a not insignificantly high chance that we'll end up. I think closer to y'all than we are now. At least you. I think we actually get further away from demons.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, when we can no longer stay here, we have got an offer to move in with all of them.
They're really sweet.
It's probably good because I think I'm probably gonna be like half catatonic. Breathe.
I hope.
Don't breathe. Like we're not leaving here and like we're staying here until with my mom till that's that. I don't think I'm comfortable spelling it out.
That's very fair. I'm here a fifth way there to 1 million. Wait, no, that's to 1 billion. I mean,
Yeah. And everything still explodes.
as they should. How dare they?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna push it up to plus 100 island each time. Next time I go out. Because I am still tearing through plus 55.
I wonder if there's a max.
That's wholesome. Yeah, we live with my mom and we keep an eye on her.
It's very sweet of both you and your mom, Nate.
Very
Oh,
quiet
uh,
for me.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
About the same.
Okay. What about now?
Better.
Okay, that's weird.
Okay, you're good now.
Huh? Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry about that, Nate.
You're nicer than me. I've been through too much bullshit for that.
Have a good rest, Shadow. Pixie. No, Shadow the Hedgehog is not in our chat.
Maria.
Funny enough, I did almost pick the name Maria. And I used to have a dog named Shadow, hence why we use that. So the dog was not named after Shadow the Hedgehog, but if I went around saying my name was Maria and I had a dog named Shadow, like people would probably have ideas about me being a Sonic fan or something, or thinking it was based off of that. But I actually didn't really get into Sonic all too much until I met Miss Hope Tender. I did play Sonic Hero, which I had done the GameCube, but I mainly secretly played as Team Rose when no one else was around. Because I was terrified that people would be able to associate my video game choices with an internalized gender that I had made no effort to actually express fully. Because I was scared they would figure it out.
Or bad because you get me. Like, pull myself down. Yeah, water's good.
Okay.
It's liquid that is cold.
Oh, I'm almost done.
Okay, going to take a little break and to pull myself off. I'm starting to overheat. But
You're good.
won't be too long. Since you guys are kind of co-hosting, I will be that sound on so y'all can keep chatting with the audience.
Oh, I put a ad break when I heard you were taking a break.
Yeah, but I think most of the people who are hanging out are subbed.
Oh, right. Okay, good point, actually.
Okay, be back in a smidgen.
Okay. Oh. As well, okay. I do this. you know, the situation like that with your grandma being in hospital. Yeah, I get that. I've been there before. I'm glad you got you got like a week of freedom at least. Oh yeah, what the hell happened to? Okay. There we go. There's the Final Fantasy Idle game. I need to look at the guide, the document for this idle game. I still haven't looked at that yet.
You should. It does get kind of interesting, kind of. Triple headlights, let's go! God, this game is dangerously addicting. Hmm. Man, I haven't. Now that I think about it, I haven't really done any text roleplay in a while. I guess it's because I haven't really gone to any Pathfinder Living World in a while. Huh.
Best friends. They come in all different shapes and sizes.
I can barely hear. She in her unmuted, in her unmuted glory.
I'm back.
There she is.
So I have realized I have not eaten enough food today. So I'm gonna take a moment to eat, which also means you're all going to suffer with me as I do my eating ritual, which is finding some outrageous nonsense to watch on YouTube.
Hell
Oh no.
yeah.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
At least we're already done with the second coming of Germany's third something.
Germany third something, huh?
You already showed us that you can't cast that spell again.
I most
You
certainly
can't
can,
spell the game.
but I won't.
Anyway, I'm done with the spreadsheet. I'm just gonna be right back.
Ava being done with spreadsheets, no way.
I don't believe you. Game capture off. Yay!
Oh no, what is this?
Sizes. Some look like this. Some look like this. Some look like this. And some look like this. Whether they're your partner in crime or your partner in life, it's nice to know that someone out there has your back, no matter what. I'm sorry, was that Epstein and Trump? Not sure how that photo got into the spread, but it does serve as a damning reminder that friendship is not always innocent. It is, in many cases, yet another power to be abused. As you saw in the title, today's abuse comes to us in the form of a film trilogy, written, directed by, and starring boomer heartthrob Donald James Parker. When you make Trump fan films and pickleball fan films and films about hanging out with kids, all with romance plots, every single one, chances are you're going to have trouble making lasting connections with the people around you. So, in order to simulate friendship, what Donald James Parker has done is make a film. 3 consecutive films about a friendship that in real life would land at least one of these guys on some kind of watch list. As we know, all of Donald's films, while containing storylines, ultimately act as vessels for his religious or socio-political agenda of the week. What I did not realize is that this is made abundantly clear in a passage under the submissions tab of his Sword of the Spirit Publishing Company website that reads, and I quote, "All delivery of your work must be done electronically via email. You won't need to submit a formal proposal that you spend valuable writing time to create. We're not interested in publishing proposals. We're also not interested in publishing fluff escapism literature. If your story doesn't have a message for the readers, then it's not a good fit for our goals. We also are not fussy about having perfected manuscripts. Why should you spend your time making something absolutely free of errors when an editor is going to go over it anyway? We will be fussy about delivery. If you're not writing in a fashion that grabs people's attention, no one will find the time to read it in this world of instant gratification, with a plethora of good books vying for the attention of those interested in being stimulated by the written word." Yeah, look, man, I don't know what your gripe is with me. All I did was click on the webpage. Also, what is this? Currently taking submissions by invitation only? Genuinely, how does that even work? Now I'm pressed with you. It's no secret that this is blatant propaganda. Never before, however, have we seen this method displayed across a trilogy. And the idea troubles me. It's a lot of time to say a lot of bullshit. Now being on the other side of it, I can confirm that it is indeed a painful 6-hour experience. That being said, I can also confirm that it is unfortunately, without a doubt, Donald James Parker's magnum opus. So let's just get this over with. Let's go back to where it all began and take a look at Best Friends Eternally.
Hey Jackson, why is it, despite the plethora of atheist friends you have, you choose to hang out with me, your continual thorn in the side Christian friend?
Oh, man,
Does the
that
video
just
capture, by the
sucks.
way?
You know, it's not your fault. Clearly, you and your fellow Christians are just in a marginalized community. In your universe.
Sorry, I'm back. I was having technical stuff. What hell have I returned to?
Question. Like, victim complex aside, you're telling me you've never heard of a religious person being friends with a non-religious person? Like, come on, man. At least add some validity to your bait. Hey, you know what, though? I'll bite. I'd like to know what makes the best friends eternally best friends.
Okay, look. You're the only one who stimulates me both at the chessboard and the dinner table. So, despite your incessant chatter about Jesus, I choose to hang out with you instead of my own kind.
I'm on.
My God, Donald, this
My
man
own
is
kind?
in love with you. I know you wrote that line, but there's no way that is how you envisioned it. That delivery was fucking romantic. It's probably important to mention for those that are new here that due to my personal beef with Donald, you'll often hear me mention him by both his real life name and his character name. And that is also because all of the characters he plays are literally just him. But for the sake of clarity, meet Tony and Jackson, two chess-playing chuds with a grueling rapport. They met during the Vietnam War after Tony saved Jackson's life on the battlefield and have been best friends ever since. So hey, who knows? Maybe they were romantic at some point, you know? War. After their conversation about religion transitions into a back and forth exchange of old-timey film star impressions, they manage to converge on their shared belief that all schools should have mandatory viewings of classic film and television. Okay, just to give you an idea of pacing here, that was, well, let's see, that was 2 minutes of conversation. That's bizarre.
You know, the school should have mandatory movie marathons with the Marx Brothers, Jimmy Stewart, Bob Hope, etc.
Yeah, television marathons with Dick Van Dyke and Lucille Ball and Carol Burnett.
Yeah. Oh, did you hear that Mickey Rooney died today? Another one gone.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, officer down, bro. Rest and poop. Once again, you're acting as if schools don't teach. I would have never known about Mickey Rooney blackface if I hadn't learned it in a classroom. At school. School also taught me that this photo is taken from the 1939 movie adaptation of the musical Babes in Arms, where Mickey Rooney stars alongside none other than Judy Garland. The same Judy Garland who only a month and a half before had starred in The Wizard of Oz, one of the most famous films of all time. So yeah, they actually do teach that stuff in school. I think Donald just doesn't go outside. I feel like the phrase liberal arts pisses him off so much that he just flat out refuses to accept that it's a thing. Remember, we are talking about the same guy who made a movie where he goes back to college and successfully convinces everyone, including the professors, that evolution is a hoax. And also one of the professors wants to bang it, obviously. Anyway, speaking of college, scene 2 of this film introduces Tony's granddaughter, Madison, who has decided to live with her grandfather for the entirety of her undergraduate degree.
Madison,
Hey,
come
Grandpa.
on in. Give me a big hug. Oh,
Thank you so much for letting me live with you while I go to college.
well, believe me when I tell you, it's all my pleasure. You know, I know how much it costs for college tuition these days, and adding the cost of lodging to that has to be crazy expensive.
Pretty much.
Let me look at you. Holy cow, you've grown up even more since the last
Why
time
did
I
that
saw you.
happen?
So, hey, let's go to your bedroom and get you unpacked here. I'll grab your bags.
Okay, I have more stuff in the car.
I'm sure you do. You're a woman.
Oh, great! College, baby! Yes, it's just like in the movies. I knew it. You know, like just me and my grandpa. Flirting. Madison's complacency with that series of violations would seem to indicate a high similarity in belief systems between herself and her grandfather. Simply put, this is a Donald James Parker movie, and Madison is a woman. So, unfortunately, college is not the only thing that she'll be attending to around here.
I've been bragging to my buddy Jackson about your awesome cooking skills, and he just insisted that he gets a chance to try it.
Today?
Yeah. I hope that's not a problem.
Nah, I'm good. I guess I better start earning my keep around here right off the bat.
Yeah.
It isn't until after she cooks for them that we learn that she's going to school for political science, which, given her conservative Christian background, honestly, it seems like something we should just let her go and experience for herself. And you know what? We do. Because we never hear about that shit ever again. In fact, Madison going to college is actually just a plot device that allows them to reveal a bunch of exposition about Jackson. Apparently, he was a science professor back in the day before retiring, but is now feeling unfulfilled in his old age. Sounds like the perfect opportunity to bring up Jesus again.
Maybe you need Jesus.
Maybe you need
Hey.
Jesus.
You're trying to squelch the girl again. Maybe she's right.
What? I've been talking to you about Jesus for over 40 years, and all you ever did was argue with me? She comes along, and in 40 seconds, she has you thinking, maybe you need Jesus after all?
Well, those green emerald eyes of hers are much more persuasive than
Okay,
your...
can you guys leave this girl the fuck alone? Absolutely loving that you're a bi king, Jackson. Huge. But I'm gonna need you to stick to one love interest, okay? Gonna really need that to not be Madison.
Is the whole missionary zeal thing just something personal so you can rack up trophy points or something?
No, of course not.
Well, then you don't mind if I talk to your granddaughter about Jesus?
Absolutely not, unless you're just doing it to hack me off.
Oh, Tony, I've got a million other ways I can do that.
Oh my god, yes. The more we learn about Madison, the more frightening she becomes. After experiencing Donald's church, she deems it much less stimulating than her church at home, claiming she couldn't feel the same, quote, hunger for God. That experience ends with way too hard of a high five, and she heads to Jackson's house to hang out with him and his granddaughter, Brittany. Oh boy. I wonder what they could possibly be discussing.
So, what's new with you?
Oh, nothing much. Oh yeah, I'm going to be immunized for cervical cancer. My mom thought that that would be a good thing for me to do.
Are you talking about Gardasil?
Gardasil, huh?
The drug that they are going to vaccinate you with.
Oh, I don't know. I guess that sounds familiar.
That stuff is dangerous.
I feel like if you've made it this far in life, like to the point where you're literally sitting in collegiate level political science classrooms and you still think this way, you probably have a mental illness, like genuinely, seriously. Once again, I understand that Donald is the writer behind all of this, but sometimes I forget, like, these people read the script. They took the job. It is completely reasonable, therefore, for us to assume that every single person involved with this production shares the same feelings about the topics at hand. On the topic of topics, this rant from Madison hits too many of them. She tackles the HPV vaccine, evolution denial, the American Cancer Society, and of course, God, in the span of like 2.5 minutes. Later that day, Jackson, who, if you'll remember, used to be a science professor, is so moved by this InfoWars-style rant that he sits his daughter, Brittany's mother, down to convince her to convince Brittany to not get the HPV vaccine. It's so fun explaining this out loud.
You feel pretty strongly about this?
If I didn't, I wouldn't have invited you over.
What?
Okay, Dad. We'll cancel the treatment.
Thanks, honey.
Oh,
And while we're at it, I recommend you study mammograms. There's some concern that mammograms actually cause the breast cancer. They're designed to diagnose. And there are other safe tests for breast cancer.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Dad. I love you so much. What the fuck was that? When did we switch cancers? This is sort of the beginning of the end moment for Jackson. For the rest of the film, he just dives deeper and deeper into Christianity and science denial with his new friend Madison. This girl consistently manages to eradicate educated opinions that this man has held for twice her lifetime in one conversation. And Tony's not having it.
I've been breathing and eating this topic for the last couple of weeks.
Big whoop.
In fact, it seems everyone around him is beginning to out-Christian him. Jackson is now studying and quoting the Bible 24/7, and Madison has begun speaking in tongues around the house. The two of them also do this thing together where they stand outside of what seems to be a business lot with these classroom poster board Jesus signs. It's a frequent activity in the film. They do it like 4 times, mainly so that they can have people walk up on them and be like,
You know your message just pushes people away from the gospel.
Sorry, dude, but we believe our message is the gospel.
But you know what? It's not. So why don't you two just pack it on up, go home, braid each other's hair, or do something just equally as harmless.
Get ready, Shane. Come on. I'll drink some more beer and we get home. We get, you know.
What? I think you should listen to your wife.
Yo, shut your bitch ass up, Jackson. Stay out of this. But the best part is, I don't doubt for a second that people at Donald's church do this in real life. It's such like a useless, half-assed attempt at missionary work. I could totally see them treating it as like a harrowing task. Seeing his best friend and granddaughter excel without him makes Tony resentful. And as he begins to spend more time alone, we begin to experience the greatest DJP storyline of all time.
Hello there. It's beautiful out here, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Donald, come on. Donald, you're not pulling like that. You're just not, okay? This is a blatant display of your delusion. Actually, no it isn't. Not yet. This woman, who introduces herself as Belle, pulls up on Tony, immediately asks why his wife isn't with him, to which he replies,
She died about 2 years ago.
Then she's just like, okay, let's ride bikes together.
What's up?
My house. Do you want a Coke, glass of lemonade?
Oh, that sounds great.
Great. Come on in.
All right. Don't have to ask me twice.
No way. Now, during my initial viewing of this scene, I was thinking, ha ha ha, very funny. This is like a bad porn intro. Which, to be fair, is a thought that crosses my mind during every DJP scene. Rarely, however, do the characters actually end up in sensual situations. So when they do, it is unbelievably uncomfortable.
Oh.
Your muscles are really tight. Does that feel good?
I don't like
No.
this.
That feels wonderful. You know, I haven't felt a woman's touch since my wife died.
Wow. So yeah, this sucks. But to review, Tony has just been lured into a random woman's home, given lemonade, a massage, and what we later learn is premarital sex.
It is good.
How'd you like the way my lips tasted the other day?
Hi, Chihuahua.
Stop. Later, when Tony returns home, he lets Madison know that he won't be making it to church this weekend because he's planning to go on a road trip, presumably with Belle, after only 24 hours of knowing her. But when Madison asks for more information about said road trip, Tony gets super defensive and basically tells her to fuck off. So we're starting to enter this sort of role reversal, yeah? We're seeing Jackson embrace God and conspiracies and his best friend's granddaughter, while Tony is seemingly moving away from God. But you tell me, does that seem like such a bad thing? No church, banging, massages, lemonade, spiked with bourbon, by the way, so he's totally lit. Obviously, from the film's perspective, it's all seen as sinful, but from any normal person's perspective, that shit is hard rock. Let's go, baby. Regardless, we're meant to believe that these are the reasons he's begun to act like a complete dick.
For the last time, I am fine.
Towards the end of the film, there's a scene where everything starts to fall apart between Tony and Jackson, and they have a big blowout argument. Nothing particularly important happens during the conversation, but before he storms off, Jackson reveals something absolutely insane.
I guess I'll go home and Get down on my knees and do battle for your soul.
Oh my god.
Well, that's a half a good idea. The part about you going home. Besides, you'll be headed to Florida pretty soon, and you don't have to worry about me anymore.
Oh, not so fast. I'm selling both my houses in Seattle and Florida. I'm donating the money to Gospel for Asia for working with the Untouchables in India.
Why the fuck would you ever do that? You wouldn't. See, that's the thing. That's what I was talking about before. If you wanted us to believe that that's something you would do in real life, you probably shouldn't have included the scene of you peddling God outside of the Five Below. Anyway, everyone's kind of going off the rails at this point. The only person who's remained pretty much the same throughout the film is Madison, and she's been insane since moment one. I mean, if you really think about it, she's kind of the catalyst for all of this. Ever since she showed up and started giving out her unwarranted advice, everyone around her has completely radicalized themselves against each other. So with only 15 minutes left and 2 movies to go, it really makes you wonder. When's this wrapping up?
Oh, baby, you sure know how to make me feel young again.
I should come over more often then.
That would work for me. I just need to spend less time with the old coot I've been wrapping around my little pinky.
What's up with that anyway?
Oh, it's been fun soiling his goody two-shoes. And he's been whining and dining me. I like the finer things in life, but I just don't like paying for them.
Yeah, okay, so I don't know if you guys caught that. It was kind of fast. Let's run that back. What a plot twist! And with the younger man!
You are unbelievable. Literally.
I'm not gonna lie, I had a feeling their relationship wasn't gonna make it past movie 1, but I did not expect them to take the infidelity route. Especially, again, so close to the end. Alas, Tony, depressed and defeated, goes home to sit in the dark and drink an entire bottle of Canadian Club by himself. Gosh, with a lead-in like this, you'd think the guy's he's gonna kill himself. I would give a little warning in literally any other case. Fortunately, however, what you're about to see is the single funniest thing to ever happen in a Donald James Parker movie.
What the? There's no bullets in it. Where did I put the? How come it's not loaded? Where did I put those dang things?
Oh no!
Can't even kill myself.
The soundtrack!
Okay, that's enough. I love the delivery on that, by the way, that
Can't even kill myself.
this whole scene is like textbook low-budget movie. It's one of those feelings that if you try to replicate, you'll never achieve. There's a certain lack of self-awareness required to create moments like this. And as much as I hate to admit it, it is objectively fascinating. It's an art form that cannot be intentionally created, and I do think that's unique. Sorry. Okay, I'm done being nice now. After failing to take his own life, Tony passes out drunk, only to be woken up by Jackson, who's had a change of heart about his friend just in the nick of time. Impressively, the story comes full circle as Jackson succeeds in bringing Tony back to the light with the word of God. And in the final moments of the film, the two best friends make a pretty quirky deal.
Will you do me another favor?
What's that?
Let me pick out your next wife again.
Oh my fucking
You
god.
got it.
Who will that wife be? Well, I guess we'll just have to find out in the next film, Best Friends, Recycled. Before we get to that, though, I got a little too curious the other day while doing some research
Oh,
for this
demons,
video
come join
and
the
discovered
stream.
some things I thought you
The
folks
stream?
might find interesting.
The stream, my
Folks,
stream.
it is my
I'm doing-
absolute displeasure to introduce you to DonaldJamesParker.com,
Tomorrow,
which is a
host watching
fascinatingly
something.
built web page, might I say. You see how we have like the navigation bar here?
Pissed off, but on the other hand, I want to
Your
share the
ad
suffering.
blocker on. Look at this. No navigation.
Whoa.
So we will be we'll be pausing our ad blocker today. Now it's kind of weird. He has two separate websites that all seem to be within the same website. So like this is DonaldJamesParker.com, but then if you click here, it'll take you to sort of the Spirit Publishing. But it's still DonaldJamesParker.com. I don't know. Maybe someone who builds websites can tell me about that. Actually, we'll talk about this website first. This is Sword of the Spirit Publishing. Okay, you can read the mission statements or whatever. Here we can see a list of the authors that write for them. Here we can see Donald James Parker at the top. He's got like 50 billion books. And then all of the other authors have like 1 or 2. Now, if you go to the contact section, there is an email to contact Sword of the Spirit Publishing at gmail.com. You can also sign the guest book. And to prove you're human, all you have to do is enter Jesus. Let's leave a little something here. Andy Clean. Sure, why not? Then we'll say something along the lines of, hey, DJP. Love you, girl. A little semicolon there. Submit. Anyway, this site is pretty kosher. I want to go back to the main DonaldJamesParker.com. Okay, we've definitely got a bunch of subcategories of links here. DJP interviews, DJP's radio show, videos, writing, religion, evolution, authors, donors for Jesus. What is this?
Oh no.
Oh.
Can we give a little for him? But he's dead.
Okay. This looks like a dark website. This is really weird. He gave his all for us.
But he's
Can we
dead.
give a little for him? I suppose. Look at this. Look at this graphic up here. Right to bear arms.
What the fuck?
Oh, like blood. Perhaps the most fascinating page on this
Blood.
website, though, is under the Donald James Parker tab. It's just Donald James Parker tab. Here we'll find a subcategory titled prepping. What type of prepping? You'll see. We're gonna click it. Here we go. Prepping with Donald James Parker. God's people perish for lack of knowledge. The motto of the Boy Scouts is be prepared. It's time for God's people to adopt it. So yeah, this is a doomsday prepping help guide put together by Donald James Parker. That's the important part to know. He has taken all of the time to put this together. Alternative power and heat, food preservation, foraging, healthy living, medical preparation, self-defense. Oh my God. All right, so, were you at January 6th? Here you can learn all about guns and ammo. These are all just hyperlinks. Alternative weapons? What the fuck? 5 alternative weapons to guns.
I'm going to share with you 5 different weapons that you can use instead of a gun.
Great, great. Yes! I mean, yeah, like, it's definitely weird, but it does seem that he's just kind of like put together a doomsday prepping guide here. Keep in mind, doomsday to people like this can mean a lot of shit, okay? January 6th. Parker's road to becoming an author is not the typical one. Totally immersed in work and other mundane affairs, Donald woke at 2 o'clock one morning in 2006 with a sensation he had heard a voice saying, "Write a book about evolution." That is highly unsurprising. You probably didn't even need to tell me that. I could have made that up myself. Skip to the end here to revise an old John Wayne quote. A crusader's gotta do what a crusader's gotta do. Yeah, and Donald, what is it that those crusaders were doing again? Look at this, audio greeting from Donald. Let's wrap it up with that, yeah?
Hi, this is Donald James Parker. My fiction is intended not to cause you to escape from reality, but to embrace a new reality where you have the abundant life spoken of by Jesus. God bless.
Yeah, okay, sure, bro. Yeah, whatever. Please do yourself a favor and give this website a gander when you get the chance, but there's some very odd stuff on here. Yeah, there you go. I won't sugarcoat this, folks. The other 2 films in this trilogy are absolute dog shit compared to Best Friends Eternally. Thought I would just lay that out now. They contain a lot more in-your-face propaganda in the sense that it's just less disguised, which actually makes it more annoying. This second one, though, Best Friends Recycled, this one's just rough all around. Why don't we take a look?
I'm about to give up on the singles group at church. All the men there are duds.
Did you just figure that out?
I think all the eligible men are married already.
Stacy, if they're married already, wouldn't that make them ineligible?
I meant all the cute guys.
Well, when men get to be my age, cute is a word that really doesn't apply.
Yeah. Okay, sure. Okay. Hey, why is Jackson just posted up all alone at this restaurant, acting all cool style, drinking a glass of water? All we know about his motive in this film is that he's tasked himself with finding Tony a new wife, so we can only assume that he's come to this restaurant with the intent of preying on middle-aged women. However we feel about that doesn't matter, unfortunately, because what we're about to hear is a whole lot worse.
Now, don't tell me you wouldn't take a younger man if you could get him.
Well, actually, I prefer older men. I want someone who'll be a leader, and if I'm older than he is, I might not submit as freely.
Hey, I have a problem with that. By the way, not sure if anyone recognizes this woman, but this is the woman who played Donald's wife in Hearts Are Trump. And guess what? She's gonna do it again! This scene is a ruthless 5 minutes of these two women trying to explain to these two women that they have the submission principle all wrong. These two, Doris and Julie, are widowed. These youngsters, on the other hand, casually reveal that they've each been through 3 marriages. So it seems between that and the submission thing that no one here is really qualified to be giving out advice.
My philosophy is that my husband was the tiebreaker. That was the power given to him by God to be the authority in the family. I mean, I always gave my input, but the final decision, it rested with him. I felt that he was responsible
inspirational
to God
music
for every decision that he made, and then I was responsible to God.
Not this fucker just nodding his head.
And every time you disagreed, he probably reminded you that you needed to submit.
He never even mentioned it. I mean, he didn't lord it over me and use submission as some kind of a club.
Ah, okay, yeah. So she's basically describing the concept of the implication right now, which, if you're unfamiliar...
You said that word implication a couple of times. What implication?
The implication that things might go wrong for her if she refuses to sleep with me. Now, not that things are gonna go wrong for her, but she's thinking that they will.
But it sounds like she doesn't want to have
Why
sex
aren't you
with
understanding?
And that clip is from a sitcom. So this is crazy, all right? Like, actually highly deranged material.
I've never seen
in
that
this universe
fucking
possess the
clip
ability
before.
to match that kind of freak, and one of them just so happens to have been eavesdropping this entire conversation. It isn't long after Jackson introduces himself that he also introduces Tony, and the four become friends.
Oh, so you're really into fitness?
Total health overall.
Do you take supplements too?
Dozen capsules a day at least.
You know, I do too. So what do you take?
Vitamin A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Stop! Most of what happens in the rest of this film is utter bullshit. Like, nothing really happens at all. It's just the pairs of characters going on dates and having slow-paced conversations about either their religious beliefs or the thing that they just did in the last scene with some religious beliefs sprinkled in. Donald also keeps doing that writing thing where he gets uncomfortable in the middle of his romantic scenes and tries to break the tension with shitty one-liners.
So, what do we do for an encore?
What do you want to do?
I want to see you again.
I think that can be arranged.
The film does get awesome again about an hour and 20 minutes in when Tony and Julie are discussing the prospect of marriage, and Tony decides to let all of his skeletons out of the closet. By this, I of course mean his brief stint with Belle from the last film, which, due to being premarital sex, absolutely devastates Julie. Luckily though, she's willing to understand. It's what worries her in the present moment that really gives me the giggles.
Did you have a test for sexually transmitted diseases? Especially AIDS?
Whoa, hold on now. That was actually a very valid question, except for the way that you worded the last part. What do you mean, especially AIDS?
I want you to get that test. Tony, you surely realize that if you do have AIDS, this relationship can probably go no further.
I'm so sorry, Julie.
But see, now it's only
Yeah,
AIDS. You see how she did that in like 30 seconds of conversation? I would pose the question, but I already know the answer. They probably just think AIDS is the gay one. Pretty cut and dry. Literally, what this means is that the rest of the film is just all of the characters waiting to find out if Tony has AIDS. Which he doesn't. Spoiler. While they're waiting for the results, though, a shocking conversation between Doris and Julie takes place in which
Because
Doris
he did
implies
evil
that it
sex.
wouldn't be that bad.
Evil
Doris implies that it wouldn't be that bad to just bite the bullet and chance getting AIDS with Tony.
There is an alternative besides dumping him.
You're not suggesting what I think you are.
I saw a movie once.
When you're fully invested in the universe of these films, sometimes it's hard to take a step back and realize just what the fuck is happening on your screen. But every now and then, a sobering moment like this will present itself that will remind you, you're having a terrible time. They also pull a fake out where Tony's initial test results get mixed up with another patient. So there's like a whole 5 minutes before they realize it's messed up where they think he actually has AIDS. Bold filmmaking. Look, Julie said it herself though, guys. If he's AIDS-free, he's good for me. Don't clip that. Given that that is the case, we have been freed from the clutches of yet another Donald James Parker film. Unlike Best Friends Eternally, Best Friends Recycled's ending doesn't set up anything for the next film, which is especially daunting considering its title, Best Friends Genetically Modified. Best Friends Genetically Modified feels like a reboot of a show after a 10-year hiatus, and in like the worst way. I would say that this one takes the cake for being the absolute worst of the three. In the opening scene between Tony and Jackson, it is revealed that Jackson's relationship with Doris, of which half the last film was built around, has ended. Less than 1 minute after this is mentioned, Tony receives a phone call.
No, you stay there. I'm on my way. Jackson, I gotta go. Julie is freaking out. What happened? There was a drive-by shooting at the Monsanto rally. Doris was hit. They just taken her to the hospital now, and it doesn't look good, Jackson.
What?
Okay, low-key, this could be a good setup, you know, like maybe Doris is gonna be the one that gets genetically modified. Oh, nope, she's dead. Wow, honestly, respect for not just straight up retconning, but way to erase a character's existence as hard as possible. Did you really have to break off their relationship and kill her in a drive-by shooting? It's a rather exhausting reset to the dynamic, is it not? I want this to be over. In order to make that happen quickly, I'm going to attempt to cover the rest of this film in a nutshell description, which will arguably make it a lot more entertaining due to the fact that it's going to sound absolutely insane. Prepare yourself. Newsflash, Jackson has cancer. Yep, let's keep going. The doctor who diagnoses him, Dr. Knight,
let's keep
is
going.
a real doctor with a medical degree, meaning in this story, he's going to be the villain. In complete disbelief at his diagnosis, Tony and Julie, who spend a majority of the film scheming against Big Pharma, refer Jackson to Dr. Tingle, a practitioner of holistic medicine. With the help of Dr. Tingle, Jackson is able to pick up on some new age, non-woke medical techniques, such as eating organic fruit and breathing.
You know, people are discovering common everyday substances that have cancer-fighting properties. Tell you what, there's another thing I want you to try. Deep breathing techniques.
Long story short, Dr. Knight launches a legal battle against Dr. Tingle for custody of Jackson's medical care, which he loses. It gives the main characters so much confidence that they, along with the help of Dr. Tingle, attempt to ban GMOs nationwide. That seems to be their main cancer-causing concern. in the film, whatever. Thankfully, that is an effort that they are unable to succeed in, and the movie just kind of ends with them all in one room getting over it. As far as I'm aware though, and please someone check me on this, I don't know that Jackson's cancer is addressed any further in the film, like at all. I think the guy's just living with cancer to prove a point. All right, I think...
Not to prove a point.
I think I'm done here. There's never much use in breaking down every single detail of these films, especially when hitting 3 at once. It's not good for the brain. I'm pretty sure there was one instance where I failed to even make it through a single film, so the fact that I did 3, whatever that looks like, in one video is kind of an accomplishment. I almost didn't make it through. There were many times when I wanted to quit and only do one of the movies. But I did it, and we're done. And I feel like I'm making my way through the Donald James Parker Cinematic Universe rather quickly. I do happen to know that he has a new film coming out soon, so we will be watching that, okay? Buckle up, buckle up. But until then, be sure to like and comment and subscribe, and tell me about your favorite saint in the church. Maybe. Oh, guys. Oh, happy 2026. Oh. Okay. That's really... In 2016, the...
Okay, we're gonna set up the Zoomer stream.
Roundabout Theater Company in New York City presented a revival...
I think that's what Cora called it, right? Zoomer streaming.
No.
So how's everyone feeling after whatever that was?
I killed Doris, man. I killed Doris. Why'd they do that?
Oh, you know, sometimes you have to replace a character, and the only way to do it is to kill them.
I'm still thinking about the implications.
Not the implications. How badly do you think Cora's gonna judge me when she pops up in the stream when she wakes up?
Oh my god. I have no idea. I mean, did she warn to get... Wait.
No, she was just making fun of me.
Oh, gotcha.
That's not the correct window. Yeah, I can't believe they just killed Doris like that. Not cool, yo. Not cool at all. Justice for Doris. Okay. Missing this one.
Of the musical comedy She Loves Me. Actually, scratch that. Let's do it this way. Autism. According to the actual fucking US government, more specifically RFK Jr., autism is not only a disease, but an epidemic. We know it's an environmental exposure. It has to be. Genes do not cause epidemics. They can provide a vulnerability, but you need an environmental toxin. Since his initial pledge to punish this deadly disease, RFK Jr. has managed to identify not one, but 2 of these toxins, both horrifying in their own right. The COVID-19 vaccine and Tylenol. Thank you, RFK Jr. God bless you and all those who are suffering. Aptly put, Teresa Hall 1490. Citizens like Teresa Hall are the target audience for politicians like RFK. Their lack of intelligence makes them vulnerable and therefore easy to manipulate. That demographic alone is never enough to form a majority around election season. And when you look like this, garnering support from Americans under the age of 30 is an almost impossible task. We've seen politicians go about this in a number of ways. They'll hire a social media team, or maybe get themselves placed on a couple popular podcasts. That's the typical route. Very few, however, choose to employ the secret weapon: an avatar.
I'm not voting for Donald Trump. I'm voting for Donald Trump and Bobby Kennedy and Tulsi Gabbard and Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk and JD Vance.
What are you about now? Who are you? Who have you shown yourself to be? Bobby, to me, is somebody with great depth and integrity.
There's a lot of corruption, and we got to get those people out of those jobs because they don't deserve to be there. They are not public servants. They think themselves above us. Good for thee, but not for me kind of stuff. Not on my watch. Not gonna happen.
Zachary Levi, in the last 5 years, has probably spoken more about American right-wing politics than acting. You know, his actual job. It's genuinely, and I mean this from the heart, genuinely so sad to see how far off the deep end he's fallen. As a theater student of the 2010s, his performance in the 2016 revival of She Loves Me was like my favorite thing ever at one point. Boom! I tied it back in, baby! The craziest part is that amidst his current political arc, he's actively getting cast in movies about autism! That's right. 2025 saw the release of The Unbreakable Boy, a film adaptation of the novel by author Scott Lorette. The trailer advertises a movie based on an inspirational true story about Scott Lorette's autistic son Austin, and Zachary Levi
Insane.
is in it too. Yep, that's pretty much all you get from the trailer.
I wish I could enjoy anything as much as my son enjoys everything.
Look, Dad, it's a dragon!
Nope, that's a kite. Grow up.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. Perhaps for Teresa Hall 1490, that trailer was reason enough to buy a ticket. I, however, required a bit more research. Because in a day and age where autism is arguably the most accepted and embraced it's ever been, you can't help but wonder, what's the angle here? See, the film was supposed to come out in 2022, but was mysteriously pulled from Lionsgate's release schedule 8 days before its release. After finally releasing earlier this year, it was revealed in an interview with Kevin Downs, a producer on the film, that strategically, we wanted to wait until after the country was no longer focused necessarily on politics, and they were focused on humanity and each other. Well, all right then, Kevin, why don't you just go ahead and let me know when it's over? Politics. Yeah, in the meantime, I'll be sure to pass that anecdote along to your lead actor. Surely that's a message he'll resonate with. Scott has revealed in multiple interviews that over time, his frustrations with the delay began to grow. In the following clip, he seems to allude to the fact that his resulting behavior was met with pushback of some sort from his producers.
I'm a positive person. And so many times, though, he was the one that told me to stop it. You know, just... the world's got this, just stop, because there were so many times where I was just down, is this going to happen? Is this going to happen? Even before we got to Lionsgate.
What truly went on
I
behind
look
the
back
scenes,
at the
we will
screen
never
and see
know.
what the layout
What
looks like,
I needed
and then
to
I just think to
know
myself,
is why they
wow,
thought
you
this
really would make a
seemingly
good preschool
innocent
teacher.
family film was going to be so controversial. Well, towards the beginning of the trailer, 2 production companies are credited. One of them is Lionsgate, which Scott mentioned before. The other is Kingdom Story Company.
I did have a
Kingdom Story
pretty long
Company,
stay at the
formerly known as
daycare.
Kingdom Studios, is an American independent film and television studio in partnership with Lionsgate, specializing in the production of Christian films. Great, there we go. So this isn't just a film about autism. This is a Christian film about autism. Okay, kind of. As I mentioned before, the film is based on Scott Lorette's 2014 novel, originally titled The Unbreakable Boy. a father's fear, a son's courage, and a story of unconditional love. Knowing that films based on books are bound to leave out some minor details, I decided it was my responsibility to read the entire goddamn thing. This only complicated things further, because discrepancies between the book and the film are present. That should not be a surprise based on my description so far. Typically, these discrepancies present themselves in moments that make you think, oh, okay, I can see why they took that out. That makes sense. The Unbreakable Boy, however, seems to have blurred the line between discrepancy and lying.
This story is based on true facts. Lots of true facts. As told by Ozman. That's me.
Example number 1. Lie. This is a true story, okay? That has always been the case. But this is an autobiography. No! That's right, folks. If you've ever wanted to hear the story of a broken family trying to raise an autistic child entirely from the perspective of the alcoholic father, this is the book for you. I sit cowering in my closet, the one place I find refuge. Life is hard, really, really hard. And sometimes this is the only place I can find a few minutes to ease my brain and recalibrate my soul. Go ahead and laugh. A grown man hiding in a closet like a little kid. Well, Scott, I have to admit, being asked to laugh at you while you hide in the closet from your autistic child in paragraph 1 of your novel, it feels like a little bit of a trap. Oh, honey, where did I put that red flag? Luckily, we'll be focusing mainly on the movie today, which, as we saw before, is instead narrated by Austin. Both versions of the story open the same way, with a flashback to what Scott considers to be the worst night of his life, which is, unfortunately, not an exaggeration. One year, he decided to take his kids to the country club New Year's Eve party. I mean, there's another red flag for you right there. Honey, at this family event, Scott gets unbelievably hammered off champagne, blacks out, and drives his kids home. This actually happened! We'll uncover their fate that night later on, though, because we haven't even gotten a chance to meet the man himself!
I'm Austin. Richard Austin Lorette. But you can call me Oz, or Ozman. When I meet new people, I tell them everything. Ready? Here we go. I love sneakers, dragons, Star Wars, pancakes, SpongeBob, Back to the Future, chicken nuggets, and ranch dressing.
Well, I guess I'm autistic. This is a great example of what I was talking about before. Why in 2025 are we hitting this with the whole, hey, he may be autistic, but he's just like you? I just feel like we're so past that. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's to the point where it makes Scott and the rest of the storytellers look uneducated. Now, let's say that up until this point, all you had as context for this film was the trailer, which, remember, only talks about autism and introduces some ideas of family struggle. Like, please fact check me right now for your own sake. I need you to understand how literal I am being. I imagine you'd be surprised to hear this little tidbit within the first few lines of the film.
I have a condition called osteogenesis imperfecta. Those are big words, but it basically means my bones break easily. I've broken my arms, my nose, my ribs, my feet, pretty much everything. Oh yeah, I also have autism.
Oh, no, we knew that part, thank you. You're telling me this kid has lived the life of a Mortal Kombat character and you decided to sell the story on the fact that he's autistic? Actually, fuck it, we're here anyway. That's not all. Book time! Brittle bone disease and autism aren't the only things Austin has to deal with. Besides being born with broken bones, Austin was born with a broken heart. When he was 4 years old, doctors discovered Austin had an atrial septal defect, a hole in the wall between the two upper chambers of his heart. He also had a ventricular septal defect, a hole in the wall between the two lower chambers of his heart. He had a leaky heart. But hey, he's autistic. By leaving these crucial details out of the marketing, the creators of this film have made it shamelessly clear that they're attempting to empathy farm with parents of autistic children. Which unfortunately actually does make a little bit of sense when you remember that the story is about the dad. So let's talk about that for a little bit, you know? Why the hell not? Let's talk about how Scott and his wife Teresa met. Because that's what's on the top of my mind right now.
Do you work on commission?
I do.
Great. Then I'd like to buy 4 pairs of these pants if you would consider going to dinner with me.
Well, they're already 2 for 1, so. How about this? You buy no pants. And I have coffee with you.
When I first met Teresa, I thought she was pretty cute, but she thought I was gay. Oh. Well, that's certainly a fun fact to leave out. I mean, this is a story about your life experiences, after all. Why cut corners? Look at this here, though. You seem very comfortable talking about how jacked and handsome you allegedly were back in the day. In college, I could hammer out 330 pounds on the bench press. But even though I couldn't lift that much anymore, and I wasn't very tall, I was in great shape. The girls seemed to like my dark blonde hair and green eyes, and told me I was cute and sweet and genuine. Like, all right, man, we get it. You're not gay. You're just an alcoholic. But I digress, because somehow Scott managed to snag 3 dates with Teresa in a span of 3 weeks, which is wild, because date number 1 would have had my ass packing.
After that, Mom and Dad went on 3 dates in 3 weeks. Date number 1, coffee.
I said coffee, like coffee shop.
Oh, yeah, no, they serve coffee. Don't worry, I checked.
Oh, good.
Unbelievable. Fellas, I cannot stress how much you should not do this. I don't know what type of irresistible god Scott thinks he is, but this would never fly in real life, okay? Which is exactly why it didn't happen. Woo! Yep, none of these dates are expanded upon in the novel, so we have to believe that this is 100% creative liberty. Sucks, by the way. Ultimately, it feels like a way to butter up the audience emotionally so that the following events don't make Scott look too shitty.
That's your girlfriend.
My girlfriend, give me a break. I don't even know her last name. Oh, told you. Shut up. Hey there, if you want to go out again, I'm gonna need to know your last name.
Scott, hey, listen.
Hey, is everything okay?
Yeah, well, no. I'm pregnant.
Aw, man. Now I hate him more. Now here's something goofy. And remember, real. We often find Scott partaking in 2 activities throughout the film. Drinking, naturally, and chopping it up with this guy. Sometimes simultaneously. This is Joe, Scott's best friend since birth. Quite literally, because he's imaginary. That's right. To this day, Scott Lorette speaks to an imaginary friend, which, guys, I can't even lie. I originally thought it was going to lead to him getting his own diagnosis later in life, but that didn't happen. So I guess that's on me. Whoops. It makes it so interesting to watch Scott be confused by and misunderstand his son's behaviors. Like, bro. What's important, though, is that from this moment on, we as the audience are expected to empathize with this guy because he accidentally got a girl pregnant. Okay. This leads to the classic telling the parents scene where Scott's mother rightfully loses her goddamn mind. But instead of using it as an opportunity to play into the stupidity of Scott's actions, her dialogue is quickly muffled to make room for a completely undeserved father and son bonding moment.
Yeah. Proud of you. You're stepping up, facing consequences. That's what a man does. That's what a dad does.
Okay, bare minimum, let's go! Let's go! Without learning a single thing about Teresa's experience during any of this, we then jump 3 months into the future. So, once again, allow me to enlighten you. Teresa felt unprepared for motherhood, and she made an appointment for an abortion. She felt alone and afraid, and wasn't sure how she could make it all work. But she couldn't go through with the abortion and canceled the appointment. Dude, you would have had your Christian audience on their feet when she canceled that appointment. I'm sorry, it's sinister, but it's true. I genuinely think that they were just afraid to touch abortion in any fashion, which in my opinion is even more cowardly. I mean, look at this. I can't end the life of this baby God gave me, she thought. It's on the fucking page, bro. You're not fooling anyone. This is just one of many examples of valuable information about Teresa's past that is never explored in the film and is hardly touched on in the novel. As far as I'm aware, the only major detail we learn about her is that she had a bad relationship with her parents, and one of them was also an alcoholic. Oh yeah, check this out. Her parents took to calling her an accident waiting to happen. Yeesh. That's pretty much it though. Oh my god, right, yes, 3 months later.
So,
my
there is
God.
something that I haven't told you yet.
That's a terrifying way to start our first night together.
No, it's just, a side effect of my amazing blue eyes. I have a condition called osteogenesis imperfecta, OI.
Just like Austin! She reveals after 3 months of pregnancy that she has OI and that it's genetic. Like, can we agree that pregnancy aside, this is probably something that should be discussed early on into the relationship? I'm just trying to think about this from even like a general safety standpoint. Like, you'd think that this would come up naturally pretty early on, right? Am I fucking crazy? Once Austin is born, the story is told through a series of bone fractures.
I can hear you jumping on the table. Hey, Austin!
Oh my god.
Oh my god, Scott!
Austin!
They learn of his OI pretty immediately after the first break, which in the book we learn happened after he rolled off of a changing table at daycare and fractured his skull. In the movie, they've replaced this with a separate real-life event in which Austin vaults himself from a coffee table and smatters his leg while Scott has his back turned. So walk with me here. While it may serve the narrative, does manipulating the origin story of Austin's OI diagnosis to center it more around Scott not minimize Austin's experience? Let's ponder on this as we continue. Oh, by the way, I lied earlier. Sorry, there is still one more piece to Teresa's lore.
What? Well, Teresa's last name is Hauser. It's not that weird.
What, dude? Why are you making that face?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I was married. Twice.
What? Twice?
Pause. I didn't really have anything to say for you. I just wanted to say pause. So this causes a pretty big fight, naturally, but there's no real resolve to it. That's not what's important to me, though.
Yeah, I was married. Twice.
What? Twice?
Craig for a few months. And Rudy for a few years.
Incorrect! You were not married to a Craig for a few months. You were married to a Joe! Oof, oof, wow, oof. Yeah, that's really something, isn't it? What surprises me most about it, though, is that he doesn't address the similarity to imaginary friend Joe at all in the book. It's a missed opportunity, if you ask me. The internal dialogue exploration there could have been insane. Actually, in the film, they have Scott take a bike ride with Joe after the fight, and he kind of just gets over it. And then they get married.
What the
Who cares
hell?
about that, though? Let's get to autism!
Put your shoes on. Don't start. What's happening? Austin. Austin, what are you doing? What's wrong with you? Babe, I have to get him in the car so I can get him to school so I can get to work.
It's faster. If you let him finish.
6, 7.
Yo! It was around the time his brother Logan came into the picture that Austin's autism became more apparent. And after bringing him in for testing, he received an official diagnosis. Folks, it is not lost on me that many families in the early 2000s had a very little understanding of the spectrum. That being said, do I think it's funny to watch a movie that came out this year treat an autism diagnosis like a death sentence? Objectively.
I need some air.
Yeah, I need some air and like 5 beers. Like 7 beers. For that section only, I will grant them their strife. But now I want to jump to when Austin gets a bit older. This is when he starts to really become a tool for Scott's narrative.
Dad, I have a migraine. Do you have a migraine? Why do we get migraines? Probably because I talk so much and my cortex can't keep up. I'm such a dork, aren't I? Do you love me, Dad? Please tell me you love me.
I do.
Anyway, werewolves must be so cool, right? I bet they have one if they do. If they don't, you have to get them one.
Somebody has to do
would
something,
just
right?
love to meet a werewolf and invite him to lunch. I mean, what do you think the werewolf eats? It's probably the same thing as us.
Yeah,
All
just
right,
one second,
other
Austin. We're
question.
playing best 3 out of 5 because we hate you. That's how it looks. Sorry. To reroute the situation, Scott asks Austin if he wants to fly. And to my surprise, they actually started doing that.
Flying is so easy, Dad. I'm surprised more kids don't do it.
Oh, it's another one of those on-the-nose moments that just presents a very surface-level look at autism. Have you guys seen the video that's like my ADHD hit while making this? That's how this depiction comes off. It's a very juvenile representation, especially considering the fact that he's a bit older at this point. Like, I'm sorry, what kid on a swing set has not pretended that they're flying? Actually, this really pisses me off. Like, autistic or not, pretending like you're flying is like one of the most human experiences ever. We all yearn to fly. This feels a little, they're phoning it in. It makes more sense when you find out that this whole flying interaction
whimsy, I
never
can
even
believe it.
took place in real life. They were all just on a swing set together. It does beg the question though, what actually happened?
Hey, Austin, watch this!
This is awesome! What's up, Dad?
Hey, Logan, you having fun? Where's Austin? Austin, no!
Oh, shit! The local hospital put Austin into an ambulance and sent him to Omaha because of his injuries, compounded by the OI. Teresa rode with him. I dropped Logan off at his cousin's house and then drove to Omaha to meet them at the hospital. As I drove, I prayed, but I wasn't sure who it was I prayed for, me or Austin. Don't admit that! Similarly to Teresa's pregnancy, we learn nothing about Austin during his recovery. Scott and Teresa go to church and fight, and then he's all better in the next scene. He broke his back, by the way. The movie literally doesn't even bother to tell us what happened to him. For me, it was another front row seat in how to get back up and face adversity with grace. Oz style. Yeah, adversity that you caused. You don't deserve a positive lesson from this. Next paragraph. I was also learning that maybe it was okay to be unsure. Maybe part of my problem was I was too sure of myself. Ego or confidence? I don't know. Either way, I was part of a family. Yeah, what the hell are you talking about, man? You just totaled your kid's spine. At this point in the film, things start to kind of jump all over the place.
Ooh,
factually.
aura farming.
I would say like a solid third of this book didn't make it to the screen.
Let's
like
go.
the next arc is about Teresa and this debt that she's been ignoring because, I don't know, I guess she's too busy gaming. That's actually canon, by the way. Teresa is a huge gamer in real life on account of her OI because she can't do any high-risk physical activity. Oh, an example? You know, like stuff like getting on a swing set, probably. It all falls apart one day when the city comes to seize their trash bins without Scott's knowledge.
It got out of control.
Out of control, out of control. They took our trash bins, Teresa. I didn't even know that was a thing. While you're what? Gallivanting around spending God knows what buying Austin 20 pairs of sneakers that he doesn't need, a bunch of Star Wars crap and DVDs
It's
and
not just
whatever.
me, okay? What about you? What about
Oh, hey, Austin.
Dad.
Chapter 19, titled Escape, is probably the weirdest chapter of the entire book. Scott and Teresa had been beefing a ton leading up to this fight, but what's odd is that the film seems to want us to think that it was mainly on Teresa. Scott admits here, though, that part of it was my fault. I not only kept myself outfitted with mountain bikes and golf clubs, but I also took up fly fishing and model airplanes and helicopters. Then there were the watches. Teresa became very resentful over my spending and would have rather used the money to pay bills or take a vacation. But I worked hard and I felt like I deserved something for it. It didn't sink in that I had a Rolex before Teresa had a diamond wedding ring. My God, you could not torture this information out of me? Yet here it is. So they were essentially playing a competitive game of spending and putting their kids in the middle of it. That's weird and fucked up. But it's not the weirdest part. Scott recounts waking up drunk in the middle of the night after that argument to Teresa's silhouette in the doorway. As I shook my head to clear the fuzziness, the figure slowly came into focus, like the turning of a lens on a heavy old camera. It was Teresa. She was clutching a big butcher knife. When I asked her what she was doing with the knife, she grinned, a mischievous twinkle in her eye. Then I heard the stairs creaking as she walked down to the kitchen. I found out later she'd been hiding the knife up in the laundry room in case an intruder ever got into the house. But now that the boys were older, she was afraid that they or their friends would find it, so she had chosen that night to carry it down to the kitchen where it belonged. Okay, well, Scott's lucky to be alive. That's my takeaway.
Thank you. Austin?
I don't want those.
What? You love mashed potatoes.
Well, now I hate them. They're retarded.
Hey, we don't talk like that in this house, okay?
Retarded.
Austin!
Austin,
I don't want to go anywhere.
Hey, what has gotten into you?
No, don't touch me. Don't come near me.
Oh, Austin!
God.
Are you okay? Let me see your hand.
I'm fine.
Guys, the way this happened in real life is so fucking lethal. I literally have to demonstrate it for you. Hold on. Okay, I'll set the scene for you. Logan and Austin are playing together in the bedroom. Oh my God, Scott's internal dialogue sucks so bad. He hears screaming in the room, and so he's trying to kick the door down, but when he finally does it, he says, "It worked, just like Bruce Willis in the movies." I thought for a brief second. Bro, take care of your kids! Logan was on the floor with a cord from the Sony PlayStation wrapped around his neck. It turns out this was all due to a medication reaction, but for safety reasons, they had to admit Austin to a psych ward for a few days. I've seen a lot of criticism about that part specifically. I don't know much about the psych ward. I've never been myself, but I do know that they make the situation a lot less drastic in the movie. So I don't know. I thought it was important that you know what actually happened. It was pretty violent. Regardless, this meltdown causes such an amount of grief for Teresa that she attempts to take her own life. I'll admit, I had been wondering when this was going to come up, mainly due to the fact that a suicidal mother is her only description on the back of the book. But guess what? That was it. There is not a single mention of anxiety, depression, anything like that in this book related to Teresa.
This book makes me
Does that
angrier
mean
and
she's
angrier.
never experienced it before? Absolutely not. But if she did, don't you think that's something that you should expound on just a little bit before labeling her as the suicidal mother? Again, folks, there are countless examples of mishaps I could pull from this material. Remember at the very beginning of the book when Scott's hiding in the closet? Well, they do it together in the movie. So this time it's healing their marriage. Chapter 12 of this novel is titled My Own Little Rain Man, which is diabolical. Chapter 28 starts off with a Bill Cosby quote. I mean, it's just—
Are you
it's
my
just
little rain
endless
girl?
material. Believe it or not, though, the only thing that is truly solved by the end of this story is alcoholism. That's right, folks, we're going straight from the heart for this. We're going
On
off
your
script,
what?
off script, no script, off script. At the beginning of this
Instead of
story,
Rain
Scott
Man,
recounts an
Rain
evening
Girl.
where everything fell apart. This event, of course, being going to the country club, getting blackout drunk with his kids, and then driving
Maybe.
them home. The first thing I want to talk about is the guy in this scene
I have
who
no idea
watches
what the
Scott eat
conversation
shit and
was.
still goes, "Hey man, you forgot your keys." Yes, sir, you have a good night with your 2 kids. Okay. Here's what Scott wakes up to the next morning in the movie.
I want you out of this house right now.
The kids.
The kids are fine. They're in their room. And that's where they're gonna stay until you're gone. I don't want you near them.
That is absolutely fucking insane. To the point where when I watched it for the first time, I immediately opened Google to see if this guy was in prison or not. And obviously, as we know, he is not in jail. Because that didn't happen. Oh my God. Yes, this crash was an entirely fabricated event for the film. They make it home safe and sound in the book. Literally, no problem. She's just reprimanding him the next morning and he's feeling really bad. Well, why would you do this? Why? Really, it brings me to my final thought about all of this, which is, why is this story being told? If you asked me to give you a logline summary of this film, well, I just wouldn't be able to. It's almost like Scott thought that putting every single bad thing that he's ever done in a book would, like, wash him clean of his sins or something. Oh, speaking of that, the entire Act 3 of the film is Scott going to this church program where he, I guess, gets better? I don't know. It's never officially stated as like an Alcoholics Anonymous kind of thing. He is no longer an alcoholic to this date, that we can confirm, but it's just kind of like, I don't know, man. He ends up learning that all of this is God's plan for him, you know? And here's the issue. It feels like he's learning to accept these things, right? He says so many times in the book, like, we're still struggling to this day, like, we're still learning to this day. I'm sure that raising a child with autism is extremely difficult and requires a lot of education. But the rhetoric in this novel feels like that education has just been completely disregarded. This story would have been so much more effective if it didn't consistently try to be something that it's not. No, you can't write an entire chapter about drunk driving your kids home and then end it with, I got up out of that bed, unwrapped the wet, clingy shroud, and took my first step into the light. I just think it's inherently shitty to be like, this is a terrible thing I did. Hey, maybe my autistic son would see it this way because he's autistic. Now I feel better about what I did. It feels like that. You're just using your son's autism as a vessel for your wrongdoing. The final thing I need to say is that
Check out
throughout
my
this
aura.
research process, I've watched a lot of interview content.
Let's go.
Based on what I've seen from
He's
Austin,
completely
he is a
above the
lot
island.
more
You see how you can no longer see the end of my
well-adjusted than
aura.
the story makes him out to be.
Everyone needs to always dream big. And
Yeah,
never give up on
shit.
your dreams. Like, if you want to become a chef or a voice actor, never give up unless you're not good at it.
After all, what do you expect from a story about autism from the perspective of someone who doesn't have autism? It's irresponsible storytelling, it's sketchy, and it rubs me the wrong way. But let me know what you guys think. This was probably the heaviest research process I've done for a video, but I've been meaning to do this. Like, I was gonna do this when the movie first
Watching
came
that
out,
made
and I was
me
gonna go see it in
angry.
theaters and everything. Honestly, thank God I did.
Ah.
I hope the flow of this video worked too, because you know, like I just said, I've never done something like this before. I've never gone back
Well, you
and
know
forth
that. I
between a
used
book and a
to
film.
work
But
with a bunch of
you know,
kids with
let me know if
autism,
that's
and
something you would like to see more of. It was very fulfilling.
I
for
really
sure.
hate
As always,
when
if you like this video, be sure to like,
movies
comment,
and
subscribe,
media
let me know,
just portrays kids with
your favorite,
autism or any like any place on the
That is all
spectrum
that
at
I have
all.
for
It's
this
just like,
time.
oh, it's so hard for
next time,
us. We're going through so much
Minecraft land.
hard things. Like, what?
Minecraft.
Don't
Like
treat
that
your
Slump
child
Movie?
as a don't treat your child as a burden.
I'm so excited to talk about today's film. I'm so excited
Reminds me
that
of
I
like the
could
one movie that Sia, the singer, produced.
do it.
Oh,
The
Lord, I
art of
heard about that.
filmmaking has never seen more abuse than when assaulted by the revolutionary filmmaker Donald James Parker. A few months back, I covered one of his more recent films, Hearts Are Trump, the biggest heaping of nonsense I've watched in the past year. Sure, you can guess what that was about. But see, the thing is, you actually can't guess, because to the guy's credit, none of his films are predictable in the slightest. Hearts Are Trump specifically was filled with hateful rhetoric and wild political conspiracy theories simply masked as dialogue exchanges between characters. The film felt more like an hour-and-a-half long political rant than an actual movie, so for this video's film, I decided, hey, let's go back to simpler times, right? Let's go back to the fresh year of 2014. I mean, look at what happened in 2014. You got the Ebola outbreak. Oh,
Yeah,
shit. Malaysia
I know that
Flight
it's
370.
common.
Wait, I kind of forgot when that actually happened. Rise of ISIS. Heavy. Let's see. Robin
just-
Williams suicide. God.
This makes me mad.
So, okay, no, I should have
Yeah.
been doing something. This year also saw the release of Gramps Goes to College, a
Of, like,
classic film by the one, the only.
Obviously,
Donald
I haven't
James
raised an
Parker. This movie
autistic
to me
child,
sounded
but
like
I
a
have a
refreshing
lot
break
of
from
work
the
with
coarse and
children
dense
with
literature of his
autism, and I
typical
just don't
screenplays. However,
appreciate the
I
way
suppose
that a
I'm
bunch
goddamn
of
idiot, because
movies
Gramps is
portray
going to
them.
college to have some
Like,
good
I don't
times
like the
and
way
some
movies
laughs.
portray
I mean, he's not
children
going to
in
become a
general,
better
but
version of
especially
himself. No,
children
Gramps
with
is going to
needs.
college
Like,
to spread
ugh.
Christianity.
And that
I
evolution is fake.
haven't really
Guys,
gotten
watching
much
this movie
exposure,
is
much
like
exposure to
watching
those kind of
a
media,
terrible car
thankfully.
crash. And speaking of
So yeah, just jump right in the sea. Just
You skipped to fanfic?
So now that you're
look,
born,
okay.
What are you gonna do? Work out?
Oh wait, you're talking to Ava. Oh, not me. Okay, okay, okay.
Donald starting this one off.
I just
in the
assumed that
last
was a
voice
that was slander by
No,
default.
his character is retired, now giving him time to do awful things. In the last film, we actually saw him start a cult. Turns out they also really liked Funko Pop, so there's no telling what he's going to get himself into this
Not the
time.
Funko
But we
Pop
do know
cult.
one thing. It's going to have to do with Jesus Christ.
I'm free full time to work on what God wants me to do. I feel led to go back to college.
College? You already have a degree, don't you?
Yeah.
Whoa, okay. All right, that sounded a little bit defensive. Hey, I don't think this guy has a degree, am I right, guys? So his motives for going back to college are a little foggy. He says that he doesn't want a degree. Instead, he just wants to go take some courses.
I'm not going to go for another degree. Just take some courses.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, that's normal. But he also mentions this.
Down south somewhere. Never been down there.
Me either. I heard it's beautiful.
Got a daughter down there in Tennessee. I might try it down there, even though she won't even talk to me.
Okay, guys. Okay, little spoiler. There's no daughter character in this movie. So my theory is either Donald immediately fucked up in the writing process, or he's projecting his issues from real life. I'm thinking the latter. Regardless,
same
he
here,
just
Nay.
shared some pretty raw stuff. So I wonder what his wise young gym buddy has to say about this.
I get it. It's the babes. The Southern Belles.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I'm just
dude.
like
Oh,
pretty
God,
good at
God,
masking it, I guess.
I mean, the dude's a dirtbag, right?
Or maybe I'm not masking it, and that's just the spark people
You
say.
notice that he's been doing the same exercise the entire time? Also, what the fuck is he doing? He's
Maybe
literally
that's just the
doing
crowd we
this. It
attract.
doesn't even look like there's weight attached to it.
Majority of parents.
That just seems normal at this point.
Those kids are being brainwashed.
Well, like I have hyper empathy, right? So that like the double-edged sword.
Use their power over the mighty
Yeah.
GPA and their influence over developing
all right, man.
young.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll catch you later. I gotta run. So, in a nutshell, his plan is to go to a college and convert not just students, but professors into believing the word of the Lord. See, I think going back to school at any age is amazing, okay? But sometimes I think there's a reason people retire. Most of DJP's films revolve around his character being this missionary type. I truly think the guy sees himself as this force of change in people's lives. I mean, we already know.
Yeah, you are, Ava. Very obvious.
Tear down secularism, so he wears it on his sleeve. You know, he's not trying to hide anything. That said, I hate to admit this, but I think it would be ignorant to assume
So
that these
cute.
films haven't spoken to, at the very least, a few individuals. And that fact alone is highly frightening. With his goal set, Donald is ready to head off to college. And in the next scene, we meet this mom and her daughter who fucking hate each other.
But to have to stay in the dorms, it's humiliating. I'm 21 now.
Well, look at the bright side. You're a senior. Only have to do it 1 year. And the next time you want to drink and drive, maybe you will think about the consequences.
Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm sorry, Donald. I'm sorry. Not gonna lie, but the daughter is kind of the shitty one here. Not only did she drink and drive, but she's also just so spoiled. She keeps asking for a new car like she didn't just pick up a DUI. When Donald pulls up to college, the first thing we learn about him is that he's afraid of women.
This appears to be a girls' dormitory.
Oh, this is Hickerson. It's a co-ed dorm.
Co-ed?
Yes, that means both for male and female.
Yeah, I'm aware of what the word co-ed means. I'm just a little bit surprised and confused because I expressly asked for a men's dormitory.
Afraid of women? Or man of God? We also learned that his character's name is Ty Bounds, and I don't know if I'm reading too far into this, but that's just one of those names where it's like, why did you pick that one? Well, then he gets pissed off at the woman for assuming that he's here to drop off his grandson, and I mean, dude, he is such an asshole.
What's the matter? Don't you have any sexagenarians ever stay in his dorm?
What?
Sexagenarian. It means someone who's 60-something years old.
Oh.
Shut the fuck up, dude. You know what I mean? I just want to smack the back of his head. You know, he's so smug.
I'm sorry for that one, guys. I'm trying to be less violent. I'm trying to be less violent in my internet videos.
When I open up this door 327, I'm not going to find a female roommate behind it, I hope.
No,
All right, man.
Oh my
I
god.
get it, man. Guys, I'm not a pedophile. I swear. You know, the more you hammer it in, the more I question you. Another staple in Donald James Parker films is aggressive establishing dialogue, which we experience when this father and his daughter walk in. When I say aggressive, I'm not exaggerating, okay? I mean, I'm talking about point-blank shotgun blast aggressive.
I wish your mother could share this moment with us.
Me too. But if she hadn't taken the new job to help me get through school, you wouldn't have to drive me here.
True. I love how you grasp reality without flinching.
Wow, that character
Grasp
sure is the
reality?
reason I love you, and that I'm your father. Oh, guys, I just noticed there's nothing on the TV. Shame on me. Shame on me. Let me fix that. I know you guys can't make it without your stimulating images in the background. Yeah, because who cares about my video? Hold on. Anyway, Dada's like,
I'd like to pray with you before I leave today.
oh, Christian reveal. Take that, liberals. Christians do exist. That's my whole thing about DJP is he creates these storylines where we're meant to believe that the most abundant communities in America are in the minority. No, like seriously, this is probably how he wants people to react. All right, honey, it's time for me to drop you off at college. Wait. Can we pray first? Oh my God, no way! That dad ends up meeting Ty a couple seconds later, and you know what? If you were dropping your daughter off at school for the first time, what is the first thing that you would do? Because they meet up, find out that they're both Christians, and the dad's like, oh, thank God, there's gonna be someone here to pray with her. By the way, can you watch over her for me?
You know, not only will I pray for her, I'll try to keep an eye out for her as well.
I can't tell you how much I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, man, look, I know we just met for the first time, but based on your looks, you look like the most trustworthy guy I've ever met. Okay, non-Christian girl's Michaela, stuck-up girl who yells is Stephanie. Character establishment.
I'm Michaela Morris. I'm a freshman.
That figures. You got a car.
Yo, stop doing that. It's honestly insane to me how much she wants to drive again. And given her track record, I don't even think she gives a shit about the car. She's just itching for that casual drunk drive. Imagine that, dude. You know, some people like a morning coffee or a bike ride, but for Stephanie, there's nothing like screaming down the highway at $150 covering 3 lanes at once. So Stephanie's like, hey, we should go to this party tonight. And Michaela's like,
Is this one of those parties where there's alcohol or drugs?
It's not a party without alcohol.
dude, this is literally a scene straight out of one of those anti-drug programs they showed us in school. It's not a party without alcohol is a crazy line, though. Donald was cooking with that one. Well, then Ty meets his roommate, Brad. Fucking feet out and everything.
Why are you going to college? I mean, shouldn't you be hanging around the Senior Citizen Center playing bingo and bridge and drinking and shirt? No disrespect intended, just I thought that's what seniors did. I mean, that's what my grandpa does.
No offense taken.
Like, why is he still getting pissed off about this? I get it. Like, there were a couple older students on my college campus, I think like in their 50s, but A, they lived in private dorms, and B, they weren't insane. I actually did some research to see if I could find Donald's age, but I couldn't find it anywhere. The only thing I found out about him is that he's 6 feet tall, allegedly. This all goes back to Donald's big God complex problem, you know? I don't think God has to use a pill organizer. Anywho, Brad's like, hold on. Is that a Bible?
Is that a Bible you're reading?
Affirmative.
That's cool.
So here we have yet another Christian, and that's great, but then this happens.
I mean, here I was worried about getting a party animal for a roommate, not being able to study at all, or much less read my Bible without taking a lot of flack for it.
Well, I've been called an animal before. Never a party animal.
What the fuck does that mean? You know what I'm saying about Donald maybe projecting his life into these scripts? Like, it almost seems like it's therapeutic for him. I'd also like to just point out that the sexual tension in this scene was off the goddamn walls. I mean, I was ready for them to kiss at any moment. So, then this interaction happens.
I mean, how can Jesus Christ be the Son of God if science proves there is no God?
Exactly.
God.
This way. You have the chance to change a saint into a sinner.
And now it's revealed that their goal is to break down Michaela's obsession with Jesus Christ. And by them, I mean only Stephanie, because as usual with these films, most of the characters established in the first 20 minutes don't do shit. The next scene brings us through another one of Donald's Christian fantasies, in which he, a creationist Christian, gets denied from a top-level science class.
And that assessment has nothing to do with my age?
Your age is of no concern to us. Your superstitions and your refusal to accept sound science is.
Oh, no! This can't keep happening! Once again, Donald, you are not oppressed, brother. He's trying to display a situation that happens to every ethnic and religious group other than him. That being said, I'm confident that Donald is the master of one thing. Gooning. Fantasizing about things that will never come true for you in real life must be the ultimate edge.
You know, John Scopes of the infamous monkey trial in Dayton made an interesting observation.
Yeah, hey, I'll stop you right there. Who cares? The film assumes that the audience has a solid understanding of creationism, or maybe even strategically lack thereof. So in case you don't know, I've gone through the trouble of Googling for you, okay? I will accept applause. I love that sound. Creationism is the religious belief that nature and aspects such as the universe, earth, life, and humans originated with supernatural acts of divine creation. In its broadest sense, creationism includes a continuum of religious views, which vary in their acceptance or rejection of scientific explanations such as evolution that describe the origin and development of natural phenomena. As that description stated, there's a wide range of views among the sects of creationism, and you can pause and take a look at this chart if you need to. It's gonna take a little longer to pick up on, but based on what we learn later in the film, I've been able to narrow down the fact that Donald is probably a young Earth creationist. Young Earth creationists are actually the goofiest. Their defining factor is that they believe that the Earth has only existed for less than 10,000 years, so do with that what you will. Because of his denial, Ty pulls up to his level 1 biology class, and when he walks up on these two guys shit-talking him to Michaela, they back down like he's the biggest guy they've ever seen.
I just need to check and make sure that you're a registered student. We don't allow people to just drop in. Oh, yeah. Do you have your student card?
Dude, this is like the third time he's been ID'd. This professor, Professor Tucker, really likes him. Like is actively flirting with him. And I'm gonna mention this now because it continually happens, but Ty is an absolute champion at cock blocking himself.
I think she likes you.
Not for long.
Boy, ain't no fucking way.
All right, so I'm sure you guys know how this is gonna go. The professor's gonna ask a question, Donald's gonna disagree. If you didn't know it was going there, God help you. But the very first thing that happens in class just doesn't happen, okay? I'm confident it is literally against every secular school's policy.
I would like all of you who believe that God created the universe and life as it is to stand up.
Look at those proud standing Christians! I'm with you!
Yeah, we always have a number of students who cling to the superstition. But by the time you finish my course, almost no one stands to confess this foolishness.
I have many things to say about this, but here's my main issue. The point of a biology class is to learn about biology, not convert Christians to atheism. But after a few moments of Bible quoting, the film basically tries to establish the idea that these two characters are now gonna butt heads for the rest of the story. The one thing I will commend this film for, though, is actually the bare minimum, which is the fact that it has a somewhat fluid story. You know, like Hearts or Trump was legitimate nonsense. I could not name a single plot point that didn't end up being some kind of political rant. But the story certainly heats up, because apparently the events of that class have become legend around campus. So Stephanie joins Michaela and Ty for dinner to get a piece of the action. And action it is, because this scene is 10 goddamn minutes long. Another trope in the Donald James Parker canon is scenes that go on for an abysmal amount of time. What's worse is that the pacing within the scenes is dreadful. I am not exaggerating when I say it makes a 10-minute scene feel like 30 minutes. That said, I'm just gonna give you a general rundown, and I'm gonna spare us some time, okay? More applause. I'm addicted to the sound. Hell, Stephanie gets pretty acquainted with Brad, and honestly, at this point, I'm pretty sure you can guess why.
I bet you have some nice wheels to get around.
Pickup truck.
Really? You mind giving me a ride sometime?
God damn it. Then out of nowhere, this macho guy pulls up, and he is wild, dude.
The Neanderthal thing was getting a little old.
Neanderthal? Really? Is that a way to speak to an old flame?
That flame went out so totally that there is no evidence that it ever existed.
Your mouth's saying one thing. Your eyes are telling me you still want me.
Guys, keep in mind, Donald wrote this, okay? He wrote that line. The guy presses Ty and then casually drops that there's an intramural sports league on campus, so obviously Ty's signing up for that shit. Not only that, but he's gonna make his own team. But as soon as Stephanie and Brad leave, Ty and Michaela just start trashing Stephanie because they sense she's not godly. Sorry guys, I'm just doing a little lunge stretch here, and then we can move on. Okay, why don't you stretch with me? Why don't we take a stretch break? Nah, fuck it. Let's just move on.
Can we do autograph groups?
Are you mocking me?
No.
I hate that because I've grown up Christian.
You're a legend.
I feel kind of desensitized to a lot of this.
To see what you have for the rest of the year.
Right, like you can tell. You can tell where he took a break from writing to do an Edge session.
We're part of the computer club, and we heard you were a computer guy, but also a creationist. How can that be?
Dude was probably purple from the buildup. I'm telling you. That's why this scene is so long. He couldn't stop. This is yet another DJP trope. I like to call this one the baiting tactic, because in all of Donald's films, the liberals, atheists, Democrats, what have you, only exist to act as human debate props. I'm telling you, watch 10 minutes of any of his movies, and I guarantee you'll start to go insane.
And then you have to ask yourself the question in the first place, how did this organism survive without a brain in order so it could develop a brain later? So, what came first? The blood? Or the brain? Or the lungs? Or the heart that's needed to pump the blood to the brain? Or the liver, which is...
What the fuck are you talking about? So yeah, as you can see, the whole creationist argument for not believing in science is simply the fact that it doesn't make sense. But you know why it does make sense? Because it's science. But who cares? Because these boys are absolutely mind-boggled. Within about a minute, their entire lives have been changed.
I've never heard this stuff explained like this before. This makes sense.
The next scene takes place in biology class. Today's topic, natural selection. And dude, this is that one day in the semester where everyone knows what's about to go down. I mean, the seats are filled. You can smell the controversy in the air.
I'm sorry, but I'm really having trouble getting a handle on this natural selection. Could you explain its properties to me?
Properties?
Yeah, you know, size, weight, color. What's its chemical composition? Does it matter? Is it energy?
Dumb, stupid. Creationists in this scenario are actually pretty hypocritical because they don't seem too accepting of chance in nature, yet they live their entire lives through faith. The whole premise is just so half-baked. I mean, every sick burn that comes out of Ty's mouth just sounds like someone who's super high and has a crazy idea.
It just seems to me that these textbook authors, with your help, are trying to sell us a crock. And that crock ain't full of butter.
This gets Professor Tucker super flustered, so in order to diffuse the situation and continue the conversation later, she invites him out for coffee in front of the entire class. By the way, she mentioned before that she's been teaching for 25 years?
I'm Dr. Tucker, and this is my 25th year teaching this class.
So just to let you guys know, when Ty inevitably brainwashes her, I'm going to become very violent and unpredictable. Did they just fuck? Well, I don't know. But what I do know is that Stephanie has just manipulated Brad into going to a party he doesn't want to go to. That's all you need to know. Then we cut to Professor Tucker talking with her coworker, and guys, she is obsessed with Ty. I mean, the way she talks about him makes her sound like an anime villain.
Well, are you going to kick him out of class, or at least threaten to?
It's crossed my mind, but I hate to duck out in such a challenge. It's been a while since I've had such a worthy adversary.
What? Like, what, does she have lore with this? Is Ty gonna be the chosen one who finally defeats her? Sorry, but what does Donald think happens in schools? Now get this, the 3 words that she uses to describe Ty are intelligent, bold, and handsome. Yeah, the 3rd grader with Benjamin Button disease.
You're getting personal, Vaughn.
Well, you know I'm jealous.
I'm so sorry that the mutual attraction's not on my end. And besides, I just think your wife might object.
Yeah, whatever.
What? I don't care. And you know what else I don't care about? The next scene. Because their coffee date is just a nothing burger argument where they're completely nasty to each other. And given the context, you'd think the date would end off on a pretty sour note, right?
Now I gotta get going. Somebody's piled a whole bunch of homework on me, and I can't afford to get behind.
But wait, before you go, how about I treat you to dinner sometime?
What? I didn't show you guys the clip, but seconds before that, he wrapped up the argument by basically implying that she's going to hell.
You'll never get that chance to yell, "Yippee! I win! There is no eternal life." And you're gonna know that you blew it. Big time.
Even in an active effort to cock-block himself, Ty is still pulling. Gentlemen, take notes. Scratch that. At the party, Brad gets pressed by that cafeteria guy again. Still don't know his name.
But you wanted a man. This guy doesn't even drink. Of course I do. Come on, Stephanie. Let's go check out that bourbon.
Yeah, I drink. Let's go check out that bourbon.
Yeah, let's go check out that. Better not be mixing that burn with lemonade or something like that. Wham.
The next scene actually rocks. Ty catches Brad coming in late and reprimands him for partying, fearing that he's been having premarital sex with Stephanie. You know, it's funny because if this were an actual comedy, this would be an awesome setup for a scene. Honestly, the movie in general. The more I think about it, I think that's what makes this movie so entertaining to me. Like, it has mastered the art of lacking self-awareness.
We'll just continue this talk later, okay? And when we do, I want to mention that smell of alcohol that is filling the room right now. Good night.
Why doesn't he just get a roommate swap? Why didn't he do it day one? It was at this point that the film really made me start to think. Did Donald even go to college? Well, if this is his real Facebook, it would seem he went to Dakota State University in South Dakota. It's a pretty small school, but the campus actually looks really pretty. It kind of reminds me of my college a little bit. Wagner College, baby, Wagner College. I mean, look, maybe things were different back in the day, but I kind of bring all this up to say that I feel like Donald was just a normal guy back in the day, and something really bad happened to him at some point along his path. Or I'm wrong. Anyway, crazy interaction in this next scene. Check this out.
Sometimes I feel like I'm a moth and Stephanie's a candle. And I just can't help flying into the flames.
The Bible says that if you resist the devil, he'll flee from you.
Are you saying Stephanie's the devil?
No.
No,
I'm
yeah,
just saying
that's
that-
exactly what you just said. I'm gonna give it to DJP on this one, though. Very interesting to see some Christian-on-Christian violence here, okay? That's rare. Well, here we are, just about halfway through the movie, and God help us, no pun intended, we have 53 minutes left. From this point on, I'm gonna summarize a little bit more because we have a lot to cover, and the craziest shit hasn't even happened yet. So, remember earlier when they were talking about the Intramural Sports League?
Trying to show off some talent, old man?
You'd think with the way he delivered that line that they'd be playing some high-action sports, like football or soccer. Well, how about chess? And fuck this dude, because you know, I know for a fact that the only reason they put chess in this movie is so that Donald could go on in some conspiracy rant and end it with checkmate.
Checkmate.
However, this is the argument in the movie that makes me think Donald forgot what he was writing about halfway through, because it is a non-stop 4-minute exchange about fluoride in drinking water.
Did you know that our supply of sodium fluoride is now being provided by China, that bastion of security and safety and health practices? Hey, doesn't that make you feel all warm and cuddly?
But then there's another chess game, and guys, look, I'm not even exaggerating for the it's just romantic.
Check. I've got you cornered.
Dude, he's so sweet about it. Like, honestly, that might be my favorite out of context clip from the movie. This part is hilarious because instead of them arguing about politics or religion, they just have a back and forth about the chess game that they're playing.
You're a noble adversary.
Hey, by the way, I'm in your bio class. Thanks for standing up for those of us that are afraid.
Oh, God! Guys, I can't make it any clearer. Okay, it just, that doesn't happen. The next day, they do a 2-mile race, which, I don't know, man, that just sort of feels super specific. But Ty and Brad clean that shit. And after winning, Ty offers the group strawberry milkshakes on him. Yeah, there's that specificity again. But Stephanie doesn't want to get milkshakes because she's like,
I'm thirsty too, but not for milkshakes.
So it looks like they'll be going to another party. Hope nothing bad happens. Ty and Professor Tucker finally have their dinner date in Professor Tucker's home, but before that gets weird, we get a glimpse into this party, which takes place in a massive dim room with a disturbing lack of people. It's the perfect amount of space for each person to have their own awkward corner to stand in. You know, it's awesome. Anyway, they're having a drinking competition. Like, no game involved. It's just a competition to see who can drink the most. It's fucking hard rock, man. I really hope nothing bad happens. Back at the house, Professor Tucker could not be more clear that she wants to bang.
People like you are condemning young people to eternal punishment because of your teaching?
Have you ever considered just grabbing me and having some fun?
Huh?
I think you've had a little bit too much of that fermented grape juice.
But the problem here is that Ty is really uncomfortable. So during this scene, we kind of just watch him get sexually harassed.
That's what scientists do when they remove God from the equation, and then they try to explain the intricacies of the world They take away the correct answer. so no one
Yo!
can
Well,
answer.
Ty ends up making a great escape from that fiasco,
Not
leaving
the
Professor Tucker
sniffing.
screaming at him as he flees. He then walks up on Michaela in the middle of nowhere, who says, quote, she has a really bad feeling about Brad, so they go to the party to scope things out. Funny that she had a bad feeling about Brad, though, because when we cut back to the party, Stephanie throws up, passes out, and literally fucking dies.
Oh my god. She has no vital sign. What are you saying? I'm saying she's dead. Oh fuck, man. Oh no. She's dead, man. Oh fuck.
Now this scene is super dramatic, okay? You got Brad yelling at Professor Tucker, who's also here for some reason. I guess it's her fault. And Michaela's like,
I need to pray over her.
and well, by praying over her body, you guessed it, guys, she brings her ass back to life with the power of God. This could easily be the end of the movie, okay?
No.
It is the perfect final moment of rejoice for everyone to come together. But as far as I'm aware, I've already put you guys through like a solid 20 minutes of this video, and I'm afraid if I keep yapping, you guys are gonna do something drastic, because the rest of the movie truly becomes nonsense, okay? Donald gets expelled from school, Professor Tucker gets fired, Christians start taking over the campus, and there's still like 2 more high-action sports scenes that mean nothing to the plot. Ty's expulsion is celebrated by a community of random people like he's made some kind of crowning achievement. I mean, I guess he exposed Professor Tucker for being an alcoholic predator, but in terms of his overall goal here, I feel like that was kind of just a side quest. The film ends in the most bizarre way possible, with a church full of kids reading various quotes from evolution deniers. This one kid, like, he can't even read.
Ernst Chain, Nobel Prize winner.
But that's the end of the movie. And if you ask me, I don't really think that there was anything actually achieved. You could argue that Ty successfully changed Professor Tucker's mind, but I'd argue that he simply drove her to madness with his own insanity. And with that being said, I'm gonna drop the mic. Like, evolution is not real. Drop the mic. If you enjoyed this video, please like and subscribe and leave a comment. No, you know what I want you to do in the comments? In the comments, I want you to leave the phrase, "Oh Jesus, oh God." That would be funny. This one was quite the roller coaster to make, and I hope you guys enjoyed it a lot. I love watching Donald James Parker films. They make me feel like I'm dying. That being said, short outro, and that's all I have for you this time. But until next time, guys, this is what I want to show you today for the outro. Hey guys, if you're a regular viewer of this channel, welcome back. If you're not, today we'll be following up on the last video where I saved a bunch of those children from that hospital fire, a la Mr. Beast. You'll want to check that one out. Guys, what I did just now was an example of me saying whatever I wanted to, throwing it to a wall, hoping it would stick, and it got me to thinking, hey, this would be funny. What if you just did that for 2 hours and you turned it into a movie? You would probably be Donald James Parker, a writer, actor, and director in quite a few films where he does just that. Seeing one of his earliest credits here is Gramps Goes to College. Looks like he starred in that one. But please don't let this innocent facade fool you, because he is the creator of today's film, Hearts Are Trump. Not hearts with, or like hearts of, or harps. What? No, the title is actually Hearts Are Trump. And when you open up the movie, the first screen that you see is like, it's like a playing card background. The movie has nothing to do with playing cards, unless we're talking about like a trump card. That might be it. I don't know how to describe this film other than a lengthy manifesto carried out by a cast of characters who, for minutes at a time, spew nothing but conspiracy theories. That being said, prepare yourself for the most confusing experience of your life. Let's hop in. When we think of the first 2.5 minutes of a movie, you know, we think opening credits, a swelling orchestra. I don't know, you know, maybe like, you know, telling us anything about the story. But I need you to understand that this movie is nothing, okay? I'm not even joking. Like, this movie is actual nonsense. It opens to a couple sitting on their couch watching a super low quality religious broadcast.
It's discerning that socialism wants to take over this country, and China is doing this strategically as they are at war with us.
And if you haven't noticed yet, there's the man himself, Donald James Parker. Donald James Parker might be my favorite and least favorite person to look at ever. And I think it's because he's the oldest little boy I've ever seen. But basically, basically, for the first 2.5 minutes of the movie, these dorks watch this guy on TV talk about religion and politics like he's translating the Hammurabi Code in real time.
People in this country that are in leadership would allow it to happen because it has to do with socialism. It has to
When
do
they finish watching, though, it gets Grandma so fired up that she immediately calls her granddaughter Abby. But when she picks up the phone, this is how she introduces herself.
Abby. This is Grandma Woods.
And this is gonna sound like a rather trivial argument, but this just doesn't really make sense to me. Like, who talks to their grandmother and addresses her by her last name? You know, obviously this is a Donald James Parker question, you know, DJP. Maybe he just really needed to
Donald
establish
James
that
Parker.
character 5 words into the film's dialogue. But I don't know, I wouldn't get a dog and name it, you know, like Dog King.
Hey, I want you to do me a favor. It's not hard.
Donald James
Watch a
Parker.
TV show on YouTube and drag your mother along. I'll send you the link on Facebook.
Okay, but you gave perfect context clues seconds later. Who the fuck else is gonna call up you and your mom to talk about a religious Facebook clip? We don't actually get to hear Abby on the other line because, like, you know, why would they make the film good? But it would seem that she immediately says no to the clip, so it's kind of epic. Grandma does convince her to watch it, though, by saying that she'll make her famous cinnamon rolls in Awesome Guys, because I was getting worried. I forgot she was a grandma. Donald Trump, more like Donald Trope. Am I right, guys? Come on.
Bye.
You really think they're gonna watch?
Fuck no. Hey, and you know what else I wish I didn't have to watch? Pretty much every scene in this film. The reason in this scene specifically is that Grandma's only able to get about 1 line in before Donald has a dementia fit and leaves reality.
If we don't do anything, we're partly responsible for letting it happen.
You know, I just recently saw a paraphrasing of an Abraham Lincoln quote that
Hey,
went
nurse,
something like,
nurse, he's starting to piss again. I also love that the Lincoln quote is a paraphrase. That's so radical right, you know? You could talk about, you know, like the Gettysburg Address, right? But what about instead you talk about something that someone heard someone say apparently? The rest of this scene, which is about 4 minutes long, is just a big directionless conversation that basically centers around the idea that if we lose our freedom, we're a threat to ourselves. Also, we love Donald Trump. We love Donald Trump. But this shit is mostly just nonsense, dude. It's like the same complaint over and over with like wild examples and metaphors.
you know, I can't count the number of nightmares I had about Russian aircraft flying over America. I never lost any sleep worrying about America crumbling from within.
It just gets so crazy that it feels like what this scene really was one long tangent that they had to cut into pieces to make it feel like dialogue. I can't even begin to tell you how many directions this conversation takes off, but I can certainly throw in some highlights.
I know that there were Americans that argued against fighting in World War II until Pearl Harbor.
If America goes down the tubes, it's going to be the whole world against Israel. This time it looks like maybe a war is coming to me.
And the war one, it's super important because what they basically end up doing in this scene is planning out a full crusade. And I hesitate to bring this up because I literally talked about a crusade in the last video, but this one is even more spot on, so like I just have to bring it up. They want to unite their local church to uphold Christian values in their local government and hopefully convince other churches in America to do the same. That's word for word. Hey, Donald, knock knock. I was just reading through the script, a couple things. There are a couple concerning things, actually. So, we have 2 senile, elderly conservatives, religion-based political theories, and a local civil war pretty much underway. But you know what else I forgot? Guys, while you were watching that ad, I looked you up and I found the book on bear facts that you're reading, which is so embarrassing. Everyone watching is laughing right now. I also looked up that Grandma Wood's name is Carrie.
Hi,
so
Cora.
it makes life a little easier.
Hi.
The lighting is so majestic.
Missed
now. I'm
you.
shooting with the
How you been
windows open
doing?
for the first time.
Yeah, Cora, what do you think of the Zoomer setup?
Connie are sitting down to talk
Hi,
about the Facebook
Con.
clip.
Why would you invoke that immediately?
It's what I remember you mentioning when you last mentioned Cora.
I might get
The what?
You know, just because someone's paranoid doesn't
The
mean
Zoomer
that
setup.
somebody isn't out to get them.
No, yeah, I hear you. It sounds like you're paranoid, though. What's really interesting about this is they frame the woke liberal characters as the villains, which admittedly is something that we don't often see in movies. But it's so funny to watch because you can clearly
I can go
tell
get
that it is
whatever
a
that
liberal
is.
written
I don't
by
even
a
know what Subway
conservative,
Surfers
so
is.
every single line that they say is just bait for the conservative character to say the most asinine bullshit on the planet.
And I would say that CNN is fake news.
I'm so
so tired of all of this crap, I'm just gonna ignore both of them.
That worked really well for the Jews when Hitler was doing his thing.
What?
Wow. I love it when my grandma blames the Holocaust on complacency. She also totally compares Joe Biden to Hitler at one point on the basis that they're both ungodly, and then the mom is like, did you just say that? And she's like,
Not at all. Just saying.
we start to find out that the mom's character is super politically neutral, which is not only divisive, but also just super whiny and annoying.
Maybe they both have an agenda. Maybe they're both wrong.
You know, it could be.
Oh, Donald! Oh, sorry, man, you scared me. Are we supposed to believe that he was just there the whole time without a peep? I've seen this guy talk a mile a minute about politics. When someone like this is silent, there is definite cause for worry. They start to argue about Black Lives Matter, which Donald and Carrie believe to be an organization that's paid to protest about nothing.
Unless they've been hired by someone to pretend to protest.
But get ready for this question dodge, guys, okay? This one's really gonna it's gonna change your opinions on everything.
Why would they need to be hired?
When is the last time that you saw a protest to end sex trafficking?
Oh my God, what? What? No, wait, hold on, let me do the math on this. Wait, no, hold on, wait, hold on, wait. It's moments like this in the film that it's just so apparent to me that everyone in the movie, they really just were so excited to talk. You know what I mean though? Like, when is the last time you saw someone like this get more than 3 sentences out during a political argument? This must be why like half of the film makes no sense. Half of this was probably Donald being like, no, Mr. Trump is a good man, you're not listening. Finally, silence.
Where are the protests for black babies being murdered before they're born? Those black lives don't seem to matter.
Okay, shut up. The rest of the argument
Oh
goes
my
like this.
God.
I'm sure we've all had this conversation with a grandparent before, but after witnessing the entire
what's
argument
happening?
and doing nothing to support her daughter, guess what Connie says?
You both had some really good points. I'm probably gonna vote for Trump.
This is naturally a very angering movie to watch, but it's to the point where every single scene feels like choosing the worst QuickTime option in a video game. We get a little top off to this scene on the side of the house where Abby gets mad at her mom for not thinking about all the bad shit that Trump's done. And like that, literally like, her mom's like, all right, fuck it, we're back.
How can you have forgotten about that? You're right. I guess I better vote for Biden.
All right, next scene, let's do this. In this scene, Abby and her mom return home to the dad using his e-reader of some sort, and I know this family's supposed to be liberal, but like, come on, look at the tablet case he's using. Come on, oh my.
It's all the same thing. Politicians and preachers, just a bunch of con men.
Okay, but base dad.
Make me something to eat.
Oh, come on, we were doing good. Craziest part about this conversation is that it ends off with the dad being like, oh, those fucking idiots. Like, dude. The conversation was completely pleasant until you started the lobotomy fantasy.
Luckily, my parents are woke, so I don't have to deal with any of that political confrontation garbage.
Me and you both, sister. You nursed that coffee. Yeah, haven't we all had that conversation with our friends where we talk about how woke our parents are? If it ain't woke, don't fix it. Am I right, guys? Hey, come on. Oh, that guy shot me. What the fuck? The intro to this scene is funny because while they're talking at the table, the two guys who are about to enter the scene literally run in from all the way down the road. The casting choice here was bizarre. I mean, this guy looks like he was either, working out or disposing of a body. This guy, man, I don't know what I think about this guy. But his name is Troy, and he's going to become a very important character. The other guy, Kenny, is not. In fact, him and that girl are both about to leave and never come back. So my question is, why would they make Kenny such a character, and why is that character an Italian mobster?
Troy Williams, let me introduce you to two ladies I know.
Oh yeah, he's so scary. And one more thing, I'm sorry. I'm only focusing on him so much because he's about to turn to dust. He's dressed like a mobster, but talks like a cowboy.
You guys want to join us?
And I thought you were never gonna ask.
Okay, that's it, moving on. These two get to talking about their work life. It's a truly dreadful conversation, but when Abby mentions COVID, Troy says,
so you're doing the whole mask thing?
Okay, let me just put this. So Troy and Kenny are
I will.
anti-vaxxers, and not to be that guy, but that's not very surprising. I hate the way that Troy's actor speaks.
When you study like how small the coronavirus
What game did
is
she
and how
link?
big the
Did it
holes are
link?
in any
Did
type of
link?
non-surgical covering
Link?
are, you can kind of see
Link
that
with
the
Legend of
effectiveness
Zelda.
masks is kind of overrated.
And the conversation in this scene is wildly on the nose. Same as before. Someone
The
says
looker, I
one
think it
normal
was.
thing, and
Yeah.
then the next character manages to squeeze in.
Honestly, we're lucky that we don't live in a state where masks are mandatory.
Oh, is
In
it the
a
parody of The
confusing turn of
Witness?
events, that Friend and Kenny whisper, giggle, and then run off together, leaving Troy and
Okay.
Abby alone. What makes the conversation
Yeah, that's
between
a
these two so dreadful
That'll
has
be
very
fun
little
to
to do
play
with
on
the script.
stream.
More so the fact that it seems like these actors are the most miserable people on the planet.
So, how did you meet Kenny?
Okay, it looks like I got enough of that one thing
Why are you pouting,
that
dude? The conversation gets to
makes
talking about
your enemies
grandparents,
stronger,
and Troy
but
mentions
makes
that
the
his grandparents know
count you
a
need
lot
lower.
about the world. But you know how I keep saying
That
that they
think
go
they're
from
actually
normal
surviving.
conversation to manifesto in like a split second? This scene is like the perfect example of that.
Oh, so your grandparents are
You've been taking that to
I mean, I'd say
reduce the
different
amount of
word,
enemies you
and
need
the
to
thing
kill, I
that really
assume.
drives them nuts is the transgender movement.
But yeah, my grandfather was a was a great man. Yeah. Anyway,
Wouldn't you get more hit list procs with more enemies to kill?
I would, but I'm like
idiotic justifications.
already
not only does
at
he get through to her, but she
critical
takes
mass.
it as flirting.
I never wanted to be a
Fair.
boy, though.
I'm glad.
Like, if we're comparing this to the progression of a typical movie, this is supposed to be like the origin of their love. They're bonding over transphobia. Well, they bond over a whole lot of other shit too. It's nothing but discriminatory and dangerous rhetoric for another few minutes.
Let me guess. You'll be voting for Trump.
That's kind of a no-brainer for me.
To make matters worse, though, it's super boring, and we find out that Troy likes that crazy TV pastor from the beginning.
He's a sharp guy and like a really eloquent speaker. What he said about Roe versus Wade being overturned seriously gave me goosebumps.
That is straight up the worst line ever written for the screen. After a full 6-minute non-stop conversation about radical politics, Troy asks Abby out to dinner and she accepts. We then cut to a meeting with priests from a bunch of different towns, and I just want to know what's going on in this guy's church. But yeah, it's basically a conspiracy meeting that we find out is organized by Donald, so I guess he really followed through on his plan from the beginning. I'd like to know what time of day they shot this though, because Donald looks like a 6th grader who just woke up for school. It looks like he even chewed on his collar a bit.
I know that the gospel is not political in nature, but the gospel needs freedom.
This movie is frustratingly unclear in what point it's trying to make or what its goal is pretty much at all times. But right now, it would seem that the main characters simply fear that if Joe Biden is elected president, the church will be silenced. When it's not trying to promote that, though, it just spends its time firing off dumbass opinions left and right. That's proven in the next part of the scene, because it's like every other scene, when they introduce yet another random liberal character whose only personality trait is baiting conservatives.
Maybe you guys aren't really interested in looking at what true racism is all about.
And once again, this idea of the conservative written liberal it's so funny to me, because they clearly view liberals or, you know, left-leaning individuals as like 24/7 debate prompt machines.
I want so much to get people to fight on the right side, but my words and my logic just don't seem to be enough.
You belong in an old folks home, man. Logic is no longer a part of your life. Are those Funko Pops in the back? Also, he's complaining about the fact that he can't get through to people, but all he's done so far is speak to a room full of 9 priests, and they all agreed with him. But after this one attempt to overthrow the government with an army of priests, they say, well, we tried, and the scene is over. Okay, guys, I'm gonna be super candid with you. This next scene is 6.5 minutes long, and all it is Abby asking her grandparents questions. In that span of time, the only important thing that's discussed in terms of plot is the fact that Abby has been seeing a new guy. She says that he's like a boomer in a Gen Z body, to which Carrie replies,
And is it a nice Generation Z body?
hey, Donald, little too excited for this one, okay? Calm down. Look how curious and cheeky he is, you know? I can't describe it, but all I can think about is the fact that this guy has to be the most evil human being on the planet. So yeah, that exchange sucked, but then we get hit with this.
Yeah, when I first met your grandma, she was burning things too, but it wasn't the flag.
Oh. Fucking beyond filthy, man. Yeah, that's so beyond filthy that it's vegan, huh? No! The next scene decides to introduce us to an entirely different storyline. This is Desmond hiding in a bathroom. He overhears some liberal protesters having a long-ass conversation at the urinals, but you can't understand like half of it. But what we do find out is that Donald James Parker thinks that all liberal protesters want 2 things. They want to dress like they're in a biker gang, and they really want to go out and kill cops. That's it. That's the liberal agenda. When Desmond goes outside to tell his girlfriend then when he learns, she actually ends up agreeing with the protesters, so they break up.
If you're gonna be this way, you and I aren't gonna work out.
Oh, by the way, this character is the son of this character. Just thought I would throw that out there. Apparently Desmond and Troy know each other, and you know, when you run into someone you know, it's usually like, oh, hey, what up? Yeah, but instead Desmond's just like, hey man, can I get a ride home?
Desmond.
Man, can I get a ride home?
Yeah, man, absolutely. I'm parked around the corner.
All right, man. Thanks, man.
Like, why do you get fed up at the end? The scene that happens between them is, surprise, surprise, a long conversation. But instead of sharing any actual dialogue, they just have Desmond ask Troy a bunch of questions about what he thinks about black people. It is a ridiculous excuse for a progressive dialogue, and I've written a couple things down that Troy says, just to read it back to you. He slightly excuses police brutality, saying,
Man, I think being a police officer is a really tough job. And you never know when the bullets are gonna fly your way. So yeah, I mean, they get anxious and they get jumpy.
He says some of the biggest enemies to black success are black leaders, essentially implying that black people are an enemy to themselves, but then he cites Ben Carson as an exception to the rule. And finally, he says that calling someone an Uncle Tom should be received as a compliment.
Man, and that should be a compliment. Uncle Tom from the novel was the prototype of the godly man.
And to prove it, he makes Desmond read a Bible verse about being subservient and obeying God. Meaning not only was he being racist, but he proved it by then doing something even more racist. Now watch what happens when I just fucking drop you at the end of the scene.
If the government takes everyone's gun, one terrorist can take over an entire town with a machine gun.
There you go. And now I better go.
Wow, way to wrap it up. We don't even need to know what they were talking about. It's like reading the last page of a book before you buy it. It's usually around this point of the video where we're getting towards the end of the movie, but due to the jarring length and content of the scenes,
get some
we're
sleep.
not even halfway through. But to combat this, I'm gonna kind of just summarize every scene moving forward, because I think it's pretty clear that they're all the goddamn same.
Hey, get me a beer before you go off to your brainwashing session at church.
That's the scene. This next scene that takes place in the car is about marriage. Abby is basically like, hey mom, so I really want to get married at some point to Troy. I think we're gonna make it happen, but every time I look at you and dad, I get fucking depressed. Her mother blames it on herself, and Abby just fully agrees with her. But somehow they still manage to spin the conversation in an upward direction at the end. I mean, barely. How the film manages to do this time and time again, it is just beyond me. In the next scene, Abby has invited Troy over for dinner, which at first the dad is appalled by, but after Troy makes a singular comment about a sports team,
I was wondering if they have a running back that was anywhere near Jonathan Taylor.
Wow.
the dad's like, yes! Yeah! And honestly, guys, I'm kind of feeling that way too, because this is the longest conversation they've had in the film that isn't about religion or politics.
I just have to get myself a IV beer keg to make it through the crisis.
Yeah, I'll probably end up spending my Saturdays campaigning for President Trump.
Ah, fuck. At home, Desmond sits his parents down to tell them that he loves Candace... he loves Candace Owens and is preparing to leave the Democratic Party. Like, truly, this shit is incredible.
Guns kill people. No, Pop. People kill people. Guns are just neutral tools.
Oh, neutral tools. Okay, that's a new one. I haven't heard that one. I hate this scene a lot, actually. I think the filmmaker's use of misrepresented black voices as a whole in this movie is absolutely sinister. But what is redeeming about this scene is that he does not succeed in converting his parents, and it's rather short. So that's, you know, it's fine. Donald's next plan of action is to start a YouTube channel. He thinks that by doing that, he'll be able to reach more people. And what's crazy to me is, like, this is something that only a mentally unstable, old, rotting person would do. But the fact that it's part of a film that's trying to, you know, take itself so seriously is absolutely mind-blowing. Like, the lack of self-awareness has layers.
God bless you. And God bless America.
Cut. Good job.
Whoa, watch the cuts there, man. He shoots that whole video in one take, no cuts, and Carrie's just like, that was life-changing. But then she tells him,
I strongly suggest you disable the comments. If you don't, you'll have people questioning your faith.
Nah, shut up. I don't think that's what you have to worry about. I actually think the first comment someone's gonna leave is twerk. Troy sits on the couch with Abby's dad in the dark and asks him to speak in private, even though they're definitely already in private. And you'd think with all this talk of marriage in the film, he's gonna, you know, pull him outside and ask for permission, but no. People in this movie don't have social skills. He actually tells tells him that he's being a bad father and a bad husband because he doesn't believe in God anymore. Not only that, but he roasts the shit out of him.
It looks to me like your role model's Homer Simpson.
Of course, this scene has the bad ending, but so does every other one, so, you know, who gives a shit? The family has a big fight, but then the dad watches a preacher on TV and starts breaking down crying. At a mall, Troy gets his shit rocked because he decided to drip from head to toe in Trump merch. And right before Abby gets into a fight with this girl, this old man breaks them up in the most, like, pensive way possible.
I don't think so, sweetheart. You're gonna have to get past me.
Hey! But when he finds out that they're beating up a conservative, he just walks away. A big fight breaks out, and it's actually my favorite scene in the movie because there's a shot where you can see everyone frozen before they call action, and it just looks so goofy.
We're in trouble. Abby's in a fight.
Then they have a big standoff, and then, like the end of Avengers Endgame, everyone embraces, and conveniently, every character in the movie gets introduced to one another. It would seem that by doing this, they destroyed whatever larger story they had been building, because for the rest of the movie, they just sit in the house, have political discussions, and pray. For 35 minutes. We don't learn who the new president is, we don't learn anything about the future relationships, and some of the characters just sit in the house and say nothing. There is one scene where the three younger characters go out to campaign for Trump, but like I said, it achieves nothing, and it feels like a rehash of a scene that we've already seen 3 times. They end off the film by trying to have this very, you know, facade-like, unbiased conversation.
If Trump loses, we need to pray like crazy. If he wins, we need to pray like crazy.
And it really just confirms to me that this film has no true goal. They're just trying to do damage control at the last minute so they can avoid any type of debate. To be fair, I probably could have broken down every single scene from this movie into a 10-minute discussion, but I did not have the brain power to give a single shit. And after watching this movie, I can't help but feel just like overwhelmingly disappointed, not with the actors in the film, but just for the fact that it exists in general. It's barely a movie. In fact, it just feels like a plot that Donald wants to carry out in real life, and he just slapped fake names onto everything. I don't feel bad for Donald though, and I don't think this is art. I think this is hate speech lazily disguised as a film, and it is a disgrace and a mockery to many cultures. So yeah, I'm done with this movie. I'm done. Boy, oh boy, wasn't it a goofy journey though? Can you believe some people are actually this dumb? Ladies and gentlemen, as always, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like and comment and subscribe so that you can see more videos from me, Andy King. Andy King from me. But that being said, that's all I have for you this time, folks. But until next time, okay, today, guys, we got it's a live stream of Times Square. Hey, guess what? I launched an entire merch line based off of an establishment that doesn't exist, and you can buy all of it on the internet now. What if you were to die tomorrow? Wouldn't you want to be caught dead wearing something like this? I would. Click the link on screen or click the link in the description to do it and buy it and get it and buy it and do it and buy it. Folks, I'd like to introduce you to Jennifer Murphy, also known as Go Girl, also known as
I want to be ninja.
Oh dear God, yes, everyone's favorite controversial pop star has returned, but not in the way you'd think. What if I were to tell you that she's always been here? Let's start at age 25, when Jennifer decided to put business school on pause to take home the crown at the Miss Oregon USA pageant. That's a crazy start. Only gets crazier. This landed her the opportunity to compete in the Miss USA
Why does that flower look like it's trying to
where she ended up placing in the top 10. After the winner was crowned, Donald Trump came on stage and walked directly up to me. He said, "You were my favorite, but I'm not allowed to get involved in the judging since I own the pageant." Uh-oh. This landed her a spot on season 4 of The Apprentice, but when she did not win, she hired a business and entertainment consultant who gave her the idea to start a Murphy bed company called Jennifer Murphy Beds. And alongside it, she created this female empowerment character on YouTube named Go Girl. Her existence is wildly confusing, but she's documented all of it step by step on the Go Girl magazine worldwide website, where she's celebrating creating comedy and outsmarting the cancel mob. She's basically just racist millennial JoJo Siwa, and guys, look, we could sit here all day reading her life story, but why waste our time doing that when there's a whole movie about it? Yes, believe it or not, the 2024 film I Want to Be Ninja the movie does tell Jennifer's life story, but not in the way you'd think. It's like a dramatic documentary mixed with Darman, mixed with Spider-Man and Elsa. Our disaster of an adventure begins with Jennifer delivering pretty much the same information that you can find on her blog, some of it word for word, but hearing her speak is next level. Her storytelling is batshit. She'll be talking about something super serious, and then she'll throw in like the wildest name drop of all time.
Over time, I started to grow sad inside, depressed. I didn't know what was going on with me though. I thought, I have everything money can buy. Why am I feeling like this? And then I remembered I had met Mother Teresa when I was a little girl.
She goes on to detail her loss of a life of riches, a story that brings her to tears, which is just insane considering the circumstances. But we'll see how she crawled out of rock bottom in a bit, because we have something really confusing to deal with first. She's trying to build this whole cinematic arc with the documentary bits where she's like trying to reclaim her life and become the ninja. So she talks to this guy who makes katanas.
I have 158 copies of Hitler's.
Have one, but apparently the rule in this universe is that you have to wait 1 year. And while she waits 1 year, she decides to make a YouTube-style movie. That is the setup to this film. So are we about to watch a racist apologist documentary or a quirky YouTube sketch? Yes.
I love the greatest.
Yeah, take a look at my my screen at my stats.
I can't even read. I know I can't even read your attack. You mentioned having 158 like fucking hit lists.
Not sure if you could tell, but that's Jennifer Murphy.
Let me count that. Hold
When
on.
the kid gets home, they reveal his mother, who is
That's
Jennifer
30
Murphy.
billion.
Go girl. How terrifying would
30
that be?
million?
Going
30
to your
million
first
attack. Oh my
illicit
God.
dealing experience, and then coming home to realize that your mom was the dealer and Jennifer Murphy. Go. All right, let's chill with that. Hold on. Look at this shit. Comics games. Cool, bro. I'm sorry, that's mean. I think my favorite thing about this room is the fact that it's entirely covered in superhero
When I hit
stuff,
the next
except
rest area,
for
I'll
one
take a look at
indication
it.
that he may also want to be heavyweight champion. Oh, it's just so creepy and manufactured looking. Look at the rug. You can still see the creases in it. That shit came in from Amazon yesterday. So the kid's reading the comic, and we're seeing it all play out. And we meet this character, Chow, who hates everything. That's his whole thing. He's just a dick.
Go for Chow. The numbers? It's good, but it's not good enough. You gotta go higher. Way higher. What? Then tell Chow said so. So do it and just get it done.
Yes, sir. Whoever was on the other end of that phone call is screwed. That was hardly a
Where
conversation.
are
Chow
the
is an
last
influencer
few
of some
mobs?
sort. We're never really given specifics,
I
but
have
we do know two things. Number one,
universe
he has a
crushing
lot
power,
of money.
but I
Number
can't
two,
find
he
them.
hates Go Girl.
What the heck?
Oh, there we go.
Great smiles and cheers? Oh, can't have that. I see on my monitor. Go Girl.
I'm sorry, what? We've switched styles like 3 times in the first 10 minutes. I don't even know if the movie has started yet. I think she like remembered that The Office was funny, and she was like, oh, let me throw that in there real quick. Chow stalks Go Girl as she leaves her toy factory. Oh, a little bit of a Go Girl lore there. And when she does, Chow does the absolute unthinkable and builds a pipe bomb that he then hides in her factory via 24-hour challenge.
What?
Perhaps a reshoot with any other gesture would have done the trick, but that looks terrible. As Go Girl gets ready to get her revenge, she sings the opening verse of her infamous tune, which we're now learning is actually a song about Go Girl and Chow. Confidently, I can say that's the context I never needed, but I will admit, the line chop Chow down to Chinatown unfortunately makes a bit more sense now.
I want to chop Chow down, take Chow down to Chinatown.
Oh, yeah, except for the fact that ninjas are Japanese.
Oh my god.
So actually, it's still pretty fucking wild. We'll get back to the song in a bit. It becomes more relevant later on, but right now, you know, I want to see what Go Girl and Chow are getting into, okay?
Oh, I can't push the boot. 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh.
Yo! man. Just do one more take. A voiceover, at least. Still ends up busting on her anyway, and unfortunately, the kid loves it. Fascinating character choice, though, really. I thought they would have had him rooting for Go Girl, unless it was, you know, some kind of mistake. Yeah, that's pretty likely.
Go Girl is so gullible. Oh, that was just a little appetizer. That was just a little snippet. Oh, you're going to hit the real entree now, the whole course. You're going to get the whole Korean barbecue, the super special combo of the chow.
Oh, guys, I gotta say, I hate this. This feels like unsupervised MAGA playtime. The equal amount of damage and beauty that camera accessibility has brought to society must be recognized. With that in mind, however, we must continue our story because now we are in a boardroom at what I assume is the Go Girl office. These gals are advising Jen against taking on Chow without proper precaution. Yet, despite having only one line of dialogue each, none of them even seem capable of remembering what they had for breakfast today.
Yeah, Girl headquarters.
Have you seen his ninja moves? Even your glitters and gadgets it's not enough.
It's highly confusing, but this appears to be the scene where she decides that she wants to become a ninja. We can infer this because she proceeds to play like half of the I Want to Be Ninja music video, which I don't know if I've ever seen the actual music video before, but this is just something else, man.
Maybe I too could be ninja.
Folks, while we're playing checkers, this movie is playing Frogger. The passage of time is somewhat linear, but at most
This movie's playing what?
you
Frogger?
just have to accept the present moment for what it is. The next 10 or so minutes of the movie are just non-stop bullshit shenanigans that intend to be funny and charming. However, in reality, it just makes the actual plot super difficult to follow. Here's what we gather, though. Chow is literally breaking into children's bedrooms while they're sleeping and stealing all of their stuff. It's like the Grinch showing up in the middle of the summer. Once again, this is just another long-winded setup for Go Girl to be the hero, this time by giving back to the victims of Chow with what appears to be a collection of Five Below toys and Go Girl commemorative merchandise. Needless to say, this makes Chow very upset.
Go Girl!
But it also allows us to stop focusing on the YouTube movie for a moment and focus on real life again. Meaning, we get to talk about the song.
I decided to create a song for a music video and to perform at my pink carpet launch party for Jennifer Murphy Beds. The melody came to me naturally. The lyrics they just flowed out of me. But something was missing. It was a little plain. And then I realized I needed to have an ancient, historic ninja accent.
All of the information that I've learned about the conception of this song has only made my view of it worse, which is shocking considering my baseline opinion. The sole fact that she thought that this was a creative way to launch her Murphy Bed company lets me know that I don't need to hold any empathy for her. No, guys, seriously? Tell me where the crossover is. Tell me, because I just don't see it. She shows a compilation of a bunch of YouTubers reacting to her song and proceeds to shame them for assuming that the Asian girl in the background of the performance video was taking offense. Because guess what? Woke mob, they became friends the night of that performance, and now they're having a cinematic sword fight. I mean, Jesus Christ, man, I cannot think of a more racist way to say that you're not racist.
I inspired her to get into beauty pageants. She became Miss New York, she got back into dancing, and I've just seen her blossom over the last 7 years. I'm so proud of her, and we're great friends.
So that whole documentary section was basically just a way for her to say, guys, I'm not racist. The accent is just hilarious. The accent was a part of the joke and intended to make it even funnier. Oh, wow. See, I'm not even exaggerating. Having always been a huge fan of Ryan Higa on YouTube, one of my favorite videos he had made was How to Be Ninja. Ryan and his ninja video were part of the inspiration behind me writing the character of a ninja for Chow to play. You really can't make this shit up, dude, okay? 28-year-old Jennifer Murphy was out partying with Donald Trump while being subscribed to Ryan Higa. Do you think she ever tried to show him any videos? I'm gonna be honest, I don't necessarily know what that means. Really, I don't know what any of this means, but I'm just gonna keep on pushing through this disaster. Let's see, let's find a point that matters. Oh, actually, I want to talk about something that doesn't matter first. There's a scene where she's working and out of nowhere comes her fairy twinkle twin. I thought she was gonna do something magical and helpful, like give her powers or grant a wish or something, but no, she's just like,
You are strong. You are capable. And I want you to know that your fairy twinkle twin will always be near you, nearby.
What?
To help light up your world, to bring you a little magic.
so fucking do something! She doesn't, by the way. I wouldn't be surprised if this scene was just an excuse to pop out the green screen for a little fun. Feels like that's a lot of what happens in this film. It's as if at points she fails to remember what she's actually trying to do.
I met Jennifer Murphy about 15 years ago. She was
Yeah, okay, what the fuck is going on here? So this is her actual boxing trainer in real life, who's glazing the fuck out of her, by the way.
She's a go girl. There you go. There you go.
He goes from talking about this super low point in Jen's life to talking about Chow, which is really odd to me because that dark time in her life was very real. Chow is not.
And you know, with Chow, you got to remember, positive plus positive equals success. Chow is negative energy. Don't mind that, because without the haters, there wouldn't be no players like yourself, Jen. Down to Chinatown.
Okay, wait. When you say it normally, it's actually kind of hard, right? I wanna be ninja, hey, I wanna be ninja. I wouldn't be surprised if half of the people who appear in this movie were either unpaid or simply just unaware that they were even in a movie altogether. There's a scene where she's out on the street and she rushes this street performer. It seems like they might know each other in real life, but it is painfully obvious that he was asked to do this on the spot.
I need you to help me.
For what?
Chow is
What happened with
Chow is back and forth, up and down, left and right, trying to sabotage me and Go Girl. And
okay, what do you want me to do?
I need moves, man. I need moves.
Like backflips?
However, the activity
Like
that precedes
backflips?
this is probably one of the most jaw-dropping moments in the entire film.
Johnson, I'm here.
Oh, hi, welcome to my studio. I'm so happy.
I'm so excited. Thank you. I'm so excited to learn Chinese calligraphy.
Why is this happening? She's doing it on purpose, right? Like the China thing, it has to be rage bait at this point. She has to know that ninjas are a Japanese thing. Like I actually refuse to accept otherwise. Oh dear Christ in heaven, look at this. She's drinking fucking tea. I'm baffled at this point. How can a simple attempt at being open-minded be so close-minded?
Do you think if I drank tea every day and quietly, would it help me get better at becoming a really good ninja and be very stealthy?
Well, like, wow. How would you guys feel if we skipped the yacht party montage, huh? Would you be absolutely crushed if we did that? It's odd, this almost looks like a filming rap party that they just decided to throw into the movie last minute because it looked fun. Look, this guy's just fucking recording on his phone. You know you're making a movie right now, right? The following set of sequences details Chow's next debaucherous scheme, which is hacking into the Go Girl mainframe and vandalizing the front cover of their latest magazine issue. Naturally, one would apply logic to this situation and think, oh, okay, well, someone's just gonna come in the morning and see that someone fucked with it and fix it before printing it.
All right, Daniel, perfect timing. Here you go. Here are the magazines. Got your bag. Your bag looks good. Oh. It's fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah. It's fine.
Since when has applying logic ever worked in one of these movies? Seriously, like, am I wasting my time?
It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
I just quit.
Adults are cringing and magazine sales are plummeting.
Chow!
Victory. I love to deliver victory on a silver platter for her to eat.
Wow, that was the worst one. Holy shit. Never in my life have I heard someone butcher such a simple line. Oh, by the way, this guy isn't even the original Chow. My friend Peter, who was the original Chow, decided to bow out once the early controversy began. I don't necessarily blame him. Standing up to the cancel mob is not for the faint of heart. I knew I needed to find someone who had as much love as I do for comedy, and who wasn't afraid to speak their mind. This passage right here is a perfect example of real-time natural selection. She's never super specific about this Peter guy in her blog, but from what we've seen here so far, That game time decision may have literally saved his life. This next part here probably takes the cake for most racist moment in the film, so I would just prepare yourself now.
You guys, it's time. I travel to the misty mountains of China. I meditate with the ancient Buddha of Asia.
Yeah, it's absolutely fucking insane. I mean, it's almost impressive. Almost. Obviously, scenes like this speak for themselves, right? Because, you know, what do you say? I'm just on the edge of my seat right now, waiting to see how this ties into the overall plot, because right now, it's not looking good.
How was your trip?
We couldn't believe that you actually went to China.
You know, I had a feeling, and it actually was amazing, life-changing, and eye-opening.
Man, rich white people need to be stopped. What the fuck?
Merch. Oh, dear Christ. I don't even want to know what you were doing in China that inspired you to start mass producing, but I have a damning suspicion. Anyway, we're finally getting into our last documentary section here, which, thank God, it might be the most bizarre one. She details her near-death experience in a whitewater rafting incident where she was basically getting sucked down a river for 10 minutes.
I didn't wear a life jacket. Not very smart.
When she eventually got pulled out of
Oh
the
gosh,
water, though,
my
she
chat is all
alleges
the way
an
scrolled back up
interaction
to
between
tuna
her
wrap.
and her sister.
I was saying, Julie, Mary, help! And they pulled me onto the raft, brought me to the shore, sat me down, and Juliana asked, "What did the rocks whisper?" I told her, they said, "Go with the flow."
If that was the first thing that my brother said
Thank
to
you,
me after an
lovely.
experience like that, I would immediately bite his throat out. By the way, she doesn't give much context for this situation in the movie, but if you check her blog, she also explains that immediately after the experience, they started smoking a joint. Somehow she relates this go with the flow mantra to cancel culture, and she launches
It's
into this
loading
podcast
very
compilation
slowly.
that consists of various clips. Some are podcasters just laughing and making fun of her, and some are just the worst people you know giving their opinion on cancel culture.
Why do you think wokeness is so destructive?
Like wokeness basically wants to make comedy illegal, which is not cool.
It's just funny because plot-wise, they're not doing anything that combats even the idea of cancel culture. It just feels like a constant back and forth of, hey guys, people can change. Hey, check out my shitty movie. Hey, you know, I think everyone deserves second chances. I love Ryan Higa. I get what she's trying to do though, or at least what she thinks she's doing. It's very clear that she wanted to make one of those movies that you couldn't make today, but that's incredibly difficult to pull off when I can't figure out if your character is trying to hit a punchline or struggle through a stroke. Of course it's not okay to laugh when a joke is intentionally malicious towards a group. However, she just can't stop herself. However, if the joke is well delivered, thought-provoking, and inspires a new perspective, it should be received with praise and laughter. All right, let's allow that to be the hypothetical case for a moment, all right? Can you point me to a single moment in the film where you achieve any of those things? Because so far I have only experienced a lack of thought, and there's only 28 minutes left in this movie, so I highly doubt she's gonna end up holding herself to that standard.
The following is a paid advertisement for Ninja Knives, proudly brought to you by Google TV.
No.
You know what, guys? Maybe I was wrong. That was the funniest thing I've ever seen. By the way, the whole plan now is just to sell a bunch of shit under the Go Girl brand, which I guess would have been a decent plan by itself. But she also decides to start making Chow brand slap chops, which is just unbelievably stupid because obviously he ends up meeting with a lawyer to sue her.
So sit down, let me tell you what happened yesterday.
Ooh, I can't wait for this.
As you know, she was served, and I heard she cried like a baby.
I want to cover the absolute stupidity of the ending of this film, but first, I feel like I was a little harsh towards the fairy Twinkle Twin. I judged her on advice
Email's
alone,
not
okay?
loading.
But
I'm
as
gonna
we all know,
refresh.
You can't judge a book by its cover, all right?
Old.
I learned from these mistakes.
Hog.
Anyway, she gives her a taser that ultimately
Oh
is used to
my
defeat Chow
God.
after an unnecessarily lengthy fight scene. So when you put those two sequences back to back, it really just feels like a lazy way of tying the story together. You know, it's like dropping an AR-15 in the middle of a medieval battle.
Try it, Chow.
I gotta say, this is not what I thought you meant by take Chow down to Chinatown.
Oh, okay, so yeah, okay, so it was a waste of time. It was a waste of time, my God. Oh my God. You know what, I'm not going to cover any of the other details because Jennifer Murphy has taken up enough of our precious time today. Folks, I do have one final thought though. I know that it is not
emote
surprising
is
that people like
private,
this
it
exist,
says.
but what is absolutely shocking to me was Jennifer Murphy's ability to make a movie in 2024 that felt like it came straight out of 2014. And I know she wasn't intending to do that. Her horrendous and outdated sense of humor is truly bizarre to me considering just how long it's been since the original incident. How do you socially disconnect yourself so heavily from the world to the point where you cease to age with it? Especially when we live in a time of such instant social connection. The vibe, the character, the comedy, it all relies on a culture that no longer exists. One of my big takeaways here. Other than that, guys, I'm just glad that I don't have to look at any of her other work. Damn it. See, every time I say that, something else pops up across my feed, and here we go. Here we go. I know I pooped all over you at the beginning with the merch stuff, so I won't hold you too long at the end here, but I love you. And, you know, I want you to comment. Comment everything. Guys, Jennifer Murphy, what else is there to say? Except... Alright, guys, you're gonna have to bear with me today. I'm pretty ill, okay? But... I think that's only going to make this video better. Floyd Mayweather is undeniably one of the...
Alright, you know, I kind of just take a lot of stuff at face value.
Undefeated 15-time world champion Floyd Mayweather was fighting Logan Paul.
I'm like, yeah, this looks funny.
Well, let's be real, I wasn't actually that surprised. Because who wouldn't want to get in the ring with this guy? Hell, even I would. And you're probably thinking, Andy, hold on. Andy. Yeah, sure, he would win, obviously, but that's not the point. No matter how long I would last in that ring, I would still get a chance to do one very important
I saw it was because he was from the last video that we were adding it.
Shut up! You guys know that meme about annoying children in internet videos? You know, oh, he's our little comedian.
It's floating.
It's a floater.
The Paul brothers
As
are
a way to
basically
mock
what
him.
happens when a child like that never gets humbled. And I think about that a lot because that could have been me. And then my parents forced me to play flag football, and thank God, because these boys spent a majority of their teen to adult years missing the mark in just about every aspect of their careers. Last summer, I took a look at a movie called A Genie's Tale, a 2022 movie that starred not only Jake Paul, but also that dancing kid.
Why do we have Jake Paul on screen? What is happening?
Confusing to me because as a younger brother, I've always understood it that brothers are there to learn things from each other. You know, the older brother does something stupid, and then the younger brother doesn't do that. But clearly that dynamic never existed in the Paul household because why would Jake Paul participate in a horrendous
Okay, I
movie
think it should be
only
there
3
now.
years after Logan Paul did this?
I really did.
Whoa, wrong clip, wrong clip.
Yeah.
Wrong clip. 2019 saw the release of Logan Paul's movie Airplane Mode, which I hesitate to even call a movie because it reads more like an hour-and-a-half long 2016 YouTube sketch starring everyone that you don't want to see. So we're gonna dive into this today, but in case you experience any emotional damage along the way, I think I have just the thing for you.
And hi to our lurkers in chat.
Does it look like I'm hurt? Well, if I was in an accident, guess who I would call?
Let's just make things simple. Like when we first met on chat roulette. When I first connected, fell in love, and the sparks flew. When I asked you those deep personal questions like, what were those? Oh yeah, age, sex, location.
Hey Logan, I'm ready to take this to the next level.
The first 30 seconds of the film strike us with the horrifying realization that not only is Logan Paul about to play himself, but we're about to see him jack off almost instantly. I should probably mention that this project was actually filmed all the way back in 2016, meaning there was a 3-year gap between conception and release. Huh. Any guesses as to why? All right. Enough with the clip. I I think we get it. No, yeah, that was the actual reason for the delay on this film. And you're gonna see in a few minutes here, but I am shocked that after all of that, someone decided, yeah, this is gonna change the narrative for sure. Basically what we're given here is a 2019 film that carries the dated humor of 2016. So yeah, this is just gonna sting all over. This humor is even present.
I got scared by the mannequin in this background.
1980 film Airplane, except in this poster, the plane is dabbing. This film obviously makes a lot of cheap references to that one, which we'll get to later, but I just wanted to set the scene a little bit. Logan Paul filmed a dead guy, and then he put this out. Apology accepted, Logan. Huh? What? No, I'm sorry. I gotta watch. All right, so let's get back to the film here. Logan pulls his Jerkins lotion out of his jack-off drawer, which is so... It's so funny. But all of a sudden, someone bursts into the room, and Logan's like... The guy who walks into the room is Wampa, a former Viner turned YouTuber who apparently had this big water scandal a few years ago. I don't know. It's a lot to get into, but we have a movie to watch, okay? Anyway, he's busting in to get some almond milk from Logan's nut milk drawer. And guys, the sexual humor is already exhausting. The Jerkins, the nut milk, the drawer. By the way, I didn't mention this, but he winks at his parakeet before jerking off. It is just a mess, man.
Okay. My turn.
Oh my god, no! This is a crime against humanity. I mean, this is just unprecedented. You're telling me that at the same time we see Logan Paul whacking the beef stick, we have to deal with a Lele Pons review too? That's like getting in a car crash because you were distracted watching a car crash video. Well, she's here now. Not a whole lot we can do about that. And might I say, from moment one, this film has been nothing but in your face and overstimulating. You know, sometimes I worry that my videos are too over the top.
Oh, I wish she could brain him with that.
And be a total hater, though. Okay, we all know that Lele Pons is highly unfunny, but I feel like people have always secretly accredited that to her being a woman, and I don't know. I don't fuck with that mentality. Because if there's one thing that Lele Pons knew how to nail every single time, it was physical comedy. That girl was either kicking someone's ass or getting her ass kicked almost consistently. But now that I'm done giving her the benefit of the doubt, let's see if Logan can finally get his rocks off, huh?
Oh man, I can't get any privacy around here. Okay.
Hey, oh, god damn it! Now you're throwing King Batch in the mix? Hell, now I want to jerk. King Batch has a special place in my heart. You know, I feel like he's kind of going through a little bit of a renaissance right now. I feel like his vines are kind of in their post-irony era right now. You know, he's been memed to death so hard that he's kind of untouchable at this point. And looking back at some of his stuff, it was actually pretty funny.
Yeah, and I hate to break it down, but your girlfriend probably got a dick.
This convention's gonna be the fucking tip!
All right, man. All right. Honestly, totally forgot about her. So they start talking about this event called #Tagacon, and all these washed up personalities start appearing. It's supposed to be like a VidCon-esque thing, but it is in this moment that
just the random transphobia, and then we just keep going.
As to what that is.
Yeah, that's literally why they invented conventions, so you can fuck. It's like the only place you can cheat on your wife and get a free gift basket. The gift baskets, but the cheating?
Well, I
That's pretty messed up.
break that down.
What is wrong with men?
You'd think that there's maybe a side goal to the film, you know, like meeting fans at the convention, networking, literally anything else, but no. No, they all just want to perception of being way too aggressive. It is revealed that in order to get there, they need to take a plane. Like the dabbing one on the cover. But Logan is apparently afraid of flying because in a flashback, we learn that he tried to jump off of a tree with cardboard wings and broke both of his femurs. So fucking funny, man. I actually think that this is one of the most realistic things that happens in this movie. Logan Paul would almost definitely do something like this as a child. You cannot convince me otherwise.
That's the dumbest story I've ever heard. You ain't the fucking Wright brothers, motherfucker.
I mean, come on, he's a little funny, right? Well, that comedy gets ruined seconds later in possibly, guys, this is maybe the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in a movie. They all just start yelling and jumping again for no reason, to which Logan replies,
Stop. Guys, I'm not going, and stop jumping, we have termites.
And what would you expect to happen next? You think they're just gonna keep jumping until the scene cuts? Well, that's what I thought at first.
The termites! Termites? What do you mean termites?
Are there laws against this? Like, Like, can you show this? Why are they showing this? We're 8 goddamn minutes into the film. You know what? To give them credit, I would have never come up with that. By the way, this film was given a TV-14 rating, which means it's not intended for people under the age of 14, but I got a few major problems with that. Number 1, they've already dropped the F-bomb like 3 times. Number 2, we're already watching 2 insects get down and funky. Number 3 is the biggest one, though. Who over the age of 14 is a Logan Paul fan? It's the same issue I had with Colleen Ballinger's show. You can rate a show any way you want, but you know who your audience is. You know. Anyway, all that jumping sends them through the floor and onto another floor. So at least we get a break from the sex jokes for a bit.
Just would have been fun to tear up Australia with you.
Australia?
Yeah, but it's fine. I just call a hooker. She can do the job.
It's in Australia?
Bro,
I just don't get it. There's a massive difference between innuendo and straight up softcore. But there's nothing soft about this scene because yes, Logan gets so excited about the prospects of meeting his Australian girlfriend in real life that he does that. This scene is essentially just all of the characters getting super excited about boobs and sex and Australia, but the incessant vulgarity becomes so off-putting so quickly. You know when someone tells a joke and it's like, ha ha ha, that's pretty funny, and then they do the same thing again, and it's like, okay, and then they do it again, it's like, yeah, so this movie is that, but for an hour and a half. Because in the next scene, and you know, I really just gotta gloss over it at this point, Logan has an argument with his bottle of lotion because it's jealous that he's finally going to meet his girlfriend. Guys, this is so bad, okay? I'm already exhausted 10 minutes into the film.
Then run me on your
And that's a damn shame, because on the way to the airport, we're introduced to the main villain of the film, you guessed it, motherfucking Vitaly, baby.
Okay, so I did some research because when I was making this video, I was like, what the fuck is Vitaly up to now? YouTube star Vitaly alleged victim's brutal injury photos. Alleged victim? Yeah, apparently he jumped out of the bushes and just attacked this random jogger. Literally for no reason. But then you scroll down to the bottom here, related articles. YouTuber Vitaly says KSI can win Logan Paul fight because he's black. What the fuck? I guess in this universe he's still a YouTube prankster. The only difference is that he kills people. But we'll get back to him in a bit because we gotta see what's going on over at the airport.
What do you mean he kills people?
Have a great trip.
That's so cursed.
I hate it. I don't think I'm being over dramatic. It's not funny. It's just weird. Oh. I'm ready to get an apple. Had they spread these bits, I don't know, any further apart in the film, maybe I'd consider a chuckle, but this is not hitting, bro. Oh, Andy, why don't you try making a film? Why don't you try writing and producing a film all in it? No, I know I could do better than this. That's the thing. Next up is an airport security scene that has way too many cameos. Anyone remember this girl?
You in possession of any explosives?
Nope. Just this bomb-ass pussy.
All-male writing team, by the way. Just, keep that in mind. But you got Roman Atwood, David Dobrik, Casey Neistat. Guys, the list goes on, but there's one concept in this film that we haven't gotten to yet, which I think is just the icing on the cake. Racism.
Bag check.
What? Why? Sir? I just have a laptop. It starts to become more and more of a trend in the film, and while it's not as exhausting as the sex jokes, it just doesn't work, dude. Another example of this is when Wampa has to go through immigration, which is essentially just a big room full of stereotypes, complete with a TSA agent deporting people. Once they're finally on the plane, Logan meets this girl, Jenna, but what's even better is that we also learn that the co-pilot's name is Penis. Get it?
Lick your lips.
This film is actually proving to be a bit of a challenge for me because as much as I love to yap, so much happens so quickly in this film that I can't even decide what to point out. Like, watch this. This is 15 seconds of the film, uncut and unaltered.
Wow, look at all this leg room. It's crazy. I can't even reach my tray table.
Jesus Christ.
That being said, we're moving on because I have yet another character to introduce you to.
Look at you, my little fluffy-haired cub scout.
This is Bruce, the flight attendant. Apparently him and Logan have this telepathic connection, once again, for no reason. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but he's gay. I mean, goddamn, the writing team for this movie must have been highly diverse. So much culture, so much representation. Yeah, also Jake Paul has a writing credit on this film, but he's not in it. I don't know what that's about, but I think that introduces us to all of our characters, so now it's time for a gamble. I don't know. There is a gun pointed at me behind the camera, and all you have to do to save me is name every character from memory. Well,
please turn your cellular and electronic devices to airplane setting.
Hey, fuck that! I'd rather die than turn my shit off. I'd rather die so you kill me, motherfucker. Wait, please
well, now we're being launched into this absolute brain rot montage where instead of turning on airplane mode, everyone starts using their phones so aggressively that it looks like they're using one for the first time. Like this shot here is so 2016. Oh yeah, swipe, swipe, swipe. In fact, the phone use is so intense that it causes the entire cockpit to explode and the pilots just straight up die. In the main cabin, Logan and Jenna seem to be getting along pretty well. Let's see what they're chatting about.
You know, I know what it's like to be cheated on. Yeah, this one time during midterms, this Asian girl kept looking over at all my answers. Which is ironic, you know, because she's Asian. I should be cheating off of her.
I could stand here, surprise. I could, but I'm not. One of the flight attendants goes into the cockpit to check on the pilots, and they reference this bit from the original Airplane movie where it looks like one of them is getting sucked off. By the way, when we say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, this is not what we're talking about. Hey, you know why that bit worked in Airplane, though? Because they weren't doing it every minute and a half.
Attention all passengers, we have reached our cruising altitude of 38,000 feet. It is now safe to unfasten your seatbelts.
Unfasten? You mean turn up?
Yeah, it's another montage. Once again, it is filled with unnecessary bullshit, making this film just feel like one big YouTube rewind. It's as if it's the only thing they know how to do. You know what I mean? All right, action. Turn down for what? Cut, yeah, okay. What the fuck was that? I can't even show half of this montage because there's just like straight up exposed bodies in it. Obviously I can't show that. I'm just so baffled because like as far as I'm concerned, there's only one version of this movie out there. You know, this isn't like an unrated cut or anything. Like this is the movie. And it's rated TV-14. The following scene is between Brittany Ferlin and Bruce. I'm going to entirely skip it because it's pretty much just them insult battling each other while Brittany tries to steal alcohol. God fucking damn it. This baby ends up getting away from its mother, and guys, I'm pointing this out because it's going to lead up to one of the worst things I have ever witnessed in a movie. I swear to God, it might be illegal.
Coffee, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay, and how would you like it?
Like I like my women, black and full of cream.
Okay, yeah, that's another bit from the original Airplane movie. It's like if you took the original bit and you traumatized it. Oh, look, someone's getting that sloppy. That's hilarious. Oh, yeah, look at how funny it is when the cop shoves random food in Vitaly's face. Yeah, that's funny.
What the fuck you looking at, Aladdin?
Oh, that's we're now 30 minutes into the film, which is great, because that means we only have about an hour left, but you're probably wondering, what's the story? So far, nothing has actually happened in the film. They've pretty much spent the last 30 minutes introducing us to people and telling bad jokes as much as humanly possible. Even if you want to argue the fact that the story is about Logan and Jenna's relationship, you can't because their relationship barely changes. All they do is flirt in the worst way imaginable.
There's nothing more I could possibly learn about your balls.
Oh, you'd be surprised. They could do a whole 60-minute special on my balls.
Does your internet girlfriend know about your deflated testicle?
It's not deflated. And no, we have not crossed that bridge yet.
Why they attempted to make that a tender moment is beyond me, but it doesn't matter because something finally happens. The flight attendant finally discovers that both of the pilots are dead, so she goes and gets that cop for help. Then they go to the cockpit. Logan shows up because obviously he has to. And right before the cop is able to save the day by landing the plane, Vitaly shows up out of nowhere and snaps his neck. Next scene.
Have you seen my baby? Have you seen my baby?
What did I find? Oh, you look starving.
So this guy, oh man. So this guy ends up getting a hold of the baby. And what I'm about to show you is very,
Well, I think I can breastfeed this random baby wherever the fuck I want. Okay? God gave me nipples, and I'll be damned if I don't use them, okay?
Okay, well, little science lesson. Men don't produce breast milk, incidentally, so...
No.
The most disturbing part to me is the fact that they're using a real baby. I don't know if I'm overthinking it, but something about this feels very wrong to me. There's a shot in this sequence that I refuse to show on here, but if you're curious, it's at about 35 minutes and 50 seconds. Everyone in the creation of this film needs to be looked into. You know what else needs to be looked into?
Please wake up. Please wake up. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Logan attempts to get help from Wampa in a scene that is entirely useless because by the end of it, Wampa just decides to find someone to hook up with. Then he attempts to get Jenna's help, which is also useless because she starts freaking out, and then Logan farts. Yeah, I know you guys were waiting for that one. Oh, by the way, Vitali's been kidnapping the flight attendants this whole time. Not sure why no one's gotten tipped off on that yet. Not even Logan's been concerned about it, and he got knocked out by him and woke up with a Soviet sticky note on his head. But we're still not gonna worry about that because now these suckers are gonna try to fly the plane themselves.
I take it you're not the pilot. No, my name is Logan Paul.
You're not a terrorist, are you, mate?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Hey, Google, can you show me a picture of Osama bin Logan? Don't do that. Don't do that. I do have to take a pause here to congratulate the film, though, okay? Because it's officially gone 5 minutes without a sex joke. My God.
No, I'm a social media sensation.
We're a bit full of ourselves, aren't we, mates? Why don't you stroke the tip a bit more?
I've never wanted to stop working on a video more. I'm being dead serious. Well, this air traffic control guy informs them that all they need to do to land the plane is turn on autopilot, which unfortunately Logan destroyed. Also, way to make my editing job harder. See this blurred out thing in the corner? I don't even care about explaining what that is. All right, 30 minutes left. 30 minutes left. I got this. I can do this. I can do this. John! Kiss me, man! No, that scene absolutely sucks, and once again is useless, but while they figure things out, I want to check in on Wampa. I don't want to check in on Wampa. We should check in on Vitali, though, because his plan is to poison the oxygen supply on the plane so that he can kill the passengers. For some reason, this is similar to the plot point in the original Airplane film where the fish is poisoned. Cool. Now, I'm tired of this shit. You know, it's a shame because if I really detach myself from it for a moment, I can recognize the fact that this film has potential. You know, all you have to do is recast it and rewrite it. Just scrap the film. Wampa and Brittany do the deed. Gonna blur that out. But I guess the goal of the film is achieved, right? But you're probably wondering, honestly, no, you're probably not. You're probably wondering how Vitali is actually gonna get the oxygen masks to come down. Well, this guy just keeps on opening doors. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, wait, I get it, dude, I get it. It's a prank! Panic, 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 crashing, crashing, crashing. Oh, also King Batch dies. I think that's hilarious. This movie is like the perfect edge, you know? I can't think of a better group of people to be going down in a plane crash. And I've been waiting an inappropriate amount of time for it to happen. All right, let me just skip ahead here a little bit. Okay, this is something. Let's go. Yeah, so Logan and Vitali have a huge fight scene, which Logan actually ends up losing, so he gets taken down to the cargo hold. No, you know what? No more story. I have been done with this film since moment one, okay? And I've only done this a couple times before, but I'm gonna summarize the rest of this film because it's not even worth breaking down. Here we go.
I hope you die!
This is just a flash wound. Have a safe flight, Captain.
What the fuck?
Once that happens, the engine explodes, forcing Logan and Jenna to land the plane now, but not before using a black scent.
I guess I'm gonna need to get this.
Oh, this best gonna get got then.
Well, if it's best gonna get got, then ain't nobody better to go and get this and get me.
You gotta get
Oops, I broke my shot.
Oh, the going is good, and I'ma get it while the getting's
After all is said and done, they do end up landing the plane by watching a
Not
YouTube
really.
tutorial made by a child. But landing safely means it's time to snap back to reality. Will they?
Did the video change? Because like I completely spaced out.
Logan's big final plot is to set up Wampa with his online girlfriend so that he can be with Jenna. Holy cow, the movie ends and oh my god, I just need to take a seat on the floor for a minute, guys. Wow. You know, I was starting to feel better today, and this is like, I think this maybe like gave me COVID or something. If you enjoyed this video, please like and subscribe and comment, and you know, today in the comments,
That's a
I want to talk
COVID
about
video.
our favorite brand of audio equipment, like headphones and stuff. What? Art tour coming soon. I promise. I still have 2 more things that I haven't hung up yet. Artists, I know you're waiting on it. I know you're waiting. I'm gonna have it soon. That being said, that is all I have for you this time. But until next time, guys. What would happen if you took a modern day Jake Paul and then you put him in a children's movie? Do you know? Well, I do, because recently I sat down to watch A Genie's Tale, but not tale like story. It's like a dog. This movie is about a dog. In fact, as I sit here and put my thoughts together for the first time, that may be the only redeeming thing about this film. In my last movie review, someone claimed that I think that all children's movies are bad, and you know what? They're right. I do think children's movies are bad. The bad ones, of course. We all know the Paul brothers have a pretty sizable catalog of films up their sleeves, none of which even come close to being watchable. But as far as I've seen, not a single person has decided to cover this movie, and that makes me nervous. Given that my anxiety has never stopped me before, though, I say we hold our breath and dive into this, because boy, oh boy, there's a lot to unpack.
Okay, maybe I should start at the beginning.
All right, I guess we're opening with that trope. That's fine. I'm having a little trouble wrapping my head around this, because what I don't want to do is just immediately call the film out for lazy writing. I mean, literally, the screen is still black. But yeah, man, this shit is so recycled. I feel like I can't even make fun of it because the entire concept of this trope is buried beneath layers of irony. When the screen stops being black, we see that the film was produced by Tons of Fun Productions, and now I'm starting to think this is a money laundering scheme. Have you ever seen a place called, like, Donut Town or Munch Zone and wondered, oh, well, no, I've never eaten there, and I've never seen anyone in there. I wonder what they sell. Well, it would seem that Tons of Fun Productions is the same concept, and guys, the answer is drugs. After the opening credits, we're introduced to these 2 genies named Joe and Mo. What if I didn't tell you who was who? Huh? What would you do about it? So basically, these guys have been stuck in this genie lamp for almost 400 years, and Mo, the one in red, fuck, I gave it away, shit! He's getting excited because he's only 5 wishes away from genie retirement.
I just want to get these 5 wishes over with so I can retire to Cabo for eternity.
I'm not entirely sure what genie retirement entails, nor do I understand the concept of their employment in the first place, but Mo thinks that Joe doesn't take the job seriously enough.
At least I don't have some sort of weird obsession with bow ties.
At least I didn't make the dinosaurs extinct.
At least I didn't create chores.
At least I didn't create broccoli.
Okay, pause here. Are they just straight up God? The broccoli thing is cute and funny, you know, but since when were genies responsible for mass extinction events? Anyway, they fight for a bit, and then we transition into a bedroom where we meet 3 of way too many child actors in this movie. We have Benji, the youngest brother, Drew, the middle child, and Emma, the older sister. And hey, I know that look-based insults are, like, pretty cheap. I really do understand that, but, I hate looking at this child. I was a camp counselor for a number of years, so I can tell you that based on looks alone, this is the exact type of kid that would not be getting snack on my watch. Anyway, Drew's a magician, and he needs help preparing his magic trick because his ex-best friend Lucas dropped his ass.
No wonder Lucas quit being your assistant and your friend.
All right, man, you're probably right, my bad. Well, it turns out that the oldest sibling, Emma, has been recording this entire conversation. And look, I don't know what kind of devious project she's cooking up, but what I do know is that this footage is unusable. Turn it off. After being shown a grotesque close-up of Benji eating cheese balls, we see that Drew is, in fact, not good at magic, so thank God I can hate on it.
You know what you should wish for when you blow out your birthday candles tonight?
What?
Some talent.
And you need to blow your fucking nose. Drew gets butthurt by this absolute betrayal and proceeds to create a dividing line in the bedroom, and that's dumb because they have bunk beds. But at the same time, Mo and Joe are setting up a perimeter of their own, so, okay. Downstairs in the kitchen, the mother returns home after a 3-hour trip to the grocery store.
You know how the grocery store can be.
Uh-huh.
I ran into Jeannie, who wanted to hear all about the vlog.
Ah, okay, there it is. There it is, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Vlogger Mommy is home. Personally, I'd like to know how many calls from your children you ignored while trying to film your Target haul. Hold the phone, though. Because Mom reveals...
I guess you caught me. I did not just go to the grocery store.
I knew it.
No, in fact, she was out picking up an early birthday gift for Drew. Now, when she entered the house, we saw her carrying a ton of bags, right? Yeah, okay, well, how did she manage to sneak a whole ass puppy into the house? Poor fucker was probably gasping for air, trapped under a box of Wheat Thins.
This is so unfair. Drew gets a dog for his birthday? I've asked for one like a million times.
You all get the dog! Apparently the woman at the shelter said that the dog is mini, so it won't get any bigger, but dude, look at the size of this puppy. Your ass just got scammed.
3 kids, a vlog, and 1 small dog is enough for this mom.
Shut your dirty, filthy mouth. Mom reveals that she invited ex-best friend Lucas and his family over for dinner, so does Drew's family just hate him? Well, it would seem so, because according to Emma, the only reason she wants to invite them over is because Mommy wants to take Lucas's dad to the bone zone.
Are you sure this is for Drew's sake and not because you want to see Lucas's dad?
Oh,
guys, come on, ew! Drew and Emma go outside to walk the dog where they see this cranky old lady, Mrs. Crabtree. Then this girl pulls up in a convertible Volkswagen van and holy shit, it's Austin and Ally, like Austin and Ally! Yeah, so this is Jeannie, but not Jeannie like Jeannie, you know, like Jeannie. Fuck! Anyway, she hops out of the van for literally like a split second and Mrs. Crabtree is like,
Jeannie, how many times do I have to tell you not to leave your van running in the middle of the street?
unnecessary bit. Also not funny. Okay, so Jeannie is absolutely quirked up to shit. She's a beauty school reject, and the film makes her out to be really, really dumb. The beauty school told her that she's, quote, not ready to work on people yet, and that's concerning because what does that mean? Whatever it means, she decides on the spot that she's now going to become a pet groomer. And before you ask any questions, don't, okay? We got a lot of movie to get through. The kids then take the dog to a park, and Drew just starts shouting commands at the completely untrained puppy.
Sit. Spin.
Okay, hold on. Spin? Right, sit was understandable, okay? Like, he's already laying down. But, like, this motherfucker is fresh. Spin? Clearly, he hasn't unlocked that upgrade yet.
Come.
No, not that one! Also, I just noticed this, but look at the placement of the pop socket on Emma's phone. That completely defeats the purpose of the device. Like, if she was actually holding it there, this is what it would look like.
Do the trick again! Do the trick again!
As they try to come up with a name for the dog, Emma suggests...
How about Snowball? Seriously.
And normally I would agree with his reaction to that name because that is a name for crusty inbred mammals. But guess what Drew comes up with?
Something magical. Of course you do. What about just magic?
Get it? Because he likes magic. Magic goes over and starts sniffing this hole, and I mean, he's really getting in there. Look at his legs. But little do they know that they're about to dig up the lamp that contains Joe and Mo. In the rumble, Joe ends up getting a hold of Mo's wishing necklace right as Drew begins to, and I don't know what direction he was given here, but I mean, he rubs and lathers the fuck out of that lamp, causing Joe to be transported out. So now we're at the birthday dinner where we meet a few more characters. We got Lucas's father, Lucas's older brother, and this kid, Oliver. Wait, hold on a second. Gotta run some numbers real quick. Yes. Guys, I figured it out. It's the Uncanny Valley dancing kid from TikTok. Holy shit. You guys remember that crazy ad he did for Sonic? That shit was horrendous. Okay, so we have the main kids, right? They're normal because they actually act like children. But if you know me, one thing that I cannot stand in children's movies is when they make the children act like full-blown adults. In this film, however, they go a step further, not only making them act like cheeky adults, but also straight-up sadistic villains.
What's the name of your puppy?
You should name him Wimpy.
Yeah, Wimpy.
Hey.
Just like you.
And I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place here, right? Because I can't stand looking at Drew. But when I look at Lucas, all I see is red. And this, for me, creates a truly captivating film. Because how often do you get to watch a movie where all of the characters are unlikable by accident? Emma has a slightly redeeming moment a few seconds later, though, because she knows that Oliver likes him. So she proceeds to absolutely whip the shit out of him.
You guys are so annoying.
Sorry, Emma.
Speaking of Oliver, when the conversation about the upcoming magic show opens up, he says this.
I've been practicing my act too. Not magic though.
What are you planning, Oliver? Oliver, what's in the bag? So Lucas gets all shady and tells Oliver to come with him to the kitchen. And by the way, the parents just watched all of that and let it happen. You know, a real mom would have hit him with the boys. In the kitchen, once again acting like a 50-year-old man, Lucas slams his cup of water down like a half-empty glass of whiskey and notices the genie lamp sticking out of Drew's bag. He assumes that it's Drew's big trick, so he steals it and Oliver's like, you can't do that. And Lucas is like,
Yeah,
Watch.
He then has a villainous soliloquy, smashes the birthday cake, and wipes it on the dog to blame him. Now, a couple things about this. First of all, everyone believes it.
Oh, Magic, bad puppy.
Second of all, make this make sense. I dare you. That puppy is puny. How's he gonna get on the counter? And fine, let's say he did get up there somehow. Sure. Well, that's chocolate cake. And they don't address it because here they are hours later mourning their awkward party with no concern for the animal.
None for you. None for you. You've had enough.
Go to the vet! So yeah, Mom brings in one surviving slice of cake, telling Drew that he at least needs to blow out his candles and make a wish. His wish is so weird and specific. He wishes for Magic to be as big as the other family's dog, Bruiser. But my question to that is like, what is that gonna do for you? Do you want them to fight? Well, I guess we're gonna find out because the next morning, the dog is fucking huge and that's not all.
Wait, where's Magic? Where's my puppy?
That would be me.
He talks, he talks, he talks. So this is actually Joe, the genie, inside of the dog, and he acts pretty much exactly how you would expect him to.
You're Magic? Who's talking? You're huge.
Yeah, if you could have seen how I was. I'm actually looking pretty fit.
Once again, we are cursed with a talking creature who only speaks in quips. Drew calls Emma in and she freaks out, and then the dog reveals to them that his name is Joseph the Jovial, which, mind you, it's not very magical of a name. It just means he's happy and excited. And then he reveals to them that Lucas was actually the one who did the cake thing. So don't worry, I know you guys were so nervous. Since Drew was the one who rubbed the lamp, that means he's the only one who can make wishes. So he wishes for this weird magic set with a really long name.
Your wish is my command.
That's a suitcase. So because Joe is trapped inside the dog, his magic powers don't work that well. And honestly, okay, it's a pretty decent plot device. You know, it keeps the story moving. I'm letting you have this once. But all of a sudden they hear their mom coming down the hall, so they have to act natural.
I left you breakfast on the table. Benji's already eaten. I'll be in the workout room streaming the vlog, so no interruption.
They don't know what it is. The writers don't know what a vlog is, do they? Outside on the street, the other kids are posted up looking as criminal as you can make children look. They have a fucking K9 unit. They're trying to figure out how to make the genie lamp work. And dude, that is so shocking to me. Maybe I'm just being stuck up, but I'm pretty sure that rubbing a genie lamp is just like common genie lore.
You sure it's even part of a magic trick? Maybe it's real.
What the fuck? Despite all their attempts, they still think it's Drew's secret trick, so they head off to, quote, ask the source. Bye. In the kitchen, the kids eat plain toast and nothing else, so their mother is actually a criminal. So they instead wish for donuts, which goes horribly, and when Benji walks in, I get annoyed. So at this point, they're taking all measures to avoid their mom seeing the dog, but I think that's absolutely ridiculous. The dog lives in the house. She's gonna find out. Benji ends up blackmailing them, demanding candy for silence, but keep in mind, he's only like 7, and that dog is big.
That kid is straight up gangster.
Wait, whoa. Can he say that? The other kids go into a magic shop where Lucas and Drew used to buy their tricks together, but guess who they find there?
Ta-da! Wendell, the Wondrous, at your service.
Well, folks, it's time for us to face our fears. Here's Jake Paul as Wendell the Wondrous. Watching Jake Paul do anything is just generally unbearable, but watching him hide behind his true personality as a character is infuriating. He agrees to investigate the lamp, but as they leave, he tries to sell them on some other magic tricks, and dude, I can't watch.
Something's growing. Oh.
Back at the house, the kids come up with the idea to try wishing Joe out of the dog, but apparently...
Can't we just wish you out of our dog?
I wish. We can't grant wishes for ourselves.
But that doesn't really add up for me, because it wouldn't be a wish for him, it would be a wish for them. Leave. He does let them know that all they need to do to get him out is rub the lamp again, and thinking that Drew has it, he gets excited for a little bit too long.
Woohoo! Woohoo! Woohoo!
Nice moves, Joe.
After rifling through his bag, though, Drew discovers that he does not have the lamp, but all of a sudden, once again...
What a great sesh.
Mom.
What kind of sesh? Where's Lucas's dad? The kids scurry out to hide the dog and take him on a walk, and then we cut back to the magic shop where Wendell is being a piece of shit. While trying to clean the lamp, he rubs it, releasing Mo from his shackles. And folks, would you like to see some more Jake Paul cringe acting?
Hob, back.
Back. Also, guys, update. As I'm editing this, I just noticed that there is a frame of this shot where Jake literally looks into the camera. He's been camera trained for years. I don't understand how he's still doing this. Fuck yourself.
Wendell doesn't believe what he's seeing, so he proceeds to be really touchy and annoying, just as I would expect Jake Paul to do. In the midst of this, we even get to see one of Jake's trashy neck tattoos. Guess they didn't care about covering that shit up. The first thing he wishes for is a new magician's outfit. So you're gonna watch, and then I'm gonna explain.
Your wish is my command.
Okay, number one, I don't think it's appropriate for him to be wearing that. Number two, who thought this hairstyle was gonna work out? Jake's hair is so dead and fucked up that you can see each individual follicle begging for help. But after that's settled, we cut back to Drew and Emma walking the highly trained celebrity dog while he does a trick. Each movement costs $100K. Then they run into Jeannie, who's now picked up dog walking, I guess. She has this one dog, though, that's fucking awesome. It's like this little old-ass chihuahua. I want it so bad.
Seriously, I love grooming dogs way more than people, because if they don't like what I do, they can't say anything.
Out of context, horrible. Horrible. They take Joe back to the spot where Magic originally found the lamp so he can sniff it out, and like someone is about to get stabbed, the evil kids emerge from the forest in a V formation. I'm sorry, just look at him. Do you guys understand what I'm talking about? Like, I need to see this kid get humbled so badly. Anyway, the kids start freaking out.
That's definitely not helping.
Then Joe disguises himself by putting himself in a stroller, which is stupid, and the two teams have a standoff.
Good luck with your top secret trick. You'll need it. What's that supposed to mean?
You know, Lucas annoys me so much that response was actually pretty funny, I gotta say.
You should bring your wimp dog next time. Bruiser could use a snack.
Yeah, okay, the older brother, he's starting to talk too much. I don't like his vibe. Joe picked up the scent of the lamp on Lucas, but was also able to tell that he didn't have it anymore. So sorry, guys. Sounds like you're gonna have to meet Jake Paul. In fact, we meet him again seconds later as he boasts about the lavish new lifestyle he's going to live as a professional magician.
I mean, I really think the fancy and famous lifestyle is going to suit me so well.
Wendell ends up mentioning that the lamp was brought in by some kids, and Mo's like, kids? So he begins his own selfish journey to find them. Back at home, the kids have to hide Joe again because mommy's on a vlog break, and out of nowhere, she's like, hey, remember how I'm fucking your friend's dad?
Oh, sweetie, I know it's hard, me and your best friend's dad.
By the way, after that happens, she finally starts wondering where the dog is 40 minutes into the film. Somehow they get away with the excuse that he's sleeping and she's out of there, and then once again, for the first time in the film, they actually feed the dog. It's like they were halfway through writing this movie and they were like, okay, so he'll get there, and then, oh, shit. Joe doesn't fuck with the food, though, so he literally just pillages the entire kitchen. I actually really like this part, but only because I get to watch a cute dog be really well trained and do smart dog tasks.
I can't believe it's not butter.
Whoa, you guys get the rights for that? But yeah, he makes a big mess, and it's goofy. Whatever. Back at the shop, Mo is concerned about the kids getting access to the lamp, so he tries to convince Wendell to sell them something else.
And that you would love to give them a better one. This one.
That is a good one.
You know, I can smell his stink. Do you guys ever get that sensation? Anyway, everyone seems to have shady motives here, so I'm just gonna move on. Look at this smug motherfucker taking a phone call like he's running a Fortune 500. The phone is so big that it's literally the size of his head. They get intercepted by the other kids and shit goes down.
Oh no, Nerdbot is mad.
Nerdbot. I am Nerdbot.
Okay,
I am
stop.
super
I
mad.
fucking knew it, dude. They couldn't help themselves. They had to have his dancing skills. This ends up turning into a full-blown fight, and Lucas's brother goes crazy like, come on, Lucas, do it. Take the shot. But Lucas can't do it, so he runs away, leaving Oliver a changed man. Now it's seeming like Ryder, the older brother, is becoming the main villain, and I don't really understand that. The whole motive for the rivalry came from Drew and Lucas, so honestly, I think he just wants to kill for sport. What happens next is dumb, though. The dog chases Ryder off, but instead of running after him, he decides to get on a skateboard to chase him. To me, this is the film's way of saying, we know he can run, but we spent a lot of money on this dog. But with Oliver now on the team, they now have new information on the whereabouts of the lamp, so they head off to find it. Also, somehow Joe managed to tie Ryder to a tree, so nothing really matters. Does it? When they arrive at the shop, Wendell distracts the kids, and Joe notices Mo hiding, but when Mo realizes it's Joe, wow, that's exhausting. He's like, I'm gonna get you. But then the kids run away. Oops. This launches us into a huge chase scene. Hijinks and debauchery aplenty. But there's this extra that has a reaction shot in the middle of it, and I think it's fucking great.
Sorry!
The chase sequence is super long, mainly because they do a bunch of unnecessary shit along the way. There's this one part where instead of running, you know, around it, they scale the entirety of a jungle gym just to show off the dog's tricks. Then they make him shoot a basketball so he can say a corny catchphrase.
Look out, here we go. Bam! That's it. Nothing but net.
And then they just end up in a goddamn storage locker. What are we fighting for, guys? Inside the locker, Joe reveals that Mo is indeed his brother, and Benji's like, Then Joe has a whole I deserve my fate monologue, but the kids are like, nah, we got it. And they leave the locker right in time for the others to catch them. Useless. Eventually, they end up spotting Joe and the kids hiding behind a wall, so they set up a cheese ball trail to lure him over, effectively capturing him. Okay, so because the kids are dumb, they think that Joe simply ran away, right? Because it's not like they were being chased or anything. So they embark on a search for him in the woods.
Here, boy.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, honestly, do you think he actually wanted to dance in this movie? Because so far, they've made him dance in the most inappropriate situations possible. Okay, so we know this is a super serious moment in the film, right? Loss, grief, but we were thinking, what if you just started busting it down all funky like? Anyway, this moment becomes quite the conversation piece when Emma stumbles upon him and asks him a highly confusing question.
What do you do?
What do I do? You mean like in general? He reveals that he was actually practicing something for her. And dude, wouldn't it be awesome if that was how he asked her out? I love you. Lucas unties Ryder from that tree, and then he has this huge breakdown about his change of heart. But Ryder is still being aggressive and now has his own motives for the lamp.
If you won't come, then I'll do it myself.
Lucas takes this opportunity to make amends with his old friends, which means now we've got a full-blown team, baby. Okay, so in the following moments, everyone fucks up. Who's surprised? While Wendell tries to hide Joe, Ryder sneaks in and steals the lamp right before the kids show up. Then, in a very confusing turn of events, Joe initiates a game of Marco Polo, which somehow allows them to escape.
Marco!
Polo? Emma, grab Joe!
What?
Now look, I know I'm getting tired of this movie, but at this point in the film, it really just feels like the writers had no idea how to move the plot forward. Ryder takes the lamp home and rubs Mo out.
Hey,
Whoa,
yo, what the
you
fuck?
gotta watch the wording. Then he just straight up threatens Mo, and it basically sounds like he's saying, I know what you people are like.
I know about you genies. I've seen all the movies. You guys are manipulative and dangerous.
Back on the street, Joe explains his relationship with Mo to Wendell, and then Jake Paul tries to act cute, and I hate it.
You see, our lamp was buried in the park.
That's all I needed to show you. Back to Ryder. So because he can't actually make any wishes on account of him not owning the lamp, he's like, okay, guess I'll put it on Facebook Marketplace. Almost immediately, someone named Mr. M messages him about the lamp and flat out offers $1 million for it. So now a 14-year-old boy is going to a random airplane hangar planning to come home with $1 million in cash. No question. The kids arrive right as Ryder leaves to once again find nothing. But when they open his computer and see the messages with Mr. M, they're like, fuck! So they hop into Jeannie's van and they head off to the airport.
Knight Rider 15.
Hi, I'm Chris Hansen. Well, it would seem that Mr. M is a pilot. Not sure why I wasn't tipped off by the airplane hangar. And my first question is like, why does he need it? But if I really think about it, I'm not exactly sure
I'm
why
glad you
any
have
of
fun.
these people need the lamp. I mean, at the very least, they could have given Mr. M like a much more sketchy profession, something like I don't know, like a hotel manager. Anyway, Ryder proves that the lamp is real, but then Jeannie busts in and pretends to be a cop. None of that matters though, right? Like, who cares? Everyone in this movie is dumb. And you know what? Fuck it. I can't take it anymore. You can't take it anymore. So let's just wrap this up, shall we? While she's distracting him, the kids activate a switch on the magic box, which hides the lamp, and Mr. M is like,
That's it. I'm done.
but then Ryder accidentally shakes it out of the box. So Drew says, get that lamp! And everyone jumps for it. Some of them don't even look like they're diving. It's like they were just directed to jump and have fun at the most intense moment of the movie. But none of that matters, because when Ryder does regain control of the lamp, possibly the most unexpected thing in the entire film happens.
Get in the lamp, you miserable.
I'll save you, Mo. Oh.
Oh my God! Is he? Did he?
He's gone.
Holy fucking shit! Now look, I've done plenty of movie reviews where I've joked about characters dying, but I didn't expect them to actually follow through. But don't worry, guys, it doesn't last long, because Wendell uses his final wish to save Joe. The first good thing that Jake Paul has done ever. Oh, by the way, Ryder's like,
Listen, guys, I'm really sorry. I've been a huge jerk.
But you did the right thing, Ryder.
no, Not really. You committed real crime. Okay, folks, now we've reached the end of the film, so I think let's just do like a rundown, yeah? Drew and Lucas do their magic act together, Oliver dances again, but when that's all over, we get tipped off on something rather sus.
Thanks. I won it as part of the prize for the talent show. I get to be featured in the Howler app.
Yeah, okay, this is juicy. It would now seem that this entire movie was just product placement for the very real and on the App Store Howler app. Wendell wears it in the beginning, Oliver's wearing it now, and I'm just sitting here thinking, like, of course. The movie has a happy ending, but at the very end, they decide to do a Where Are They Now section that's way too long. However, the only one I really care about is Wendell's, because they thought it would be cute to say, Wendell sold his magic shop to try his hand at becoming a YouTuber. We hear it's going quite well. Shut the fuck up! And what a great way for it to end, right? Because it's over. Ladies and gentlemen, the movie reviews never stop coming. They're like lightning, they're like zap. I kind of had a hard time with this one. This one genuinely felt a little rougher to get through. It was mainly because the same stuff was happening over and over again, and I was having trouble formulating new ideas, but hey, that means it's bad. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, if you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment for interaction. I don't know what interaction's gonna do to me this time, but I'm feeling crazy. And by the way, guys, I have a rather big announcement here. This is my last video that's ever going to be shot in this room. Pretty crazy, right? This is because I'm moving soon. I'm gonna have a big new office now. The next video will be in a different space that's not in my office, but I can't give away too much about that because where's the fun? But yeah. Take a look at this blurred image. What do you see? To the untrained eye, this image would simply represent color, or an example of the abstract. However, a true expert may have the skill to look deeper and see between the blurred lines. And with just a little bit of enhancement, we may be able to uncover the greatest mystery of all time, Brent Rivera. For those who may not know Brent Rivera, he spent most of his time in the mid-2010s dominating the social media scene, mostly over on Vine. These days, we look back on his older content as some of the highest quality cringe ever released, but we fail to remember that at that time, that was peak. When we look at outdated terms like YOLO, or swag, or, troll, we think back to a time when we ourselves exhibited and experienced said behaviors, thereby inducing the cringe that we now experience. But you know who doesn't see things that way?
Boom! What's up, guys, and welcome back.
Ever since the peak of his career, Brent has seemingly been locked in time, meaning in his mind, if it worked in 2015, who's to say it won't work forever? Hopefully today you'll start to get a better look at all of this, and what a better way to do that than covering what I believe to be the starting point of his demise, Alexander IRL. This is a YouTube Originals movie that came out in 2017, so as far as time is concerned, this is gonna be some top tier Brent content. This movie follows two brothers, one who just wants to be cool and throw an epic party, and one who wants to be the next Mark Zuckerberg. But hey, without giving away too much information, I just say we hop in and get this over with. The film opens to Brent, who plays Alex, staring at this girl Lo in class, accompanied by a blinding amount of lens flare.
Were you just staring at me?
What's going on over there, Lo?
Oh God, please, no. Well, there's Jason Nash right off the bat, so it looks like we got a criminal in the cast. As all things go in movies for bad people, Alex being a pervert pays off.
I have been in love with you forever.
Are you serious? I thought you didn't know I existed.
How could I not notice a guy in our grade who has 1,000 views on his last League of Legends stream?
Guys, this is a minute and a half into the movie. Minute and a half. Lo reveals that her phone background is a picture of Alex in space, and then we get transported into space with Alex where Lo shows up to kiss him. Just kidding. Now, normally, I would think a bit like this is really cringy, but because it's been done in countless movies already, it's just unoriginal. Naturally, this is super embarrassing for Alex, but Jason Nash's character, Mr. Eskin, finds it super amusing.
I've heard of online dating, but this is redonkulous.
The cold floor of the jail cell awaits. Mr. Eskin then introduces the class to their final project assignment, Multimedia Me. I would explain what that means, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory. We then cut back to earlier that morning where Alex is consuming some good old content from his friends at school. He looks through a couple posts, but it's very clear from his dialogue that the filmmakers didn't really give a shit about it making sense. What? No. What do you mean, what no? That is a response that you give in utter disbelief. So in order for that to make sense, we would have to assume that until now, Alex didn't know that one of his best friends actually existed in real life. Schizophrenia. We then move across the wall where we meet, oh shit, Nathan Kress. Their parents are getting ready to go on a week-long anniversary vacation, but hold the phone because Nathan Kress is unbelievably yoked. A pretty cliche parents leaving for vacation sequence takes place, and the dad leaves them with $200 to spend on food for a week.
Are you serious?
He's gonna blow it all on in-app purchases and zit cream. You try beating Candy Crush without the golden pineapple, mister.
Wow. Okay. I think even for 2017, this reference is super out of touch. Also, if you've ever spent a single cent on a Candy Crush in-app purchase, I'm just gonna have to assume that your entire personality is crafted from morning television.
I didn't do this stuff. This is not me. I'm fighting for my life.
After the parents leave, we cut to EJ at work, and he's important because he's wearing a Bluetooth earpiece.
Come on, man. Don't spit in my face and tell me it's raining. You're my go-to guy, brother.
Hey, man. Don't talk like that. Now, when I told you EJ was important, I was lying because he's actually the receptionist. Look at this still shot that I found where it looks like EJ's peeing behind the desk while this guy in the background is also grabbing his dick. Insane. And if you're wondering why I put that in there, it's because it's funny. EJ heads into the conference room to drop off the food that he was ordering on his phone call, and that's all he had to do. But instead he tries to strike up a conversation with the big boss who's in the middle of a conference call, and he gets mad. Then we cut back to class where Lo is wondering how to post an Instagram photo into a document.
Does anyone here know how to paste an Instagram photo into a document?
Yes, I know how.
Yeah, glad you know, Alex. That is very hard to do. While Alex comes over to the table, Lo's friend in plain sight just writes, "What a loser," on her unbranded tablet. Will you be copying and pasting that one too? We then find out that Lo has a nail art account with over 70,000 followers. So this means that she has an entire platform in her hands, but she still can't manage to take a fucking screenshot. Okay. You know, she in this sense is very similar to Mario, a character who has a thick Italian accent, but only ever seems to speak in English. Alex proceeds to embed the Instagram post, but to no one's surprise, that just means copy and paste.
Whoa, you were really good at that.
How many lives did you take in Vietnam, soldier? Back at the office, we're formally introduced to Ellie and Jonathan. Jonathan is a big business creep asshole, and Ellie is not that. In this scene, Jonathan ruthlessly berates Ellie, telling her that she lacks talent. It's very expositional, but also painfully bright, which feels like an attempt at filling the viewer with as little depression as possible. EJ doodles a picture of himself sitting at a desk with his name on it, which is really just a dumb idea for babies. I would argue that this is how a child fantasizes, except instead of a desk, it's more like a race car bed or a battle bus. EJ notices Ellie walking into the room and makes an unnecessarily clumsy attempt to talk to her.
I'm so sorry. Hang on. I got it. I'm about to show you something that's gonna change your life.
I don't have time for more YouTube fail compilations, okay? I have a meeting that I have to go to.
Yeah, imagine making fun of YouTube fail compilations while actively performing in an equivalent. EJ claims that he has a $1 billion idea that Ellie can't refuse, so she doesn't. And then we're taken back to the school where we're subjected to dialogue so poor that it feels like it might be domestic terrorism.
I have to say, my camera roll from this past year was on fleek. I mean, me and my sister on stage at Comic-Con, and our family trip to Harry Potter World? Expelliarmus!
It was at this point in watching the film for the first time that I noticed two things. First of all, I'm pretty sure that the backing track to this scene is one of the songs that Casey Neistat used to use. And secondly, you'll start to notice that every shot in the film looks like it was color graded using Instagram filters. In this shot, the color of Brent's lips are the exact same shade as this guy's sweater. So if my filter theory isn't true, then I guess Brent is just dying. Alex is super stressed about the Multimedia Me presentation due to his embarrassing past on social media. He pulls up a few examples and you'll notice that they're all photos that Brent has taken in real life. And this actually makes the film super unique. Because the filmmakers failed to recognize their own travesty, they were able to actually work in their own idea of cringe. To the viewer, this effectively makes the things that are considered cringe by the film standard less cringy than the actual film, which, you know, that's idiotically brilliant. In the lunchroom, the guys look around comparing themselves to other people until they eventually land on this guy, Cole.
And then she said, "Are you just happy to see me, or is that your phone in your pocket?" I didn't have my phone.
I can't tell if my intuition is correct, but I feel like this guy is or was a YouTuber, and the reason that I think that is because, well, you know, he annoys me. Apparently, Cole throws awesome parties that are about to be lit AF, and this gives them the idea to throw an epic party of their own while Alex's parents are out of town.
So are you up to more Kaizo stuff?
EJ does this thing, which I hate in movies, which is be overly quirky for way too long before being interrupted in the scene.
Camptown racetracks 5 miles long. Oh, da do da day.
Gonna
run all night, gonna run all day. I
bet my money.
Stuff like this always brings me back to my greatest enemy, which is characters saying and doing things that would never happen
Once
in
my
real life. Normally, I blame the
PNG
writers for something
supermodel
like
is
this, but
set
this
up,
time
I
am
think I'll
quaking at the idea
try
that this
to,
might
like,
be improv. Ellie has returned to let
set
EJ know
up,
that every single idea he pitched was actually dog shit. Citing
I
ideas
didn't.
like outsmart your fart and lift for couch potatoes. I don't feel a need to explain those because they're not funny. However, he does have one idea that Ellie seems to think is pretty smart.
That little gem came to me when my dad started yelling at me for spending all my free time on my cell phone. I thought to myself, what if I could develop an app that would encourage you to go offline, but then also conserve electricity?
Okay, it might
I
just be
would
me, but
love
hasn't this
to.
idea
1 second.
already been attempted multiple times in multiple different ways? Nickelodeon Worldwide Day of Play is a great example. And there was no encouragement about it. They just turned the fucking channel off. So do you mean to tell me that this is the origin story of...
Hold on, you was going for way too long now.
While Ellie likes the idea, EJ doesn't have a prototype, so she tells him that he needs to have one ready by Thursday. Oh my god, Thursday? Well, wait, what day is it now?
Thursday morning then, before the staff meeting.
Thursday. Yeah. Okay, great.
Cut the scene,
Thursday
cut the
it
scene,
is.
stop, cut the scene. In the midst of all of this, EJ has forgotten to pick Alex up at school, forcing him to ride home on the back of Darius's bike. Now here's where the film really starts to entertain me. When the film isn't using YouTube-friendly, royalty-free music, it features a few original songs that sound like they were written by AI. So in an attempt to keep this video copyright-friendly, you know, having fun here, nothing bad, I'm gonna read you the lyrics to the songs as they come, which is arguably more entertaining. I don't wanna worry about nothing for a while. I just want to play around, living like a child. With old tunes jamming on my Walkman and some Sour Patch Kids and a Coke. Yeah. Thanks, I'll be sure to bump this one at the next youth group meeting. I can give you a little bit of an idea of what it sounds like too, kind of like... And some Sour Patch Kids and a Coke, yeah. Also, I don't mean to nitpick, but if you eat enough Sour Patch Kids and Coke together, your mouth is gonna be gushing blood. Anyway, EJ returns home and Alex is sitting in the dark all menacingly. Of course, he's mad at EJ because he forgot to pick him up from school, but the reason he forgets makes me wonder if EJ is really even capable of life on his own.
That explains it. I wrote down pick up Alex on my hand, but it's smudged, so I thought it said pick up a Lox. Bought all this Lox for nothing.
That sucked. That just sucked so bad. At school the next day, Alex and his friends run statistical searches for things that are fun
so
at
dumb.
parties.
I ran a Twitter search for the
You literally said, look at the VOD, and I'm here
They come
like,
up with
your
specifically
stream's not
ping pong balls
online,
and
but I can
pinatas,
see it in
but
your
honestly,
VOD, and it
just
looks
be a human
nice.
being for a second. I mean, we're talking about high school students here, right? So even if you've never been to a party in your entire life, you know what alcohol is. You know what drugs are.
Okay, Stu, search Yelp for party planners. I'll put an ad on Craigslist. Darius, keep an eye on Lowe's Snapchat.
Absolutely bizarre behavior. You know, I just gave these guys a lot of shit for their understanding of, being. But I guess I spoke too soon because simultaneously, EJ has been searching for mobile app designers that are fast, cheap, and hot. If you showed me this out of context, I would genuinely think this is a prostitution for beginners tutorial. This ushers in a bizarre montage of audition tapes, some from partygoers and some from software developers. Not really sure why people are responding to a Craigslist ad with audition tapes though. Kinda just feels like oversharing if you ask me.
Heard you need a little entertainment.
And yeah, that was Josh Peck. Has he done anything bad yet? EJ meets up with this sketchy Ezra Miller variant in an alleyway who promises to develop the app, and the reason I call him an Ezra Miller variant is because of this.
You're in great hands. That's fantastic. Look, I'm sorry, I'm just a little nervous about giving that much money to someone I never met on the internet.
See, the scene is it's going on for way too long. This was the final straw for EJ, who finally decides that he's going to enlist the help of Alex and his friends. The guys are pretty reluctant, but they end up cutting a deal with EJ, who finally describes to them what the app is actually going to do.
Basically, we use GE's cloud technology to monitor the town's power grid. When demand surges, everybody's devices turn off.
Okay,
I had
so
a ton
not
of
that they have
fun
a choice,
today
but
streaming
who
with
would
you
willingly
and
agree to
Candace.
this? I can think of a variety of situations where this would cause a problem. Oh no, someone broke into my house. Time to call 911. Oh, wait. Yeah, man, I was looking at those dividends. Those look great. I love the dividends. When we are able to add and subtract things like that, it's great. So after all is said and done, the movie does another super monotonous montage that features coding and this guy 9 that Alex meets in a park. I feel like I didn't talk nearly enough about this 9 guy. First of all, his name is 9. There's police cars. How could I have ignored the fact that he literally, I think he lives in a children's playground? That's weird. And also he writes Party at Alex Finn's in the Sky, assuming everyone everyone knows who Alex Finn is. Disaster. Okay. During this, EJ pitches his app at the office, claiming that they're going to launch the app at a state-of-the-art shutdown party, which if you told me that today, I'd think you're talking about January 6th, part 2. When EJ shares this idea with Alex, Alex gets super upset and thinks that EJ's making this all about him. But to ensure Alex that everything is going fine, EJ says,
Let me show you how a CEO gets things done.
"You're just not a CEO, dude." The film has actually proven to us multiple times so far just how incapable of basic life you are. This launches us into yet another confusing sequence, which is a low-budget tutorial video on how to throw a party. It's shot like a school project, and it's just super dumb. But somehow everyone starts to find out about the party, including Lyft, like with the cars. But based on Alex's reply, I'm gonna assume that he has no idea what Lyft even is. That doesn't matter though, because now Alex is the big cheese, walking through the hallways looking like an absolute moron.
Alexander Finn!
Oh boy. Turns out that even Mr. Eskin has caught word of the party, but what's more concerning to me right now is the fact that I'm having to watch a one-on-one scene between Brent Rivera and Jason Nash.
I'm not gonna bust your party, dude.
Really? You're not?
Dude, come on! You remember who you're talking to?
Yeah, I remember. A criminal.
I do need to ask you a question.
Okay.
And I need you to be 100% straight with me.
Okay. All right.
Is it cool if I roll through?
Wow, man, this film has aged horribly. Now it's time to get ready for the party. Alex and Stu test out outfits together, and then the most horrific thing of all time happens.
I just wanted to give you a kiss. Oh. Whoa. I love you.
If the idea is for Alex to get the girl in the end, we have to want to root for him, right? How are we supposed to do that when he's planning to shut her up mid-sentence and send her to Suck City? After trying on about 6 different outfits, Alex decides on a plain black shirt. Holy shit. Right before party time, they have a little powwow in the living room where we get our first and only funny interaction in the movie.
You work in security, man. Keep everybody out of the front yard. Make sure that nobody gets in unless they've downloaded the app and their data's disabled.
No disabled people, got it.
It's not what I said.
Right before EJ leaves, though, they discover a pretty major issue with the app.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing? We have full access to people's phones.
Well, that's not great. EJ heads out for his big business dinner, and let me tell you, he rides the absolute fuck out of this escalator. Okay, now back to the app issue. Do you think that they're going to handle it responsibly or not?
Let me hit a lick and just get like 5 minutes to peruse a few girls' albums.
Not.
Based on a recently watched on Netflix. We got Rick and Morty, Archer, Parks and Rec, and Workaholics. She likes all the same shows I do.
Okay, well, congratulations on naming 4 shows, none of which are on Netflix. Also, if Rick and Morty is on that list, you better be ready for her to whip out one of these bad boys. And for those who know, that's a very, very bad thing to own. But I guess that's all it took for Alex to quickly change his mind and furiously scroll through Lowe's phone like he's playing Subway Surfers. Back over at the dinner, EJ, real CEO by the way, struggles to get an internet connection and does the classic phone to the sky for Wi-Fi bit. It's not a revolutionary bit by any means, so I'd like to know why it goes on for a total of 25 seconds. The big boss loves it though, so just let's hope that goes well for him.
Our business is like a shark. If we're not moving forward, we die, which is why I'm always looking for the next big thing. Karen!
Yeah, so he's a maniac, and for the rest of the movie, that's about all this character does, so we're just gonna leave him be. The other guy they're meeting, who's a writer for some reason, brings up the question that we've all been having.
Every kid I know is glued to their phones. How are you going to make them turn them off?
Look, I was part of the last generation to grow up without the internet.
That's a stretch. Okay, if this movie takes place in 2017 and he's supposed to be 24, that means he was born in 1993. The internet was technically created in 1989, and if we want to get more specific, Google was created in 1998. So by the time he was in high school, the internet had already been advancing at a rapid rate, but EJ seems to want us to think that he was off fighting world wars. Somehow, though, he ends up convincing them, leading us to our first lesson in the film: lying is good. Back at the house, the party is pumping. And by that, I mean everyone is doing the same up and down dance motion. It's very unsettling. Alex walks into a room and there's a bunch of people giving massages and doing like Reiki treatment. What happens next, I can't really put into words, but this guy essentially possesses Stu, and that makes Alex...
Tonight, you're a man, AJ.
I swear to God, I'm not taking this clip out of context. In fact, this is the second time in one film that we've had to watch Brent Rivera...
We've been doing bangers like this for a minute.
Awesome.
Here, come on, I'll tell you all about it.
That works, by the way, because they immediately go upstairs and... Then Alex pulls out his stalker material and attempts to relate to Lo.
So, what TV shows do you like? Because, you know, I'm a big fan of Parks and Rec, Ricky and Morty, Workaholics, and Archer.
Wow, man, you sure know how to light up a conversation. Also, if Rick and Morty is truly one of your favorite shows, then what's with this Ricky and Morty business?
Ricky and Morty.
It would make sense if he was trying to intentionally act dumb, but that's the exact opposite of what he's trying to do. And trust me, I've looked at this from every single angle, but since it's starting to make me angry, we're just gonna give this one the seal of idiocy. And it turns out that I made the right choice, because these aren't Lo's favorite shows, they're her little brothers. So that, for me, raises two questions. Number one, whose phone was he looking at? And number two, why was he getting so excited? We've got bigger problems at this moment, though, because the grumpy old neighbor is coming over to gauge the vibes.
You gotta end the party now, man. Stop playing. Tell everybody to go home.
I got an idea.
Ah, evidence. You know, at this point, the film, it just has to be canon to real life. I mean, Jason Nash he's playing himself. But here's what they do, and it's really stupid. When the neighbor comes to the door, Alex holds him off while Mr. Eskin gets into position behind the blind. Considering the fact that he's only seen in silhouette, you'd think they'd just have him speak through the window. But no.
Do the boys have some people over? Because I've been hearing this noise.
No, we're about to hit the hay.
Are you sure?
No, we're about to hit the hay.
Oh, so it's a recording. Then why, pray tell, did you have to use Mr. Eskin of all people? I'd say there's a solid 50 people at this party. That's a low estimation. So I don't understand why they didn't just grab the closest guy. This movie has a horrible habit of setting up situations that could make complete sense, yet they choose to try and take what they believe to be the funny route, and it just ends up being bad. When that all works out, the next 2 minutes of the film are taken up by the entirety of another bad song. Now, 2 minutes doesn't seem like a long time, but when you consider the fact that this isn't a musical and it's nothing but a party montage, it gets pretty boring. So let's read the lyrics to this song. Oh boy, here we go. Dance when the bass hit. Dab on a spaceship. Me and all my homies going hard. I'm hella high, bruh. I cannot lie, bruh. I've got that mad look in my eye, bruh. Pretty saucy stuff, yeah. But there's two more lines that I just need to point out. Got your main thing looking at us like, what's up? Spinning all these bad soldiers. What in God's name could that mean? And just to prove to you that I'm not making this up, I'm gonna play that last line, that little sliver. At the end of the dinner, EJ, at the last minute, decides to drop the fact that the shutdown party they're going to is in fact a high school party.
Now that's what I call a killer instinct, huh?
All right, folks, there's another criminal for the list. Hater Ass Jonathan is not letting this one slide, though, so he narcs on the party.
I'd like to report an out-of-control party next door. Yeah, definitely underage drinking. Possible drugs.
Hey, at least this guy knows how a high school party works. Back at the party, an announcement is made that the 3 hours of shutdown time has officially ended. Mr. Eskin freaks out and encourages the crowd to continue the shutdown, and then the most painfully corny moment in any movie I've ever watched commences.
Hey, before you power down, do you want to take a selfie?
Definitely.
Okay, so what I want you to do is just take me out to see the flowers and then just drive that nail gun into the back of my head. Anyway, this is happening in the bathroom.
You're so sexy.
Can we ignore that and move on? Cool. Up in Alex's room, the guys have an argument about the fact that the party is going exactly how they wanted it to, which is, once again, fucking whatever. Unfortunately for them, Cole overhears the fact that they've been snooping on Lo's phone, so he immediately tells her.
I'm sorry you had to find out like this.
I know, it's just, I thought he was one of the good guys.
He's not a good guy. He plays League of Legends and he jacks off and that's it. In fact, he probably does both at the same time. Right as EJ and his crew show up, Mr. Eskin prepares for his one-way ticket to jail right as the cops show up.
Don't tase me, bro! Don't tase me, bro! That was the first money in Facebook!
Well, that sucked. The morning after, EJ and Alex, who now has no friends, by the way, have a brotherly conversation that I don't care about. Then their parents return home and everything goes off without a hitch. Back at school, Alex does this slow-mo walk past a bunch of people and they all look at him like he's wearing a shirt covered in slurs. Because of this, Alex goes recluse mode for the next 24 hours, backed by a song that just says, "You can trust me with your body." Over and over again. And when you put a song in a movie, it's supposed to make sense, by the way. But here we are. The day has finally come to give the multimedia me presentation. When it's time for Alex to go up, he attempts to make amends with his seniors by giving a presentation that just makes him look like a fool.
In doing so, I realized I'm not cool.
Yeah, no shit, buddy. Look at some of these photos he pulls out. We got Titanic, LOL, Nerd Alert, and this picture, which is clearly just a photo of the guy playing Stu with Brent Rivera photoshopped in. God, talk about a meaningful friendship, huh? All of a sudden, EJ's business people show up, and then Alex's speech transitions into an Apple-esque keynote speech. Perhaps I should cut the esque, though, because here comes EJ dressed as Steve Jobs. Then guess what happens? Alex appears again, dressed as Steve Jobs. Together they reveal a shocking statistic, that is that in just one night, they managed to get over 10,000 app downloads only by word of mouth. How? And that's basically how the movie ends. EJ gets his project funded, and Alex managed to win back the trust of his friends, dressed as Steve Jobs. But do you want to know what happens at the very end?
Selfie time. Let's just live in the moment. Nah! Yo, get it right here.
Wait, so, what? So you mean to tell me that the entire point of this film was to encourage people to put their phones down every now and then, but at the end they just say, nah? Well, I'm in shambles. But that's all I got for you today. No sponsor, fuck it. As always, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like and comment and subscribe, and unsubscribe from Brent Rivera. You know, surprisingly, I didn't get to hate on Brent in the actual movie nearly as much as I thought I did. I really just didn't like Nathan Kress's character. Everyone else was just either really bad or just not important enough to talk about, so... But guys, look, I'm awesome now. There's no microphone in view, so you just get to see me, and I got a sign with my name on it. As always, that's all I have for you today, folks. But until next time... Guys, I just looked it up. Jason Nash is 49. My God. Okay, list of people who weren't alive during the 80s. Me, and these guys. This is the cast of the 2023 film Woodbridge, a teen drama written, directed, and produced by this guy who was alive in the 80s, Stephen Meyer. Woodbridge is an attempt at an 80s teen coming-of-age film that would work 10 times better if it didn't take place in the 80s. Because other than the opening shot that indicates that we're in the year 1988, everything in this film looks, sounds, and feels like it happened yesterday. As I understand it, most, if not all, of the people in this film are influencers of some sort. I only recognize these two people. No one else, sorry. That being said, some of us may have some personal opinions or feelings about some of these influencers, but today I ask you to divorce yourself from that mindset for two reasons. Number one, it's a critique, it's a review. I feel like we forget that's a normal thing sometimes. But number two, it's not on the actors at all. It is completely on the guy who made a movie so poor and so unrelated to the 80s that it feels like it was made by an alien who's trying to convince you that they grew up in the 80s, and also that they aren't an alien. So this film is allegedly based on a true story, which I don't really know if I buy, considering just how little we learn about each character throughout the movie. We're also given the weakest exposition of all time with this opening party, which is, I mean, just an absolute mess of a scene, so I'm gonna do my best to break it down for you.
Tristan. Tristan.
Oh my God, drama! Okay, hold on, let me just set this up real quick. Hold on, I got something cool today. This movie does such a bad job at explaining characters and relationships that I'm literally going to give you a visual guide to keep track. So these two are Tristan and Chloe. Something happened between them, but we're gonna have to wait to find out. So in the meantime, they're gonna go up here.
Tristan! Tristan! Tristan!
Alexis.
What's wrong?
That asshole!
Stupid bitch!
What did he do?
Doesn't understand the definition of the word! No!
Is this true? Look, man, I thought you were done fucking.
I asked you a question.
Oh my God. Kiss. Let's pause here for a moment though, folks, because you're probably wondering, hold on. Girl number two? This is Alexis, Tristan's ex-flame. Ex-flame from what? Cheating on Chloe. Then we got this guy, Hunter. He just assaulted Alexis, so obviously he's gonna be our villain.
You were such a fucking dick, Hunter! Why are you here? No one invited you.
What'd you say, bitch?
Fuck you, because you're such a fucking dick.
What'd you say?
Oh, Oh no, you're not serious. You can already tell the director thought this is gonna be like a huge deal with like fan shipping and stuff like that. Like, what was that TikTok ass chin grab? No, thank you. This already just feels like one of those roleplay TikToks where they're like, hey, is this guy bothering you? All right, so this is Zoe. She used to date Hunter, but now Hunter is dating this girl, Jennifer, who doesn't say a single word until the end of the movie. Isn't that fucking crazy? Anyway, here's a little bit of the scuffle that happens here. It's kind of the most accurate part of the movie. It is just as pathetic as a Real House Party fight. This brings everyone to the front lawn. And then Hunter, this guy, keep up. He's sort of like the alpha of this one boys group, right? Yeah, but for some reason, he comes storming out of the house talking like a medieval king.
That boy's weak. That boy's weak. Stop it.
So the character choices so far are pretty bold with this one. Never before have I seen a school bully who also wants to conquer foreign lands.
I'm right here. I'm standing right here. Welcome up. Oh, he's taking the tops up. We're showing the guns. I got some. Look at that.
The problem with the casting choice for Hunter is that it's stupid and dumb. I'm not scared of him. I'm just confused by him. You know, I could see him playing this role in something like the Minecraft movie, you know? Endermen are pretty scary, but he's not big. He's not tough. I feel like for an 80s teen movie, you gotta go for the jock stereotypes. You know, this is like if you cast me in this movie.
Let's go! Weak! Let's go! Weak!
Stop! Fuck! Stop!
Come on!
Hey, actually, I think you guys should just stop that. I think if you stop that, then everyone would be a lot more happy and that we actually just stop fighting and stuff. Okay, the guy that just beat the shit out of Hunter is Jackson. He's kind of like the leader of the good guy group, and he is dating Zoe. So we'll keep an eye on that because it gets confusing. And everyone kind of ends up fleeing from this, which means finally we've escaped the clutches of that god-awful exposition.
Where are you going?
Home. It's late. My mom should be here any minute.
We're not done talking.
What's there to talk about? It is what it is. I don't know what to do. I can't believe this happened. You said that you know my parents.
God, she is giving Shakespeare and he is giving penis.
You know how that makes me feel, Tristan.
Facts.
No.
Facts.
No, you don't.
So I don't know, guys. 10 minutes in, feel like we've already kind of watched the same scene twice here. And even though we've already established good guys and bad guys, I can't really say that I like anyone yet.
Riley, your friends are nuts.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Well, you should stop by later tonight.
Oh yeah, why's that?
Just stop by.
Maybe I will.
Good. Not gonna regret it.
Ooh, sorry, I know that's mean. I don't know.
My thumb's hurt, but I fixed my wheels.
Riley, okay, and then this is his girlfriend, Ashley. I don't know. I hesitate to say girlfriend. They
Dragon jump scare. Hi, honey.
The last member of the Good Boys Club is this guy. Taylor. He's played by that TikTok guy.
I've spent the last like half hour trying to like dig out stuff in my wheels.
Other than Mitzi, so I'm glad they got their back.
I see.
Look, no hate to the guy Carrington, but his character does
Yeah,
not.
it turns out a lot of shouting.
His line delivery in this scene is so funny.
We going home?
They care. I have no idea. Right, shoot, phrasing.
You didn't hit that fucker. You had all these people watching you and you just stood there like a fucking pussy? You just won state.
I just don't know why we have to.
Anyway.
Embarrassed yourself. Can't believe you're my... Bro, I'm fucking talking to you. Can't believe you're my fucking brother.
Oh, okay, they're brothers. All right, are we keeping track, folks? Mario and Luigi. Guys, look at these establishing shots. These are so 80s. Oh, look, a 2017 Jeep Cherokee. The next scene in this movie is the only scene in the movie that I actually found to be pretty well done. The script is all right, but honestly, the acting really shines through here.
So you're saying out of all the animals in the animal kingdom, I'd be a fucking raccoon?
Yes. They're so cute.
Airball.
And they have little eyes and little hands, and they're very resourceful.
Oh, Cora.
What would I be?
You?
Mm-hmm.
A sewer rat?
Fuck you.
And Cora's in the stream like usual, I think.
Is Julie. So here she goes on the rope of...
I decided, because everyone's always trying to get me to do something for my birthday, I'm gonna do a sub-a-song for my birthday.
Julie very casually mentions that she has a little thing going on with Taylor. Spoiler alert, they never...
What do you mean, oh boy? What does that mean?
Zoe still has feelings for Hunter. But remember, Hunter is with Jennifer. But even though Zoe has these feelings for Hunter, she's out running side missions with Jackson. Also, didn't this whole thing happen because Hunter assaulted Alexis? Like, are we just gonna move on from that one? Guys, I wasn't kidding. It's a lot to follow. Oh, and by the way, half of this stuff, they don't even outwardly explain in the movie. You have to figure it out yourself along the way. However, the most confusing part about all of this, the question on
So
my mind
my plan
do
is
so many people like Hunter? He's
to
very clearly
play a bunch of Sonic games back to back to back with crowd control on.
And here's where the movie, for me, really just loses all of its purpose. The
Interspliced
guy
with
squad up at Jackson's
insane
house,
Sonic
I'm pretty sure
lore.
it's Jackson's house. As I figured out from watching the movie. Hey, is that a smart fridge? At this house, they discuss their plans for the night, and I don't know if it's just me, but it sounds pretty similar to what they just did.
Hey, dickheads. Don't get too comfy. We leaving soon.
Oh, so we're going to Ashley's place? I think she wants to come over.
First, we're going to Swami's.
Why?
To do what you didn't
the
do.
shit out of Hunter.
What?
So let's get this straight. They went to a party, beat the shit out of Hunter for being an asshole, left, and now they want to beat the shit out of Hunter for being an asshole. So basically, they just want to say bet and double down, which is honestly kind of hard, but it sort of turns them into anti-heroes. I don't know. This is all.
You
just
have
becoming
a
completely
site,
useless.
right,
When Riley ends
for
up disagreeing with the plans, we get another one of those
average
highly
lengths of
uncomfortable
games,
moments
right?
where the actors think that they're in a TikTok edit.
We're doing it.
Cool. I'm not going.
How long to beat them? Okay. So, like, my thought process is probably look at the list and curate, like 24 hours worth of game,
Sigma edit that I made for Jackson.
but have crowd control on so people can make it go longer by murdering me actively.
Exactly what the director wanted. I see his vision. He doesn't. Well, Tristan tells Taylor that going through with this is a bad idea because if they beat
And
up
I'm sure
Hunter
everyone will
again,
show up to
this
watch me
time,
slog through
he's
Sonic 06.
literally gonna shoot them.
So what? We beat him up?
Wow.
Huh? Then what?
He'll show up to school and fucking shoot us. You shouldn't have backed down. Once you show fear for the rest of your life.
Oh, facts, kiss.
This isn't a good idea. Don't you
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
understand that? I think you don't fucking understand.
That's why I was like, you know what? I'll make that birthday thingy.
Yeah, ladies. Ladies. It all just feels like one big TikTok, doesn't it? You know, so much pandering. So much mewing. Being the only two in the group with some bit of sense, Riley and Tristan chat about how this is still a really bad idea. In this conversation,
Okay,
Riley
we
decides to tell
can
this story about a
chatter
sleepover
about
when they were
a
kids.
good length.
Apparently Hunter's
I'll be
dad-
back
sorry,
in a
I
moment.
don't mean to laugh, it's just crazy.
Paige just woke up
Apparently
and I want to talk to her
Hunter's
for a
dad
bit.
backhanded him so hard that Riley thought he was dead. Casual mention. It's all supposed to be this big anecdotal thing about like Hunter's resilience and his unwillingness to back down, but that's kind of confusing because it feels like they're kind of trying to make us feel bad for him. Regardless, the slightly less good boys show back up, and once again, they argue. Starting to feel familiar, folks?
I was so fucking close to shooting Jackson tonight.
Who the fuck are you? Well, I guess Tristan was not bluffing about the shooting. This is turning into some real shit. Okay, guys, this scene introduces us to our final characters that we have to introduce ourselves to, Joshua and Anthony. We learn pretty much nothing about them other than their relationship to Hunter and their relationship to each other. So, We can just put him up over here, isn't that great? Anyway, Hunter's still in this Lisan al-Gaib-esque state of mind, or honestly, state of being. I didn't even realize at first how much he looks like Timothy Chalamet.
I'll let you cap him, motherfucker.
Damn right I would.
Shut the fuck up! You and I both know you couldn't pull that trigger even if you wanted to. You're a coward. Fucking coward.
But that backfires because then he just starts getting flamed by his boys for getting his ass beat by Jackson. But get this though, it's okay because Jackson wasn't even his original target. He wanted Tristan.
Shit, well, Jackson did take it to you.
Like I said. Lucky. Yeah, sure he was. The fuck you saying to me? The fuck you saying to me, Anthony? Get up! You wanna go?
Does anyone in this movie like each other? Probably not, but clearly that's not important because all you need to know right now are two things. Number one, they know where the good boys are gonna be tonight. Number two, they're probably gonna try to kill Tristan. By the way, we still have no motive for Hunter's hatred of Tristan other than
always get involved in shit you shouldn't be involved in.
So once again, here we are, 30 minutes in. Useless plot. The stakes are so manufactured and just unnecessary. It's clear that they wanted this to be like an Outsiders, West Side Story, even like Outer Banks gang kind of vibe, but it just like is not warranted at all with this storyline. In fact, if you were to make this a gang story, it would probably make all of the beats in the film feel 10 times more warranted. It kind of feels like a missed opportunity.
Hey, yo. We're sucking each other off and hurry up. Wow.
Just turn back.
Hurry up!
Turn back.
Okay, so we're pretty much just walking around right now. It's really awkward. They try to show two conversations back to back, but the editing is super messy and some of the audio is jumbled. There's finally a coherent conversation at the end here.
Bro, we should just fuck them in the ass with like a frozen hot dog or
You're wild as hell, bro.
I don't know what to do. It's the one thing my father told me never to do. Don't ever get a girl pregnant if you're not ready to face the consequences.
Oh, shit! Reminder, folks, Tristan, okay, dated Chloe and cheated on her with Alexis and then went back to Chloe, and now Chloe's pregnant? Now we're starting to feel a little bit like Euphoria, okay, guys? It's just more high schoolers having sex and shit. I don't get it. It's like the millennial writer's vice. We're good, thanks. Well, then Riley and Jackson get into their third argument so far. It's like the climax of every scene at this point. And when that's over, Tristan and Taylor get into another argument. And guys, we're getting pretty close to a solid 40 minutes of arguing here.
But you? When you're around Jackson, it's like you're a different person. You take on his fuck everything persona. It's bullshit, man. Total bullshit. I mean, you just said we could fuck him with a hot dog? Really?
Whoa, wait a second. How the hell would you know that? You were standing 30 yards away having a separate conversation with Riley that whole time. Continuity error.
Fuck, bro. I think they were here. Bro, the fire's still fucking lit. Fuck.
God damn! Yeah, pretty decent fight scene here. There's a little suspenseful moment where Hunter almost gets Tristan, but Taylor comes in for the save. After they get away, though, they show my favorite sequence in the film, which is just this long shot of them running up a staircase, but they show the whole thing.
I'm back. Hi, everyone. Thank you.
And then we're just chilling outside of a restaurant. I think you know how this is gonna go. Tristan just starts lamenting, saying that he wishes Hunter just shot him. Then he casually mentions that he didn't even want to have sex with Chloe. That's
So you're like
I didn't really want to have sex.
the voice of reason.
Bro, just let it out.
How long would you recommend?
Fuck you, Jackson.
Oh boy, here we go. Okay, he's not wrong. That is like a crazy fast switch up of Jackson for literally no reason. But we're like halfway through this thing, and I'm dying for these kids to just find some common ground.
As if it wasn't bad enough that I find out tonight that my girlfriend is late.
Wait.
You dragged me out here and almost give me shit.
So we don't even know if she's pregnant. Well, I mean, that changes things a little bit. Like we don't have to use our marbles yet. But hey, you know what? I suppose it's good that they're taking it seriously. The rest of the scene is just Tristan crying and Jackson apologizing for everything, so that actually kind of rocks. I was just asking for this. Now here's the wild part. Once everyone's done crying about Tristan maybe getting his girlfriend pregnant, they immediately start joking about Riley having sex with his girlfriend later tonight.
I don't have enough energy to sleep with her.
You don't need a lot of energy, bro. I give you about like.
That sounds fun.
Yeah. That's good. No, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, that's good.
Is that one more than you gave Zoe, yeah?
I'll give you that one.
Oof, God. Oh, that was... don't make me watch that again. You know what, though? It is reassuring for me, at least in terms of these guys' real
I'll
life
have to go make
at
a
least we know that they
list.
would never actually have a conversation like this in real life. But let's move on from this scene, shall we? Because we got some walking to do. And after that, we're gonna plant ourselves down in an almost identical location. Look at this. You can order online from this 80s wine store. Look, all right, look. I can understand a few slip-ups, but I mean, this is just inexcusable at this point, right? They're not even trying. Now, this conversation has a great opening. Jackson opens the floor by saying, hey, Tristan, hey, you know, if it makes you feel any better, I almost got my girlfriend pregnant once, too.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, my plan is to just take them in order. And just hitting end credits is the goal for the...
I'm feeling so much better. God, in fact, let me throw these condoms away. I don't need them. Folks, I have a feeling this scene was a band-aid.
Like, I'm gonna go for supersonic ending, but if I don't make it, I don't make it.
I don't know shit about these characters. So I kid you not, this scene is just each character going around in a circle and revealing as much backstory as they can. So let's refer to the what are we calling it? The you know what? Let's just call it the rope. Let's start with Jackson. He reveals that the reason he hates bullies so much is that he was a foster kid, and in the first home he got placed at, the biological child hated him so much that he managed to frame him to the point of Jackson getting sent back. Actually, really sad. That's some decent backstory writing. Quick question though, how are you telling your longtime friends about this for the first time? Like, I don't know, doesn't that feel like a pretty important detail of your life to leave out? Taylor and Tristan don't really give much backstory. We really don't know much about them at all. Tristan just kind of lets us know that people around these parts like to curb stomp other folks. The only other thing that we learn about their past life is that when they lived in Nebraska, they used to do this thing where they would sneak out and, quote, find a girl to pop a titty.
Hey, you remember we used to sneak out in Nebraska and go walk around trying to find some girl pop a titty?
Yeah, we put in some pretty serious mileage.
And besides that being a wildly specific activity, I mean, how the fuck old are these kids supposed to be, man? We're meant to think they're in high school. How supposedly old were they years ago in Nebraska when they were going on areola adventures in the middle of the night? Anyway, Riley's story is kind of just a piggyback off of that.
I don't even know how I would do
Apparently,
Dark Brotherhood
he
on
snuck
PC.
out to meet a girl one time. Ooh.
Oh,
That's
God,
the
that
gist of it all, pretty much.
soundtrack.
Honestly, it doesn't really do much for me as a scene. I feel like really the only effective moment there was Jackson's backstory.
Oh, I
you know?
figured you
I feel like I do
could.
understand him a little bit more now.
What would we do?
You have options.
Do we? Can't ask her to get an abortion.
The murder of Sonic is really cute.
Do I even have that right to ask her?
So cool that might be.
I don't even know if I believe in that anyways.
Get that. I mean, I think you have a say, but ultimately it's up to her, so you just gotta respect that.
Yeah, I know.
All right, good talk, guys.
Also, am I absolutely insane, or did he not just question his own stance on abortion? He was like, I don't even know if I believe in that anymore. Is that what he was saying? Let me know.
Folks, for the last hour of this movie, we've had an absolute blast watching these guys do nothing but walk, run, talk, and sit, but it's finally time for them to split up for the evening and get to their fair maidens. Because, by the way, they're off the fighting thing now. They don't give a fuck about those guys. Speaking of those guys, they're at Jackson's house taking a piss in the garage, and for some reason, Zoe and Julie are there, and they see it. Once again, just like a weird, convenient moment. It's about to start getting confusing again. Don't worry, we have the rope. Tristan and Riley have broken off together. They're on the way to see Riley's lady, but on the way, Tristan, who has now found peace with his potential pregnancy, decides it's time to turn into a sex guru.
My brother told me something I should have listened to. When I asked him to buy me condoms, he looked at me and said, if you're not responsible enough to buy condoms, then you're not responsible enough to have sex.
Yes, brother. Yes.
You cannot.
No, don't say that.
You cannot say
you
that.
guys
It's
are
so
fucking
embarrassing.
Is Hunter coming?
Yeah, why?
Why? Why would you invite him over?
Not? Why not?
He just assaulted Alexis.
Okay, calm down. You don't know that.
Wow. Well, there you go, folks. The first thing we get to learn about Jennifer is that she's a compulsive victim blamer. That's absolutely insane. To refer to the rope once more, the only two characters we really need to be following right now are Jennifer and Ashley. The other girls are kind of just, like, filler characters, so yeah, there you go. Perhaps they should be more than that, though, because, pardon me for saying this, Jennifer is a dummy. All they want is for her to break up with Hunter due to his clear red flags, and she won't do it. Anyone know anyone like that in real life? A tale as old as time, folks. All right, so once Tristan and Riley show up, okay, Tristan goes with Jennifer to use the phone. Tristan and Jennifer. Riley and Ashley, they enter the Bone Zone. They're pretty insignificant for the rest of the movie. We're done with them. That's awesome. Meanwhile, these fuckheads, they're just strolling through Jackson's big-ass house in the middle of the night. Like, where are his parents?
Most privacy with that picture?
Hope you can get it to work.
Awkward as fuck, bro. Just thinking. About what? Why is she with Jackson?
Oh my God, who frames a photo like that, man? That is so odd. Now remember, also at Jackson's house are Zoe and Julie, who get pulled up on by Alexis, who honestly just seems to show up anytime that they need to move the plot forward quickly. Then our other boys show up, and when they see Hunter's pee-pee on the ground, they flip out and storm off to Ashley. So now we finally have everyone heading to the same location. Jackson, your storyline is done. Jennifer's storyline definitely done. Julie, done. Tristan uses the phone to call Chloe so that they can meet up at their usual spot that I guess they have. Right as Tristan leaves, though, the bad boys show up to squeeze his whereabouts out of the girls. And then we reach our climactic ending scene. You're probably wondering how it's all gonna go down. Maybe. Maybe not. Honestly, at this point, I was just waiting for the movie to be over. So thank God that the following events take place in the last 5 minutes of the movie. The boys all end up running into each other, putting us into this big chase where, shockingly, Hunter ends up getting hit by a car. Is he dead? We never find out, but he's done now.
Surprised, Tristan. I'm surprised. Let's go.
Hey, man, what the fuck?
What the fuck are you doing? Joshua. Fucking Hunter. Joshua! Fucking Hunter. Think about this. Come on, please. You think I'm a fucking pussy? Don't do... I'm not a fucking pussy!
Why did he do that? I cannot think of a more unmotivated and useless ending. Literally, what was the point of that? I mean, the guy literally has maybe 15 lines in the whole movie. Yeah, so this ending sucks like really, really bad, and it's actually left open-ended. We don't actually know if he dies or not, but truly, I cannot believe that that just happened. I mean, talk about an actual waste of an hour and a half. I know I say that to exaggerate sometimes.
Wild. The ending of the
Well,
movie.
folks, how did you like that? How did you... well, I hope you enjoyed it a lot, because actually, I still have one more thing to show you. It's something that I've actually been meaning to show you for a long time. So here it comes.
What is this animal doing here? I've been meaning to do this thing for a while now, and that is give an art tour of some of the art that I purchased from my subscribers and have hung up around my home and my office. Yes, you can see the love, you can feel the love. Hi! Gooey. Gooey. Well, this one's from Hannah, and I'm gonna put Hannah's information on the screen. If you're interested in more of Hannah's art. All right, I guess that's it, right? I like this one. Okay, this one is a bit of Mystery House. This one's by Eli. I'll also put what's the word I'm looking for? Handles below. This one is really cool and special to me. Eli is actually a New Orleans artist, and I'm from New Orleans, so I thought that was really cool. All right, you guys know I love dinosaurs, so Aubrey sent me a print of a dinosaur. How cool is that? I love the black and white. I love how it's either, maybe it's breaking its neck, maybe it's yelling, maybe it's roaring. Dinosaurs. Thank you. Here are the hashtags, here are the bios, here are the MySpace. Okay, next, this one here. Now this one's rather profound, isn't it? Rather profound, right? But this one is from Jackson. I was originally going to receive a print of this one.
A curse of big titties and a painful back.
The original was damaged.
Suffering from
The artist got back
success.
to me and ended up having the original. This one is by Lily. Okay, Lily. I think it's awesome. It really suits the top of the room. It really makes the room feel bigger. It's also, I mean, what a captivating piece. I mean, the design is beautiful. Design is beautiful. The art is beautiful. Folks, you don't get to see this one often because it's on this side of the room. This is a capybara.
Room side, so they see what side of the room it's on.
Oh, okay, so this is a capybara with a grenade on its head. And yeah, like that. So I like that a lot. I like this one a lot. This is by Dom. Dom has a website, I believe. So you should go to Dom's website and check out all the stuff that they have to offer. Now it's time to shout out some friends. These skull pieces were done by my friend Charlie. Charlie. This one's a new piece that we have in here. This one is by our friend Katie. Everyone say, thank you, Katie. And Katie's information is also on the screen right now. What do you think of this one? What do you think? If you want to send me more of your art, do it, because I still have more of this wall to fill. And I'd love to support some more artists. So, yeah, I think that's it. This movie had potential, I think. I think they really could have done something with it if they just tweaked it a little bit more. There was something there. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and comment about who your favorite character in the movie was. Who do you actually think gave the best performance in this movie? That being said, that is all I have for you this time, but until next time, great, I kind of just wanted this final moment to breathe for a second and be like, oh, I'm done. Okay, bye. Well, guys, I did it. I watched a crocodile sing for an hour and a half. But why did I do it? It's because I love family movies. And isn't it exhausting to be consistently presented with films that make us think way too hard? I hate thought-provoking media. I hate it, so boring, so bad. Sometimes it's nice to be able to shut your brain off for a while, and with social media quickly changing the way that we entertain ourselves, I feel like we often neglect simple movies. Despicable Me comes to mind, Minions is a good one, what else? Oh yeah,
How did we get to
Rise of
Force
Gru. What I'm
Friend?
trying to get at here is that I feel like nowadays we're very quick to equate a simple movie to a bad movie. And in a lot of cases, I think that's just incorrect. But in the case of today's movie, oh god, Lyle Crocodile, another children's book turned movie. I watched half of this movie on a plane, and then I stopped because there was turbulence and I got anxious. But don't worry, I finished it recently, and when it was over, I got anxious again. Because it's taxing enough to watch an animated crocodile ravage the streets of New York for an hour and a half, but it's even worse knowing that the crocodile is played by Shawn Mendes. I love it when you call me Senorita, more like I love it when you call me Lyle. So sexy. That being said, this is your official Shawn Mendes trigger warning, and with that, it's time to hop in. Okay, so the movie opens to Hector Valenti, played by Javier Bardem, and can you guess what he does for a living? Is he a chef? Is he a doctor? Is he a criminal? Well, actually, I guess he is a criminal because he breaks into the studio of this America's Got Talent type show to perform a dumb magic trick that doesn't work.
Seriously, dude? Ditch the birds. You gotta show them something they've never seen before.
Great job, security guard number one. Keep it up. A few seconds later, as the opening credits continue to roll, we see that this movie is going to contain original songs by Benj Pasek and Justin Paul. In case you guys are unaware, these are the guys that wrote the music for The Greatest Showman and Dear Evan Hansen, and if the overlap there doesn't make sense to you, then just get ready, because somehow this movie perfectly combines the two. Hector heads to an exotic animal shop, which I can personally guarantee you does not exist in the middle of Manhattan.
Boa constrictor, vampire bat, might have a lemur in the back.
Yeah, and it's also definitely illegal. When the clerk walks away, Hector starts to hear that song that's like, I like it like that. So he sneaks into the back to discover, I can't. Oh, I'm gonna fucking vomit. It's so goddamn gross, dude. Not only is it Shawn Mendes, but it's Shawn Mendes slithering around in a weird, slender, animated reptile body. Oh. Hector looks up to see the label on the cage, which has just enough paint left to perfectly spell out Lyle. Lyle. Well, I don't know, man. Maybe this is just me, but my first instinct would be to go in there and grab that fucker and start squeezing him like one of those stress toys. He's so cute. I want to see him burst. There's nothing wrong with me saying that, okay? He's animated. Don't call the cops. Whatever, though, because now our captive little freak has a new name and a new home. Now, when you take a pet home for the first time, the natural thing to do would be, you know, to let it get accustomed with its space, get a little comfortable. No. It's time for vocal warm-ups. La, 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 la. Look, man, you saw him sing I Like It once. You haven't even stopped yourself yet to question whether or not this shit is real. Are you high? Are you okay? Dude, you look so high right now. There's people on your walls. Hey, also, you know reptiles are cold-blooded, right? Lyle doesn't need a vocal warm-up. He needs a goddamn heat rock. Well, I mean that and food and a cage and, well, literally every other thing you neglected to acquire. Dear Christ, this thing is hot. It's hot. Well, there it is, folks, the classic Shawn Mendes jump scare. Now, as I'm sure you guys know, this clip was going viral for a while, but what's funny is I feel like a lot of people saw that clip but never actually watched the movie. So now seems like a good time to let you know that Lyle doesn't talk. Ever. Instead, we get consistently assaulted by Shawn's weird, silky voice at the worst times, including seconds later when he actually does the meme again. So now we've been launched into a musical number called Take a Look at Us Now, where Hector and Lyle sing about being friends. It's honestly pretty catchy, but if you ask me, they probably could have simplified this moment and just said, we up. Okay, so dude, Shawn Mendes being in this movie just makes no sense. Take a look at this clip and listen to how weird he sounds singing next to Javier Bardem.
Take a look at us now. Take a look at us now.
It's too sexy! Javier Bardem is putting on such a good character voice. Why would you pair him with Shawn Mendes just being Shawn Mendes? Okay, guys, so this is what I'm thinking for the Lyle voice, kind of like, take a look at us now. Okay, actually, we're looking for something a little different, you know, more like a crocodile, like, rawr. Oh, okay, how about something like this? Take a look at us now. So a couple things happen in this number. First of all, they pass time pretty quickly, and Lyle goes from being cute to adolescent and creepy. Like, I get that he's aging, he's getting older, but he's also getting quirkier, and they're taking a bath together. What the fuck? We also learn that Javier Bardem has got some moves, which is crazy because he's 54, busting it like a Shen Yun dancer at gunpoint. But then they finally arrive at the night of their big show, Lyle the Singing Crocodile. I think this is gonna be about Lyle the singing... Well, it's actually just a continuation of the song from before, but when the curtain opens, Lyle freezes up like the little bitch he is. Sorry, I'm sorry. Hey, yo! Like a normal audience does, everyone leaves while either laughing or pointing, so needless to say, reception is booming. And yeah, I understand that they totally bombed, but why is no one impressed by the fact that he's standing on two legs? I'm almost positive that's impossible. Oh, but Snob is an animated movie, shut up! Now you're probably wondering how they even put the show together in the first place, and the answer is rather simple. Hector sold his entire house, so he packs up his things as he prepares to abandon an adolescent crocodile in the attic of a house that someone is about to move into. But he doesn't leave before doing this.
Take this. It's got every song you'll ever need.
Oh, he doesn't know how to use those. It's like that other children's book, If You Give a Mouse a Cookie. This time it's, If You Give a Crocodile an iPhone 14 Pro Max. And he's off. Enjoy the phone bill. Now we flash to 18 months later. I mean, what an oddly specific amount of time. It's honestly hideous. Just say year and a half, or even round up to 2. Does anyone actually keep time like this?
Are we actually going to be living here?
I think we are.
Did you not see the house before you bought it? A new family is in town to start a new life, but they have a son, and he uses the internet.
Do you realize Manhattan crime statistics have seen a year-on-year increase of over 18%?
And I'm gonna cut you off before you say something bad. They meet this landlord, Mr. Grumps, and his character traits are having a CGI cat and being grumpy.
Loretta is not a cat. She's a silver-shaded Persian with an extremely delicate constitution.
Look, I know that's Brett Gelman, but I honestly think he's pretty cool. I don't have anything bad to say about him. What do you want me to do? You want me to just make fun of everyone? I'm not a monster.
FYI, there's a few leftovers from a previous owner in the attic. Hopefully they won't get in your way. Welcome home.
What if she just got her head eaten off out of nowhere? Later that night when the Prims, oh, I didn't say this yet, they're literally just Mr. and Mrs. Prim. They don't have names. Later that night when the Prims get in bed, we get a taste of the stale loaf of dialogue that we can expect from this movie.
New York City.
Did we just move here?
I think we did.
Then we cut to Josh, the son, who does pretty much the same thing that I do in bed at night.
What was that?
That is an ambulance.
What was that?
That was a car tire.
But then he hears an actually creepy noise coming from the vent, so he goes up to the attic to investigate. Oh God, he's so big! There's a note on the case, and it basically just says, this is a big green animal, his name is Lyle, but hold on! Are you telling me that Hector just left Lyle in a small glass case and just said, fuck it, see you in 18 months? You're a freak, man. I'm not going into detail about it, but you're fucked.
I'm lucky to have you. Hey, don't forget to sign up for wrestling, all right?
Okay.
That's an odd request. You know your son was freaking out about lead paint haunting him in the walls earlier?
Plus, we haven't even talked about the widespread use of lead paint.
Yeah, I don't think wrestling's in the cards for him. Mrs. Pym takes Josh to school, and Josh has a full-on tunnel vision panic attack in the streets of New York. But when Josh gets to school, he immediately ruins his reputation by getting caught in the most terrifying conflict you can find yourself in the modern American school system.
Seriously? What are you doing? Do you not see us filming here?
Oh my God, I would cry. Josh actually does end up going to wrestling, but he gets absolutely floored. It's borderline abusive. So needless to say, day one was fantastic. Oh dude, this next part is crazy. At home that night, Josh goes on Google to look up how to make friends at school. This is unedited. And then he goes on this universe's TikTok equivalent called Sweep and absolutely thirsts over this girl from school. It's extremely uncomfortable. All right, okay, you can stop now. That CGI cat from the beginning pulls up, and then they hear the Silken Singer through the vent. You like that? Silken Singer? They go up to the attic again to discover that this time the case is empty, and when the cat notices a full-size Lyle standing behind them, this happens. Oh my God! Hold on, I need to sit down for a second. Realizing that he just ingested an entire cat, Lyle runs out the window, bringing us into an epic chase scene. And in terms of hijinks and shenanigans, this scene has it all.
Hey, kid. You give me that phone? Or am I gonna have to take it from you?
What the fuck? But fear not, because out of the shadows comes Lyle. And I mean, dude, look at this shot. This goes crazy. So now Lyle and Josh are friends. But before they head off, Lyle's like, come on, kid. The next day, Mr. Pym is in the kitchen eating a bag of chocolate-covered cherries, which helps the film reveal that Mrs. Pym is an almond mom.
They're full of hydrogenated palm oil and sugar and corn syrup. Well, what is that a good example for Josh? We should throw him out.
Shut up! I also just feel like that line of thinking is super outdated. You know, at this point, I feel like we've all just grown up and accepted the fact that everything is fine in moderation. Not gonna lie though, back in the day, my mom was like, 1 almond, 2 almond, 3 is a treat. In the attic, Josh gives Lyle his +4 strength card, saying that it's his most prized possession. But dude, this is exactly like the MP3 player. Look at Lyle. He's like, dude, are you fucking serious? But now it's time for school, so Josh busts out the door with a newfound determination. Something about meeting Lyle must have really changed Josh, though, because he went from having full-blown panic attacks in the streets to vaulting through alleyways like bipolar Spider-Man. But wait, if Josh got the Spider-Man powers, then that means he must have had to... Wait, did Lyle bite him? But now Lyle is home alone to do whatever he pleases. Oh, no, not that type of pleasure. That's not what I meant. You know, I really like to imagine that Shawn Mendes is just hiding inside of a big crocodile costume, which if you think about it, you know, in this situation, that makes him the real champion here, okay? Okay? Mrs. Pym comes home and works out on her rowing machine, but then she gets really depressed out of nowhere and starts looking through photo memories. Oh, hell yeah, I love that song. Lyle overhears this moment and quickly slithers away, but I swear to God, if I have to hear Shawn Mendes do a rendition of that song, it's so over. It's over. Back at school, Josh has a run-in with the girl that he was thirsting over on Sweep, and he totally fumbles.
of a weirdo, aren't you?
Oh, brutal. But I must be an idiot, though, because miraculously, Josh gets a follow back from her mere seconds after she leaves the frame. And with another dub in the bag, it's time for Josh and Lyle to hit the streets. And by hitting the streets, I mean going behind a restaurant and eating literal garbage. But would you believe me if I told you that this is the second film in a row that I've reviewed where humans eat garbage with animals? Walt Disney trash sandwich, Walt Disney. Well, when they do it in this movie, it's cute. But what would you do if you walked into an alleyway and immediately saw this? How horrifying is that? I mean, not only is there a full-size crocodile standing on 2 legs, but there's also a full-size crocodile on 2 legs bleeding this fucker dry. Take the shot! No, honestly, I'd just be so baffled that I'd off myself on the spot. They eventually go to a rooftop for a candlelit dinner, and Lyle's all like, eat! And Josh is like, nah, that's garbage, my brother. But then Lyle is like, eat! And it's moments like this that make me super uncomfortable, because we know Lyle is capable of 2 things: singing and being a goddamn crocodile. You know, personally, if I were Josh, I would need a little bit of reassurance, like, hey man, can you just let me know, like, you're not gonna eat me or anything, are you?
Say yes, I say
Okay,
no,
no, that doesn't tell me anything. Should I be nervous?
stop.
In their conversation, which once again just isn't a conversation, he's a dinosaur. Josh finally picks up on the fact that Lyle can't talk, which means, oh god.
In the shadow.
No! This launches us into Top of the World, a song about feeling on top of the world. Because I can't actually play any of the songs in the video, I'm just gonna sing over them with my beautiful voice so you can get an idea. It's like, I'm on top of the world tonight, night. That was like the little echo in it, you know? This song for me unlocks yet another level of discomfort about Lyle, and that is him dancing. I don't know what it is about the way they animated him, but his movements are far too human-like for me. Once again, put that fucker down. Nothing super crazy happens in this song, but at one point, Josh does this insane Marvel-style jump that breaks the universe for a second, and I think it just looks really funny. But now no one can stop them. They're on top of the world. Except for like the cops and like animal control. The next day, the film throws in a super unnecessary moment where the cat finally gets home and literally liquid shits itself.
Mom's a kid?
Holy shit! Look, you guys know me, I'm a huge fan of poop and fart jokes, but at the end of the day, this is a children's movie. So why would they throw in the most realistic sound of anal anguish possible? Mrs. Pym notices that Josh isn't in bed, so she goes up to the attic to find him asleep in Lyle's gaping mouth. So here we go with another chase sequence, but this time, Lyle has a plan that I don't like.
I wanna stop.
Oh, dear Christ. So he sang the song. But look at Mrs. Pym's face while he sings. This is a face of true terror. I can't tell if she's gonna pass out or just accept fate at this point. I mean, imagine reminiscing on your wedding song and then hours later having it sung back to you by a giant crocodile with the voice of Shawn Mendes. That should never happen. So they rush out of the house in a frenzy, with Mrs. Pym threatening to call Mr. Pym and shut this operation down. But Josh pleads with her, saying that Lyle is his only friend. What a loser. Touched by this, Mrs. Pym agrees to keep things under wraps, and when she gets home, she finds Lyle taking a bath? They scramble downstairs in yet another chase sequence, which brings them into the kitchen.
When you're
oh, come on! So now we're into the song Rip Up the Recipe, and in a nutshell, Lyle basically convinces Mrs. Pym to stop being an almond mom. Here, let me give you a little bit. It's kind of like, rip up the recipe. That's kind of like the only catchy part I remember. Through the course of this song, Mrs. Pym and Josh really form a bond with Lyle, and Mrs. Pym upgrades from nuts and seeds to, you guessed it, garbage. She actually sings in this one, and it sounds very weird, so good thing I can't play it for you. The next morning, Mr. Grump sets up security cameras around the neighborhood, which is highly illegal, and Josh and Mrs. Pym eat a pizza for breakfast. This scene is actually super concerning, because while they're enjoying their pizza and garbage, it is abundantly clear that this new lifestyle also encourages Mrs. Pym to drink and act drunk at 9 in the morning.
Good morning, sweetheart.
Some would call this scene cute, but all it tells me is that Lyle is a horrible influence. But this newfound excitement in her life is very concerning to Mr. Pym, who hits her with a very heavy conversation.
Is there something I need to know?
Oh, sweet Pia.
Well, I mean, is there someone else?
What? And this sucks, because she's definitely not cheating, but from all angles, it looks like bro's getting cucked by a crocodile. I mean, he kind of is. Anyway, this means it's finally time to reveal Lyle to
Not
Mr.
the
Pym.
crococock.
And another chase sequence. When Mr. Pym tries to escape through the window, Lyle has yet another awful idea when he notices Mr. Pym's old wrestling gear on the wall. Why is this this your first idea, bro, you will get shot. Like, can you imagine running away from a crocodile and then watching it stop and make the active decision to square up with you? I would pray. After a short scramble, they run downstairs to find out. Oh God. Well, now Hector's back after his very specific 18 months, and I think he's a little too excited to see Lyle.
Lyle, look at the size of you.
Yuck. Well, Lyle isn't super excited to see Hector at first, you know, on account of the fact that he was neglected. But when they start doing this weird rehearsed dance, Lyle gets extremely excited and fully pile drives Hector from the top of the stairs. So it turns out that there's a clause in the deed to the property that allows Hector to stay on the property 15 days out of the year, and it just makes no sense.
It's definitely not okay.
Hey, yeah, can you say that again but be a better actor this time? Also, Mrs. Pym has been ruthlessly drawing sketches of Lyle like a possessed child in a horror movie, and Mr. Pym thinks that's weird because it is. The next morning, Mr. Pym walks in on Hector taking a shower and he just fully flashes his dick. Children's movie! Children's movie! And then with no hesitation, he asks Mr. Pym to make him breakfast with very specific instructions, so you know what? I guess he really is a cuck. The next part of the film is completely idiotic because they decide to take Lyle out on the town in broad daylight disguised as a Florida Gators fan. In New York. It's basically just a montage of them doing classic New York stuff, but at one point, Lyle literally threatens to eat this bulldog in moving traffic. Ah, Jesus! You really don't understand this tactic. Mr. Pym is the one person that Lyle has yet to get on board with him, but every time they interact, Lyle turns it into a life or death meat size competition. But this time it's actually a wrestling match, and Lyle just straight up brutalizes Mr. Pym, at one point giving him such a big wedgie that I'm sure he popped a ball. In the end, Mr. Pym ends up winning, but not really, because Lyle just plays dead on the floor, once again proving the fact that if Lyle could, he fucking would. So now everyone is friends, giving Lyle and Hector a chance to reprise their friendship song for the third time. This reminds Hector of how talented they are together, and in the attic, he convinces Lyle to get back into show business by singing the song they just sang again. While Lyle agrees, he isn't too psyched about it, and Josh worries that it may not be what he wants. But Hector is basically like, piss off, I'm about to go get that gator money, and then he speeds off with Lyle in this goofy sidecar motorcycle that we're now seeing for the first time. But guess what doesn't work out? That. Lyle is still too nervous to perform for an audience, causing Hector to lose even more money.
But nothing I can smooth over with a little Valenti charm.
Yeah, well, Valenti charm must be something either horribly offensive or illegal, because the next day, Mr. Pym witnesses Hector being thrown out of a moving car at full speed. After that exciting encounter, Mr. Pym walks in on a tenants intervention led by Mr. Grumps, where he essentially just humiliates the family in front of everyone.
If you could find it in your hearts to sign the petition and override the school's power to allowing awful families like this.
In the middle of this, Hector pulls up and reveals to everyone that Mr. Grumps has been spying everyone with those security cameras from earlier. So for now, the secret is safe. For now. Well, actually just for the next minute and a half, because while the family is celebrating their epic dub, Animal Control shows up and fucking snipes Lyle. No, Lyle! Man, I don't know what it is, but something about brutal scenes like this in children's movies, it kills me. Also, Lyle simply didn't resist. In fact, he was showing almost every sign of submission. Hey man, turn off that body cam real quick. Turn off that body cam. He's resisting! So now Lyle's in the zoo with a bunch of evil Lyles, also known as real crocodiles. And the last couple minutes of the movie were extremely depressing, so you know they had to throw in a fart joke. And then something really confusing happens when the family shows up to see Lyle and he goes up to see them at the cage. This zookeeper comes in and says,
"Hey, no hands to the bars. Thank you. You, get back."
Okay, yes, we've learned that he can understand English, but how do you know that? Because that leads me to believe that you talk to all the crocodiles like that. Like they're prison inmates. You know, I just imagine it's like, all right, you got your one call. Come on, let's go. Oh, there goes my foot.
They understand crocodiles. They're gonna look after him.
Then why aren't they giving him pork and rosemary full of sauce or chicken milanese with a dash of salsa verde?
That's what you guys were eating? I can't believe that. The dude was literally dangling you over a dumpster in the alleyway of a Chinese restaurant. No, at this point I'm just fully convinced that you have Stockholm Syndrome. but for eating garbage. So Josh is freaking out about this whole thing, and when Mr. Pym tells him that there's not really anything they can do, he freaks out even harder and fucking dies like he's in a video game cutscene.
He had a panic attack that triggered his asthma.
Oh, my bad. Well, now everyone is at rock bottom, and what a better way to treat this moment than by letting Shawn Mendes sing again. This one is a ballad accompanied by a montage of memories that make it seem like they've all known each other for years, when in reality, I'm pretty sure all of this has taken place over the course of less than a week. Touching. That part is sad, and it's way too long, so we're gonna move on. The next day at school, Josh talks to the sweep girl, and she tries to relate to Josh by telling him about her pet snake that escaped one time, but then she just splits a dry-ass looking cookie with him, and the moment is over. If they had spent literally any time building the character relationship here, I would think that this moment is touching, but so far, all we've seen her do is roast Josh and never talk to him outside of school, and that's literally just manipulation and bullying. Later that night, Josh goes to take out the trash where he runs into Hector, who reveals that he was the one who sold Lyle out.
So when Alistair Grubbs offered me the cash, I had to take it. Out of need, out of fear, out of weakness.
But then he's like, hey, fuck that though. If you're real, pull up to the zoo at 4 a.m. and let's make this happen. And he does. Hector arrives at the zoo looking not suspicious at all, and then this dumbass guard gets himself magic tricked into a fence, allowing Hector to enter. And you know, if I was this guard, the first thing I would do is pull my gun, or I'd scream at the top of my lungs. But for some reason, the first thing this guard decides to do is be as quiet as humanly possible.
You can't go in there. You can't go in there. Come back here. Come back here.
So here's how this pretty much goes down. Hector jumps into the crocodile enclosure where he sees Josh on the other side of the bars, and Josh is like, you dumb piece of shit. Then a bunch of the evil Lyles emerge, accompanied by real Lyle, who basically just lets whatever's gonna happen, happen. So it's make or break. Either Hector is gonna apologize now, or he's gonna get eaten really hard. It ends up being one of those moments like, you have to come back to where you belong. No. Back to Josh. And how sweet is that? You know, what a touching moment. Oh, holy shit, fuck yeah! Well, yeah, that was cool. Now it's time for a jailbreak. While being surrounded by the cops, Josh notices a tour bus for that America's Got Talent type show, and then hatches an idea that they've had multiple times, and it never works. But they hop on the motorcycle anyway and give it one last try. In the middle of this high-stakes ride, Josh gives his phone to Lyle to navigate, but he just ends up playing with Instagram filters. This is so ass! Oh yeah, Lyle's toast. That was like GTA level impact. They scramble through the building and pretty immediately just thrust themselves onto the stage, which causes so much shock from the audience that you'd think that they hopped on stage in full Nazi gear. So the cops storm the theater. Everyone's on edge, and well, this just isn't looking good.
Maybe we started pretty small.
Oh wow, now it's even worse. Well folks, I think you know what time it is. Help! 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 And it is a party, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone's jumping, everyone's cheering, and Lyle is the goddamn man. I think we can agree that getting through this movie has been pretty grueling, and I know you don't care about the rest of it, so I think that it's the perfect time for a lightning round. A month after the performance, the family is still dealing with the issue of Lyle being illegal, so they battle it out in court where Hector reveals that, I mean, this is just a crock of shit. Hector reveals that somehow there's a clause in the deed for the property that allows exotic animals. Not only does Mr. Grumps lose the case, but his cat abandons him, and Mr. Pym straight up assaults him in the courtroom. But now everyone is living together, and the family decides to go on vacation because Lyle has never been on vacation. Dude, he's an animal.
Do it, Malfoy.
Nope, I'm done, guys. That's the end of the movie. And what a movie it was. Sorry for putting you guys through all of that. I truly didn't plan on this being my longest video, but something within me, there was like a burning passion. I needed to cover this. I gotta say, honestly, this wasn't a horrible movie. I think with
Almost
a lot of movies like this, there's just so many
halfway point of my
things that you can find
round.
to pick on, and it's just fun. That's what we do here. But other than that and everything that I've given you in this video, I don't have much else to say. Of course, if you enjoyed, please consider liking and subscribing and commenting for
I think I might
interaction
cash out
and
at
increased
$500,000.
growth. But folks, that's all I have for you this time. But until next time. See, I know you think you knew what I was gonna do for this little bit at the end, but you're wrong. I'm not gonna do it. I have outsmarted. I'm a sucker for nostalgia, folks. Sometimes I have dreams where I'm holding my breath and it feels like I'm actually going to suffocate and die in real life. Someone is putting my therapy notes on the teleprompter. Rehash something that tickled my fancy as a child, and I'll pay for it. Hey, America, remember Moon Sand? I think we can all agree that the only thing this early 2000s classic
Moon
product was
Sand.
missing was a sequel. That's right, folks, Moon Sand 2. With AI Sand. Look, I may be a sucker, but I'm no fool, okay? I would never fall for something like that. But something that
Not the AI
Sand.
Sand.
The 2022 musical film adaptation
Oh,
of
what?
Lyle Lyle Crocodile, a failed, unnecessary, and grotesque complication of a once simple story. This seems to be a major problem in Hollywood right now, and a lot of it centers around a lack of originality, which we know 95% of the time actually has nothing to do with the writers. It has everything to do with the increasing demand of the cinematic universe, tainting decades worth of stories with disconnected spin-offs, and evidently writing for profit instead of people. This has become an overwhelming issue in specifically children's media since the pandemic. People no longer want to try new things. They just want to keep the attention of their viewer. The quality of children's media is suffering from this, and I think sometimes we forget that it is an okay and arguably important thing to criticize. I can think of so many good live-action movies from my childhood, and I don't know, I just think it's only fair that today's children get the same treatment. And with all of that out of the way, why are we still having Zachary Levi play adult children? What kind of freak gets their hands on the IP for Harold and the Purple Crayon, a beloved concept to so many now adults, and says, let's make him a big baby. This is the real problem with Hollywood, folks. Big babies played by big fucking idiots. Whether it's an anti-vax tweet, something coming out about him following an anti-trans organization, or even just the fact that he likes Jordan Peterson, Zachary Levi never fails to piss me off. So let's add another reason to that list, folks, today, as we trudge through Harold and the Purple Crayon.
Once there was a boy named Harold who went on an adventure. And he took his purple crayon with him. He could draw whatever he wanted. And sometimes that got him in over his head.
Okay, stop. Conceptually, that's all you had to do. It's an inviting and innocent homage to the original style and characters. It is truly all that they needed to do. They could have made an hour-and-a-half animated special exactly like this, and no one would have hated them.
The end. Good night, folks. Just kidding. Of course the story didn't end there.
Oh, okay, he's grown up now. Still animated though, so I guess it's all right. Also, the narrator is played by Alfred Molina. That's incredible. I mean, what a waste of talent. He's only in the first 5 minutes. But we're instantly entering who asked for this territory, okay? Here's the thing. A Harold and the Purple Crayon movie in 2008, that would have been a historically beneficial play for the United States economy. Respectfully though, no one in 2024 is wondering what Harold from Harold and the Purple Crayon and his friends are up to. It just feels untimely for today's children. Alas, here we are. Harold is now able to have conversations with the narrator, who he calls the Old Man. And the Old Man tells Harold about the real world, where he's from. After Harold gets a little too curious though, the Old Man goes radio silence, sending Harold on a mission to find him in the real world. And here we are, folks, stuck with adult child Zachary Levi once again for the next hour and 25 minutes.
Near, far, near, far, 3 dimensions. Oh, it's even cooler than I imagined.
I cannot stress enough how much this pisses me off. They literally stripped away the 2 defining factors from Harold that made him relatable to kids. The fact that he's a cartoon, and the fact that he's a kid. The film doubles down on this concept when Harold is followed into the real world by Moose, who, instead of turning into a real-life moose, turns into an adult man.
Hi, Harold. Nice to meet you. You don't really look like you did in the book.
Ah, come on, it's me. And look, it's Moose. Don't you remember Moose?
No, I've never seen him before. Mom!
So it looks like we're just going to be taking a complete departure from any of the source material here, which is fine. You know, at this point, I'm over it. But in theory, this means that they had the ability to do literally whatever they wanted to do with this story. Unfortunately, they just did Elf.
And guess what? It's only getting better because we found him. The old man. He's right here.
Let's go. Oh man, it's Harold, finally!
We have a man who is entering the real world for the first time, looking for his dad, or in this situation, his creator, and getting into shenanigans along the way using his unique abilities. This is Elf, guys. However, after a pretty immediate failure, Harold and Moose realize that finding the old man is going to be a lot more difficult than they expected. So, Harold whips up a bike with his trusty purple crayon so they can get a move on. Looks like a bike from Saints Row, doesn't it? By the way, Porcupine has also found her way into the real world, but I don't care about her yet. So let's move on.
Hi! Nice day for a ride.
Oh my god, it's Elf. No, yeah, I'll answer the question for you right now. They're definitely gonna go for it. I have near full confidence that whoever was in charge of this project just wanted to try and make it Elf without Christmas. I'm on to you guys. Well, all these people that we just met end up crossing paths after getting into a car accident. And I'm not too familiar with the law, but considering the fact that these guys don't actually exist, I feel like she's just good to walk.
Oh, shoot. I got a flat tire. Sorry, one sec. Just hang on. Hang on one sec. Hi. Yeah, I'm gonna need a tire. I have a flat and no spare. Yeah, I'll hold things.
How did you do that?
Dude, bro hasn't read the book. Lil bro hasn't read the book. No. So now they have a tire thanks to Harold's purple crayon. So far we've seen Harold draw a bike and a tire. And that's so cool. Also, the mom's name is Terry, and this is her son, Mel. He tells Harold and Moose about this whistle that he uses for his imaginary friend, Carl.
He's right there.
Huh? Is he really small?
He's got amazing camouflage abilities. He's part eagle, lion, alligator.
You know what, kiddo? Let's not do Carl today, okay?
Hey, why don't you shut the fuck up? Sorry, I just think a Dragalizator sounds really cool. And, like, probably really nice, too. Anyway, after a, might I say, aggressive lighting shift mid-scene, everyone finally introduces themselves. Hi, I'm Poop, and I'm Poop. I know. I have to set the bar for comedy.
As far as my stats being high,
Now keep in mind, here's what's happened so far, okay? We have a near
I have 210 of the hit list ability.
Harold pulled a tire out of thin air to fix a car that he was almost killed by, and without any questions, this mother is like, hey, wanna ride? It's a rash enough decision that makes me think she probably doesn't have insurance. Good thing they don't know what that is. When Terry asks them where home is, they ask her to take them to the old man's house, and she's like, oh, okay, so the bus station.
Mom, we can't just abandon them. You hit them, you broke their bike, and they don't have anywhere to stay. Dad always said, when people need help, we help.
Yeah, we do say that. Okay, fine. One night above the garage.
What the fuck are we doing right now? Sounds like the memory of dad is a pretty powerful tool in getting what you want around this household. Mom, we gotta go to McDonald's. We're about to pass it up. I already told you we're doing rosemary chicken. But Mom, remember what Dad always said. We gotta eat more McDonald's. It just doesn't make sense. It's actually to the point where the Lyle premise made more sense. And in that movie, the mom gets won over by an animated crocodile singing Marvin Gaye in the kitchen.
What's this music?
Oh, that would be nothing. Just junk from my old life.
You're a musician.
I was. I just, when you're young, you have all kinds of dreams, and then the world just kicks it out of you. Now I stock shelves at Ollie's.
Wait a minute. Okay, aspiring musician, shelf stocking employee. Are you absolutely fucking kidding me? I will not watch these two characters fall in love, by the way. That is not fun for the whole family. They might have actually come up with the premise to this film on ChatGPT. It's like actually insane. Okay, so later that night, Harold can't sleep. So he goes over to the house to hang out with Mel and look at his drawings of monsters. Pretty mid, honestly. Try harder next time, dude. I'm not exactly sure how old they're trying to make this kid, though. Like, he has an imaginary friend and he's drawing creatures and stuff, but like, you could do that at any age. But then he's having these like full fluent conversations like, oh, you know, ever since Dad died, Mom's just been a fucking mess.
I don't know. I just want her to be happy, you know, like she used to be.
Well, maybe I can help.
Maybe we could help each other. Yeah, like you make my mom happy, and I'll help you find your dad.
Deal.
Yeah, okay, great plan. How is he gonna make your mom happy? I'm not watching that. Harold finally shows Mel how the crayon works, and he ends up drawing this cool, fuzzy, flying spider creature that attacks them. You know, that is the type of stuff they should be doing with the crayon. That's the coolest thing they've done so far. Keep it up, guys. Then the next morning, Terry wakes up to like 50 pies on the counter, followed by her entire house being painted purple. But I'm like, okay, 50 pies is absolutely insane. Why would you even do that? That's not even fun.
Bruh.
Yeah, what's so fucking fun about a bunch of fucking pies everywhere? It's so much to clean up.
Mom, Harold can do magic. He can literally make anything.
Oh yeah, he's magic? Can he magically clean that shit up? Terry's like, okay, mister, well, you need to pack up your magic crayon and hit the road. And I don't have any more questions about its magical properties. That's totally normal. But the adventure can't end there, so Mel decides to skip school, they eat purple ice cream, and they head to the library on purple crayon modes of transportation to hopefully find more information.
Very important and crucial plot point that I forgot to mention about Harold and the purple crayon. Before they leave for the library, Harold actually breaks off a piece of the crayon and gives it to Mel, thinking that they're gonna get separated. But that just doesn't God, fucking so lazy. Apologies to any What We Do in the Shadows fans, because at the library, they meet Library Gary. He is a librarian and fantasy writer that also just so happens to be obsessed with Mel's mom. And he makes her this, like, warrior princess in his novels. It's a weird subplot. But of course, after attempting to help them, he lets them know that with the information given, they're really just wasting their time.
Okay. Old man, planet Earth, and that brings up 500 million people.
Say kind. And then, wise. And wise. And he talks like this.
Oh God, I think this plot is so weak. There's just no tangible goal here, you know? I don't care. The characters are quirky and kind of a little bit fun at times, but even for a simple family film, there's just not a whole lot to latch onto here. We get it. The old man is just in Harold's world. It's just in Harold's head. You know, we get that. But show us that. 3 out of the 5 things that Harold has drawn so far have been modes of transportation. And funnily enough, when Gary jokingly suggests that they write with smoke in the sky, Harold makes a fucking plane. Wow! Yes! Right, for a film that boasts imagination, they're really thinking inside of the box here. So yeah, Harold makes a plane, there's a flight montage. It's cool and all, but it's just a plane. Sorry, the wife and I saw Top Gun Maverick last week. Oh, also they just bail in a residential area. Isn't that like domestic terrorism? Well, technically he's not, like, he doesn't exist, so he's not a US citizen, so honestly, that's just straight up terrorism. Well, if you've made it this far into the video, congratulations. You're one of the first people ever to hear about the fact that Harold, from Harold in the Purple Crayon, is a terrorist. Insane.
Hello?
Hey, I saw your number in the sky.
What?
Figured it was a sign.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
I could be your old man if you'd be my old lady.
I think you have the wrong number.
Well, this also somehow feels illegal. It seems that the message in the sky contained Terry's phone number. So now Harold is he's just being a straight up nuisance. He's like a combination of SpongeBob and the Cat in the Hat, but just like all the worst parts.
We should leave a phone number. But my mom says that I can't give my number to strangers.
Well, she didn't say you couldn't give her number to strangers.
Here's an example. Harold and Moose are left in charge of Terry's shift at the store because Mel absolutely annihilated this kid at school. Here's a clip of that.
You late, Melvin?
Where have you been, weirdo? Give me this. Stop. Where you going?
And all they do is cause utter chaos and destruction. Look, Harold turns this helicopter ride into a functional helicopter with a child inside. I will say, watching movies like this and counting up the amount of actual crimes that they commit throughout is really fun. Let me show you what we've racked up so far. Okay, we have reckless driving, really multiple counts of child endangerment, flying without a certificate, criminal mischief, trespassing, let's see, am I forgetting one? Oh yeah, terrorism.
What were you thinking?
Oh no, honestly, I don't do a lot of thinking. I'm more of an improv guy. True.
He might also have the sociopath DLC. I'm not sure, but we're getting there. See, this is why we don't need movies like this, okay? I didn't need to know this much about Harold from Harold and the Purple Crayon. You know, he's a baby. That's the whole fucking thing, is that he's a baby, and he doesn't talk. He's got a crayon, and that's it. And he does his job, and he stays put.
We're really, really sorry. Terry, is there...
Is there anything we can do?
You guys have done plenty. I think you can stop.
Mom, you did ask them to help. They did their best.
Dude, this kid is a crazy gaslighter. Either that or the writers were blacked out during the writing process, because that was, I mean, anything but trying their best. Remember what Dad always said, okay? I like those guys.
I'm just saying, maybe now you can find something that makes you happy. Please?
I did always want to trash that place.
What? You're a single mother with an only child and you just got fired from your job. Ditch the random men. I could genuinely see all of this making a lot more sense if they weren't just going around and being completely disruptive to society. You know, it feels like instead of promoting imagination, they're just inciting chaos and being rewarded for it. And I mean, if we really want to get down to the message of the film, that just seems counterintuitive. Yeah, you should be promoting creativity and a little bit of fun and rowdiness for kids, but like throw a little bit of consequence in there, right? Couldn't you have just magically cleaned up the kitchen? It would have taken 2 seconds. I'm still on the kitchen. I digress though, because we must move on to the heartfelt mom comes back into herself scene. Little gross on the wording there. While walking around town at night, Harold surprises Terry with a purple piano, and she's all like,
I don't do that anymore.
Come on, Mom. You haven't played for so long.
oh, so you lied. No, I just mean that I don't play anymore starting today.
Harold, Moose. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, Terry,
Hi, Gary.
your music was a golden elixir, and I drank until I was intoxicated.
Dude, I love this guy. Well, maybe not so much, because Gary, who before scoffed at them for trying to find the old man, suddenly seems to have their answer. He steals Harold and Moose away to a nearby park in order to share some information with them. But this is where the concept really takes a turn for the worst.
When someone tells a story, they create a whole world, and usually the characters stay there, in that world.
What are you talking about?
This is the world that you come from.
Are you goddamn serious right now? Okay, hold on a second. Hold on. God. Okay. I have so many questions. If Harold and the Purple Crayon, the book, actually exists in this universe, then why has no one been like, oh my god, it's the guy from the book? What other fictional character do you know that goes around drawing things to life with a magical purple crayon who also introduces himself as Harold? I just don't understand. Other than the fact that he's obviously not a baby, I feel like there's some dead giveaways here, folks. This is just bad storytelling.
Porcupine?
Oh shit, I forgot to talk about Porcupine. So remember how I said I wasn't gonna talk about Porcupine because I didn't care? I wasn't kidding. This whole time, I've actively been skipping over Porcupine scenes. They happen the entire movie. When she finally finds her way into the real world, she just spends her time doing crime and running away from these 2 cops, all while trying to find Harold. Unfortunately, she's just an unappealing character. And on top of the main plot and characters that I already don't care
I'm gonna make my way to $500,000 and then
feel completely useless and
upgrade stuff.
Don't do that. Crayons are for paper, sweetie.
Sorry, what did you just say?
She can't just draw wherever she wants.
Well, you have no idea what that could have been. Don't listen to her, mate. Crayons aren't just for paper. They are for everywhere. I can't wait to see what you make.
Like, once again, right sentiment, wrong advice. Anyway, like I said, she's being followed by the cops. So I'm sure you know where that's going.
Would it be possible for me to get my crayon back?
But as we know, punishment is essentially non-existent in this film. So,
I can't believe that worked!
back at school, Mel gets himself locked in the closet by the same group of bullies from before. However, this time, he realizes that he still has a chunk of the purple crayon in his pocket. So he finally draws the coolest thing in the movie and absolutely tears shit up with his no longer imaginary friend Carl.
Thanks, Carl.
He's so cute, dude. This is what the movie needed. More creatures. And goblins. Goblins would have been cool. Just in time, Harold and his crew, fresh out of prison, have arrived to pick up Mel from school because now they're gonna go try to find the author of the book. He's dead. They somehow managed to drive into oncoming traffic the entire time. Once again, not even in a fun way. Like, also aren't the cops after them? They're making themselves as traceable as possible right now.
Hello, welcome to the Crockett Johnson house. Are you fans of his work?
Yeah, you could say that. We've traveled a long way to get here, and I just can't wait to meet him face to face.
Oh, well, this is a museum now. Crockett Johnson passed away.
Passed away?
He's not alive anymore, Harold. It's like my dad.
Yup. So this is it, guys. Our heavily anticipated everything falls apart moment. Harold is depressed. Somehow Terry tracked down Mel and he's in trouble again. It's all just sad. So sad to the point that everything Harold created is now turning to purple dust. Even his friends. But who's there to manipulate him at his lowest? Library Gary.
Can't use the crayon all by yourself. It's too powerful. Let me guide your story. My stuff is a little darker. It's for ages 14 and up, but I can do it. Harold, I can help you. Give me the crayon.
At this point,
Oh my god, why is this man so evil?
Is what exactly he's gonna do with it. You could not guess the first thing that he makes. You could not guess because it's a purple sex dungeon. And I wonder, you know, what's gonna happen in the last 15 minutes of this movie? Well, folks, I'll tell you. That was poop. Gary wants to create a new world modeled after his fantasy novel so he can rule the land and also have sex with Mel's mom. I didn't write it. I'll admit it. Wild play. But nothing that we did in this movie makes me feel like we should be here right now. And the worst part is that throughout all of this trapping and escaping, they finally start doing awesome shit with the crayon. It all leads up to this big battle at the end where they go crazy with the creations, and I genuinely think it's really fun.
Fire!
Harold, look out!
In the middle of this skirmish, Gary ends up eating the crayon, which turns him into the magical being from his novels, and this is where the battle really ramps up. This is what I wanted to see the whole time. If you're gonna make a movie about using your imagination, use your imagination. After a clear dub for Team Harold, Harold decides, damn, this guy is such a loser that I'm just gonna make him his own world to live in, put the poor son of a bitch out of his misery. And then we have the ending, which is painfully meta. They go back to the Crockett Johnson Museum and take a tour of it. It's also the place where Harold decides to draw his permanent portal between worlds. It's a bad movie. I don't feel bad saying that. I just don't. This is deserving of criticism. There is someone out there, for sure. There's gotta be at least one person out there who waited 20 plus years for this movie to be made. Anyway, I'll leave the ball in your court at this point. You guys can chat about it in the comments. But while we're talking about that, why don't you leave a comment and like and subscribe if you enjoyed this video, because I worked hard on it. Well, I guess I'll see you guys next time with another stinky little butt. A little stinky little video. So until next time, I hate it. Yeah, I really just hate it.
Really insane.
Everyone who knows me knows that I love bad movies. And they're so essential because without a baseline to work off of, how are we supposed to differentiate the quality between, I don't know, The Shining and Croods 2? Well, folks, the truth is that bad movies make the world go round. And if you find yourself watching them as
Not
much as I do, you
Croods
start to
2.
recognize a certain
It was a
flaw.
sequel?
Because how funny would it be if in the middle of Marriage Story, someone forgot a line and they just didn't cut it out? See, to me, that is the beauty and depth of filmmaking that we as viewers rarely get to see. But guys, that being said, today I have found something that defies all laws of existence. Go ahead and take a look at this TikTok ad that I got just a few weeks ago.
This is Mr. Wogglebug. He wants to become a friend to you and your children. He's very lovable and wise, and I made a whole movie starring him.
Boom, there you go. I don't need to hear anymore. Purchase, purchase. Sylvie and the Wogglebug. What am I looking at? Now, let it be known, I did actually spend the $7 to purchase this movie, but I must ask myself, did I make a mistake? Also, I'm pretty sure that I was the last person to like ever buy this film because if you go and check the site now, it's just gone. However, if pain and mystery is any indication of what we're going to experience today, well, I think we're in for quite the delightful shit show. The film opens to some default title text and we're going in. Nope, never mind. So guys, when I say this movie is homemade, what I really mean is that it looks like the entire thing was done in Gary's Mod, and this becomes very apparent when we fade into the house. Oh my fucking god! Prepare yourselves, folks, because this is what you're going to be staring at for the rest of the video, and it gets worse. So what we have here is actually an orphanage, and this husband and wife are coming to adopt this girl, Sylvie. And if the grotesque animation wasn't enough for you, just listen to how these characters speak.
It's always a special day when our is chosen, and Sylvie is a very special.
This is so cursed.
I've waited a long time for this.
Now look, I could sit here
Oh,
and
not the
every
lip.
terrifying thing that I see, right? But you have to understand that this movie is an hour and a half long, and we haven't even broken the first minute. As they converse, we get our first shot of Sylvie, and dude, she just looks awful. I mean, I don't know what disease this is, but it's definitely uncurable. We learn that Sylvie is a shy but clever girl, and honestly, that's probably for the best. Because the kids playing outside look like they're locked in an endless loop of not knowing how to exist. Look, this girl's jumping into the wall. Hell! After hearing her sob story, the prospective mother is just like,
how sad.
And then we get a taste of Sophie's
How
true power when she
sad.
gets roasted by another orphan outside.
Hey, Sylvie, what you got there? Your lunch?
When the shot changes to reveal the other orphan, we find out that somehow she looks even worse than Sylvie, but she's out of there. And then the prospective parents finally introduce themselves.
Did you draw that?
Yes, ma'am. It's a Papilionidae, more commonly known as
The swallowtail butterfly.
The swallowtail butterfly. It reminds me exactly of that Zoo Books announcer guy.
And the tiger poster.
Also, I couldn't put my finger on it until now because it's so uncanny, but I'm pretty sure the character model for this guy is based off of Ryan Gosling. Why? I do not know. Please don't make me answer that. Anyway, the parents ask Sylvie if she'll go home with them, and she just immediately runs away.
Okay, I have 308 hit lists now.
Wow, that was seamless. Now we're in a classroom with Mr. Frank. He looks like Joe Biden cosplaying as Bach. For some reason, he's a substitute teacher, and I can confirm that that has no significance to the plot whatsoever. But he gives the class this huge fucking magnifying glass to inspect things outside. And I feel like normally, even in bad movies, they would have the teacher be like, okay, class, go ahead and pass this around and just have fun exploring. But somehow the filmmaker managed to encapsulate the real-time dread of sitting in a classroom by having him lecture for a full minute and a half with no music and no shot changes.
Have a single lens that is curved on both sides and is thicker in the middle,
Shut
causing the light to bend.
Hey, sorry to stop us in our tracks. Anyone notice my Zaza sitting here the whole time? Just gonna move that. Outside, that mangled orphan makes the mistake of asking Sylvie what she's inspecting because Sylvie proceeds to show off one of her many horrifying talents.
What are you looking at? This bug waggling around.
Oh, she's looking. She's looking. Okay. Whoa, full 90, full silence. Okay. What? But then her friend gets fed up and decides to retaliate by showing off a trick of her own. I mean, it's impossible to tell, but I'm pretty sure that her friend gets up and kills the bug. And that's another mind-boggling thing about this movie. There are frequent shots where like 30 seconds of time are taken up by a character doing some activity. But the cutting in animation is so out of control that you cannot tell what's happening.
This is what I studied with my magnifying glass.
Oh my fucking god. So yeah, that bug from outside that I'm pretty sure is just mush which now was a Wogglebug, and Sylvie takes it to the teacher to show him, but he's like,
Did anybody give you any trouble?
what trouble would there have been? You're not running special ops missions. You're talking to a most likely diseased child. Also, she just can't see you. Dr. Frank then does something very illegal and gives special gifts to his underage student. The special gift is a book and key that will unlock her hopes and dreams, so that is just skin crawling. Later that night at home, Sylvie gets cooked again by that orphan whose health is quickly deteriorating.
Mrs. Martin just left. Seems like they didn't like you after all.
Oh my god! Christ, these kids are in shambles! It looks like Sylvie got roasted so hard that her eyelids burned off.
They thought you were weird not wanting to be adopted. Maybe they will adopt me. No!
Okay. Sylvie goes upstairs and attempts to draw in her new notebook, but I guess the animator decided to try animate with your eyes closed challenge. But then Sylvie channels all of her sickness into one mighty burst and we get transported to a forest. Look at the detail!
I don't know where I am.
God, what the fuck is that? Well, this is the Wogglebug, and I don't know if I expected him to talk, but it definitely wasn't this.
You're a human-sized bug.
And you're a human-sized human.
No. Now the film is upgraded to character emotes, and we learn that his name is Mr. H.M. Wogglebug T.E. But before I go into that, I need you to listen to how Sylvie pronounces her full name.
I'm Sylvie Harnett.
Because seconds later, Mr. Wogglebug pronounces it like
To
this.
help a friend in need, Sylvia Hanoi.
And guys, I need you to remember this because it's gonna get fucking crazy, okay? Sylvie tells Mr. Wogglebug that she's lost and he says he can help her get home, but in the meantime, he's gonna take her to the castle of the king and queen. And at the very least, okay, like we do have some storyline here, but the scenes are so hard to pay attention to. All the audio levels are different, there's tons of dead air, and there is no variety in the shots other than an occasional emote that has nothing to do with what the character is saying.
I am just as wise as any man.
The king and queen are looking for a new royal counselor, and Mr. Wogglebug wants the job.
Enemy
Sylvie doesn't care. We still don't know what HM and TE mean.
HM stands for highly magnified.
Oh. What does T.E. mean?
Oh.
Kind of you to ask. That stands for thoroughly educated.
Okay, so his name is Mr. Highly Magnified Wogglebug, thoroughly educated. Not only does that not roll off the tongue at all, in fact, it feels like sandpaper, but something about reading and hearing that name is like turning my brain to soup. I cannot think. Okay, I'm pretty sure this descriptor is unwarranted given what we've seen so far, but now something really crazy happens. Mr. Wogglebug proceeds to tell Sylvie his life story, and I
too
really
fast.
don't know how to put this into words, so just...
You see, I grew up in a schoolhouse, so to speak. I was once a tiny...
Okay, I'm just gonna try my best here. I don't know what I'm looking at, and I don't want to, but it would now seem that Mr. Wogglebug is telling his life story through a musical number, except the music doesn't line up, the vocals don't line up, you know, everything is just playing. Whoa, stop, I don't like that.
My
Oh,
dear
the song, it's
children.
over. Okay, so this sequence is just an absolute mess. I can't go into too much detail or I'm gonna... But here's his life story in a nutshell, okay? He was found by the professor, put under a microscope, projected onto a screen, and then this happens. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. What is happening, man? What the fuck? Why was she on the desk? When was there any indication that anyone in the class was scared other than me? Also, when it cuts to outside, the window is just closed. You know, I shouldn't even be pointing that out. Okay, but I'm not even kidding. There's actual lore to this. It turns out the Wogglebug is actually a character from the Land of Oz, like in Wizard of Oz, the movie about the Wizard of Oz. So I guess this movie is a spin-off, but I'm not even kidding. What just happened in the movie is word for word from Wogglebug lore. The bug was proud of his new size. He bowed to the students, and one unnamed little girl standing on the windowsill was startled and fell backward out the window. Okay, this filmmaker might be a genius then. I mean, this is like the Oz universe version of Book of Boba Fett. But anyway, back to the backstory. The professor gave him some clothes and sent him off to the palace, and that's where he met
What a
Sylvie. Okay, now
comparison.
we're caught up. Sylvie tells Mr. Wogglebug about that key that she got from the substitute teacher, and then we get another one of these moments.
May I see the key? This
They then proceed to have 5 more minutes of grueling conversation, and it is mind-numbing. That's the other thing about this movie. Because of the incompetence of the animator, pretty much nothing happens, so it actually makes the movie really boring. The only time activity really happens is when they want the characters to do something goofy or add in another musical number. They actually do this after those 5 minutes, and guys, I'm not even kidding, they just apply random emotes to him while he sings, and it looks bizarre.
Brian, the one and only
Oh, God.
the worldwide.
Hee.
He goes on in this ramble of a song to say, though I'm a big bug, I still need a big hug. And then it gets very fucking gross.
I love that song. I haven't had one hug since I left the tailor's house.
No.
Oh, no.
Are my favorite kind
Yeah, no, I don't think
Let go of the child.
Genoma, which looks like a Sims
Let
mansion
go of the
surrounded by
child.
Sylvie demonically slides across the ground, and then for a second, and literally just this one moment, they completely change her voice actor.
Mr. Wogglebug, are there other walking-talking bugs like yourself in Genoma?
Nope.
All right then. They finally talk to the king and queen, but for some reason the king's voice is super compressed and intense.
This key bears the symbol of the 7 living values of intelligence.
I am aware.
Apparently Sylvie's key is super powerful, but they put a pin in that for later because there's a more pressing matter. Genoma is in a crisis. Mr. Wogglebug is trying to kiss up and prove himself the entire time, but one of my problems with this character trait is that it makes him say so much unnecessary bullshit like every sentence.
We'll come up with a plan, ABC. However many letters it takes.
Shut the fuck up, bro! I don't care! Also, I think it's worth mentioning because you're not actually gonna get to see the film in its full length, but you can trust me when I say that every sentence Mr. Wogglebug says ends with him kissing his own ass. Every single situation, every single conversation, he's just like, I am an intellectual.
Welcome to the castle of Genoma, home of King Ethano and future home of the highly magnified and thoroughly educated...
Anyway, Genoma is under attack by Antibo, the evil gnome.
He is a dark wizard and a terrible danger to all of Genoma.
And look, I don't know how
Dark
to animate him,
wizards.
but based on that delivery, I am not excited. Sylvie and Mr. Wogglebug go to meet up with the other candidates for the Royal Council, and they are not looking good. But here's who we got. We got Dr. Hulan. He's an owl thing, and he sounds like this.
How do you do?
And then we have Lord Sprague.
No, you can put that
he
back.
sounds like this.
I am Lord Sprague.
And those names are pretty fucking wild, right? Yeah, but then we just got fucking Sir Reynolds. He's a bird of some kind, but what's most important to know is that the animators could not control him.
You believe you are wiser than any of us?
Mr. Wogglebug introduces Sylvie to them, once again with a different pronunciation.
This is Sylvie Hanoi.
And then they go over and look at this painting of a tree called the Living Tree that's supposedly the source of all power and magic in general.
Cannot
Sylvie goes to
contain.
the keyhole in the tree, and they conclude that this is what's gonna help Sylvie get home, so look how excited she is. Look how excited she is. What happens next is brutal. Sylvie and Mr. Wogglebug walk back into the room and proceed to listen to the court candidate shit-talk them for a full minute.
If he knows what is good for him, he would scurry back beneath the stone he emerged from.
Stone? I believe you mean boulder.
Mr. Wogglebug gets super sad and tries to kill himself with a handkerchief, and Sylvie does nothing about it, so they go back to the king and queen to let them know that they will be going to defeat Antibo. They continue to pronounce his name like that throughout the film.
Insane.
It sounds like Antifa, so, Sylvie and Mr. Wogglebug are taking down Antifa! As they leave, Mr. Wogglebug tells Sylvie about the 7 living values, and it's like, once again, come on, dude, come on! This film does not have the range to explore 7 values of life. I mean, just cut it to 3. I ain't watching that shit.
Honesty, kindness, courtesy, loyalty, courage, perseverance, and humility.
Cool. Finally, alone in the wild, they come to a bridge where Mr. Wogglebug asks a highly threatening question.
You are afraid you will fall off the bridge while crossing it?
Well, I wasn't before. Mr. Wogglebug tells her not to be afraid and to take his hand and listen. So I wonder what that means. What? I mean, how? This one, I can't even hear. The scale is off, the location is liminal, and honestly, I can't even really see what's going on. But things get crazier because a few seconds later, we get a close-up where they are absolutely breaking it down for no reason. Okay, let's just take a break and rest our minds for a moment, you know?
Absolutely cursed looking child.
Now we're in the middle of fucking fucking nowhere. The camera work in this scene, I mean, it's something out of a shitty Minecraft Bandicam recording, and honestly, I'm kind of with it. Because at this point, I feel like I've completely abandoned the idea of this actually being a movie. You know, now I'm getting more of a watch full movies free, no survey, no download vibe. That's a deep cut joke right there, okay? Okay, all right? Are we feeling it, ladies?
And you know why all these trees are such great friends? They're all branching out.
Oh, Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up, man. God.
It's amazing.
Oh? Okay, first things first, these trees look like they have dicks. I mean, full rocking out with the cock out. It's rather impressive. And I don't know if the filmmaker decided it would be funny to put this joke in, but I'm pretty sure the roots are supposed to represent a dick and balls. But I probably wouldn't think that if the tree didn't say this.
Please move. You are standing on my left root.
He's talking about his left nut.
They whisper words of wisdom that the beings they...
Hey, yeah, man, sorry to cut you off, but you might want to check on your boys here. The main tree looks like he's chilling, but the other two look to be in utter shock. In fact, all of them have the 1,000-yard stare. Anyway, they all hate Antibo because he wants to destroy the living tree, that tree that's gonna bring Sylvie home. But because they're fucking trees and they can't move, they suggest that they get the help of the magical fairy Alicia. And also the trees have arms. How didn't I notice that? This is what they sound like, by the way.
Good luck, Mr. Wogglebug and Sylvie.
When they leave the trees, they stumble upon another one of those butterflies from the beginning.
The swallowtail butterfly.
And then we finally meet our villain.
Well, they are the link between the earth and the air, between nature and humanity, and...
Oh my god. If there was any consistency in design with this movie, it has officially been broken. I mean, truly, this just looks like a model pulled straight from a video game that I've never heard of.
But why would you want to do that?
Because this place has gone on, as it always has, for far too long.
That's it? So you're telling me his entire motivation for literal genocide is just the fact that the forest is business as usual? Hey, I like this guy, beautiful mind! He basically goes on to say that he also just hates everything, so I guess that's better justification, but like, who cares?
Well, he wouldn't want to cross me, or I might have to do something like this.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. So yeah, the butterfly
Like
gets seized,
what?
and then Antibo gets shot in the back. Holy shit, it's up. What is it?
This is the dominion of the elves. You cannot pass through here.
God, okay, bye. You guys have to understand, I'm trying my very hardest to focus on the storyline here, but the flow of this film is just brutal. I'm gonna try to consolidate my thoughts moving forward because this video could be an hour, but what's the point? So yeah, they end up following the elf to find him doing more emotes with this bed of flowers.
I am Mr. H.M. Wogglebug, T.E.
Every fucking time! We learned that the elf's name is Christoph or Christoph. I don't know, what does it sound like to you?
My name's Christoph.
I'm just gonna go ahead and call him Chris.
Nice shot.
The next 2 minutes involve the same conversation going in circles. Chris can't get the flowers to grow because he's not strong enough, but he thinks that Sylvie and Mr. Wogglebug may possess the power.
In my world, we believe that music helps plants to grow. Sing to them.
I can't even tell what's happening anymore.
For a full 2 minutes. Finally, though, they managed to sync up the singing with the track. I'm playing a little bit right now below my voice so you don't die. But guys, I'm starting to get really upset here. This movie is awful, right? But it's getting awful in an unenjoyable way. It's too long. If the scenes didn't take 20 minutes apiece to get through, this movie could be done in like a solid 45. But no, we're at the 45-minute mark, and we're only halfway through. Antibo shows up after the song and turns all the flowers into swamp grass, and instead of doing something about it, they all just lecture him on nature.
That's so unnatural.
You must leave nature alone, allowed to grow and flourish, as it has always done.
But Chris must have really been holding in that dog, okay? Because as soon as Antibo vanishes, he throws some nasty punches.
And take that, and another thing.
Whoa, careful there, bud. They then meet up with the whole elf council, and everyone looks the same. But long conversation, guys. Long one. Same issue as before. They don't think they're strong enough, and they need to recruit a group of people to help them. But when that fairy Alicia comes back into conversation, we get a big, juicy reveal.
We should consult with the fairy queen mother.
You do not need to consult with Alicia.
Ah, not juicy. It's gone, guys. It's just gone. The concept was out the window so long ago. I mean, it's already just gotten run over in the street. Well, here's Alicia. Her design is fucked, and her mic is bad.
And what is it that you hoped I could assist you with, Christoph?
Now, this is probably the worst audio that we've heard so far, but what's so funny about
I
this
think
is
if I
that
can
the actress
invest, I can
delivers the
probably
lines
get
like
up
she's
to
reading scriptures in
billion.
church.
A task lies before you. The defeat of the
I don't want to go
terrible
for it.
unknown. You must find the strength within if you are ever to return home.
And it turns
I
out
finally
Alicia
found the
can't
gold
defeat
shop.
Antebo either, which, I mean, honestly, guys, is it really that hard? All he's done so far is show up, do minor damage, and then disappear in a single frame. And you know, Mr. Wogglebug is fucking yoked. I don't understand why the lights are still on.
Oh, sweet children, the path before you is clear. Your destinies are entwined.
What is going on here, man? It's blah, blah, blah. Find the power within yourself, okay? It's okay, we're good. We get the vibe. But I have to point it out, guys, we got another name pronunciation.
I have faith you will not, Sylvie Harnois.
Harnois? Oh, man, that one sounds so lavish, so fresh. Alicia disappears, and I guess she said something really harsh to Sylvie because she just starts crying. And it's actually kind of sad because for a moment, just a moment, it genuinely sounds like a very scared child.
Scared.
Seconds later, though, she goes in guns blazing and roasts the shit out of Antebo.
There's no way I can defeat that nasty, hideous, ugly, mean old gnome.
Okay, so Sylvie is sad, Chris is sad, and Mr. Wogglebug is just obsessed with himself. But because this movie makes no sense, we then cut to everyone being happy and doing the exact same walking cycle. Sylvie is starting to... You know, I find it funny that I'm using these clips as filler, because with a regular movie, like, the shots would give you some context as to what's going on, but this one, it's just gonna look like nonsense. Yeah, so Sylvie is starting to regret her decision of not saying yes to the prospective parents, and this launches us into a pretty much 3-minute conversation about self-worth and dignity with no cuts. And at first they have pretty decent and thoughtful things to say about each other, but when they finally run out of game map, they just start fucking rambling. Dude, it's awful.
It's just that I've watched a lot of cartoons with bad guys like him in them.
What exactly are cartoons?
Please! Okay, now we're in a cave to meet the fairies, and honestly, dude, what is the point of any of these scenes? The arc of this scene is basically racism. I think at one point the leader fairy, Theodora, calls Chris a pointy-eared trickster, and in the context of this universe, it just feels like a slur.
Are you certain you can trust that pointy-eared trickster?
But yeah, they kind of have a mini race war, and Mr. Wogglebug keeps sneezing because he's allergic to the fairy dust. And when they ask her for help, it looks like the animator just took the opportunity to click a bunch of random options and see what happens for her response.
No.
She basically tells them to get the fuck out, but as soon as they leave, she comes running out with them, and she's like, oh, never mind.
You pixies may have great powers of your own, but at least us elves have great powers no one is allergic to.
Okay, I skipped ahead a little bit. Now they're preparing to round up a big team to help defeat Antebo, and we get launched into, and I hesitate to call it this, a montage. And the only reason I say that is because never before have I seen a cut into a montage quite like this.
We'll recruit every critter creature and character we meet along the way.
Oh, okay. Alright, so the people they meet are just, I mean, despicable. It's really just a bunch of Fortnite skins. They meet these elementals, I guess. A water one, a lava guy, another rock thing, and
Oh
an
my
ice.
God.
Honestly, these guys look strong as shit. I feel like
Look at those models.
meets these fish. Really not sure how that's gonna be helpful, but keep up the good work. Sylvie fucks off and just has tea with one of those trees from the beginning, or was it the beginning? Like, is that really fair to say at this point? And Mr. Wogglebug also manages to squeeze in some time to smoke a blunt with this
Is this supposed to be a movie? I don't understand.
thing that happens in this entire movie. They go to this ocean bank and this mermaid rises out of the water like as slowly as possible. What happens next, I really can't describe, so I just have to show you.
My heart? What do you... The key?
And look at that, she's just gone, she's out.
And why do they do this instead of like doing anything else to make a movie?
Evil trees, and I kid you not, the trees belittle the characters so much that they lose all motivation to move forward with their journey.
She will always be a trickster. The pixie will make you look like a fool elf.
Not the forest of gaslighting trees.
Bad girl. A disappointment.
But as the brave
A
heroine
disappointment.
delivers a powerful monologue which lifts everyone's spirits back up.
So what if we make him...
That's just let's just, I don't know, maybe a tree or something.
Everyone makes some mistakes.
Who fucking cares? And with a newfound determination, they all head off to fight Antebo. Here's how this fight sort of goes down. Antebo comes hot out the gate with his evil plans, and it just leaves Sylvie absolutely flabbergasted.
With the living tree corrupted, I can spread my power over all Genoma.
Antebo then knocks each person over individually with magic that we just don't see, and then Sylvie comes up with the idea to offer her special book in return for her friends' lives.
Let me have it, and I will be more powerful than even my master.
No, take your time. I don't even know exactly what happens next, but I guess Sylvie takes a page out of her book, puts it on the tree, and uses her imagination to summon everyone to the battlefield. Then Antibo freezes Sylvie for like a solid minute before they all inevitably save her with the power of love. Is anyone feeling like this film is just monotonous? No! Look at this, guys. He's getting covered in nuts. Sylvie uses the power of the tree to restore everything back to normal, and then it rises out of the ground, becomes a terrifying monster, and just fucking stands there. Then out of nowhere, Mr. Frank shows up and reveals that he transported Sylvie here, so I think I was actually wrong about the special ops thing, okay? This was treacherous. And guys, I'm reading directly off the script now. As I write this, I am thoroughly done with the movie, as this is my second time viewing the film. I'm gonna wrap it up now. Okay, so Mr. Wogglebug gets to be on the council, which is great, but I'm not sure if any of it is very deserved, considering the fact that he did nothing. He did nothing in the film. And after Sylvie says her goodbyes, she wakes up in her bed because it was all a dream. I'm okay with this. She manages to get downstairs right before the parents leave, says yes, and then, well, folks, we made it through. I don't know why I picked this. I really, really don't. But I had a lot of fun writing it. I mean, this is the type of shit that you really can't make up. And as far as I'm concerned, I think I'm like the only person who has ever found and reviewed this movie, you know, in a quality way. But yeah, that was, I mean, it was horrifying. I'm gonna like burp or throw up or something. Anyway, guys, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like and comment and subscribe and interact and stuff. Please save me from Sylvie and the Wogglebug. I really don't know what else to say about this film. You know, I'm kind of just dead in space. Looking at myself right now, I'm looking a little jaundiced. But anyway, that's all I have for you this time. But until next time, if you want to watch this film in its entirety, you can find it on YouTube. Full disclosure, the DVD never showed up. I think I got scammed, and I might have been the last person who attempted to buy it.
If you've consumed any media in the last 70 years, there's a good chance you've heard this voice.
Oh.
This sound, man being eaten
Hi,
by
H. Bomber.
alligator, was recorded for Distant Drums in 1951 for a scene where a guy randomly drowns all by himself. This recording then became part of the library of sound effects people at Super Warneo Brothers used. Another scream from that recording then appeared in 1953's The Charge at Feather River, where a certain Private Wilhelm gets shot by an arrow. They also use it like 2 more times in the same movie. Sound designer Ben Burt noticed this reuse and started reusing it himself in student films because he thought it was funny. As a silly little joke, he hid it in the background of a B-movie he was hired to work on. Oops, looks like culture's been changed forever. Burt had accidentally started a career-long running joke. In his big cameo in Jedi, he does an impression of the scream when he gets killed by an OSHA-violating guardrail. Then other people started using it too, and now it's everywhere. Getting in on someone else's in-joke kind of risks ruining it, but I wouldn't know anything about that. And there's a bunch of other iconic screams like this. Oh, Jesus Christ! Like with Wilhelm, the source of these sounds are usually well documented. That scream comes from a popular sound effects library. And while we're ruining things, those sheep/goats screaming like a human videos you love so much? Yeah, they're all fake. That's just a sound that comes free with Apple software. You're welcome. But for over a decade, one sound's original source was unknown. This one. This is all over internet video nowadays, but where's it from? Most people under a certain age are yelling Roblox at the screen right now. Roblox is a free online game/platform people can make additional content and games for, and they can even monetize what they make for a pittance. According to YouTube journalists People Make Games, Roblox developers receive less than 25% of the money from sales of content they make. This has led to the Roblox Corporation attaining a net worth of roughly $7 quadrillion. And one of, if not the, most iconic things about this game is its death sound effect, also known as the Roblox oof. Videos of just this sound get millions upon millions of views. It has its own separate existence as a meme across thousands of videos, and one video claiming to be its origin has 117 million views, shockingly close to the lifetime views of my entire channel. This sound effect is a phenomenon, but it's not from Roblox, and this child is a liar. Now, I haven't played Roblox. I play mature games for grown-ups, like Fortnite. When I was the age Roblox would have definitely controlled my life, it was instead being controlled by stop-motion animation, and then later by Garry's Mod, a game which did not monetize its content in increasingly horrifying ways, transforming its community into a digital sweatshop, but I'm sure the new way is fine too. So no, I haven't played Roblox, but I have played Messiah. Messiah was released in the year 2000 and developed by Shiny Entertainment. They made Path of Neo, so they're insane and I love them. You play as a cute little cherub named Bob, who gets blasted down to Earth to help out. This is the best opening cutscene ever. Bob has no combat abilities whatsoever. Instead though, he can possess other people.
I'm a cop.
You know, in real life, a huge portion of the angels who come to Earth end up in the bodies of police officers. It's true, Google 40% cops. Bob can possess basically any living thing, including rats when the developers feel like making you save scum. The player is constantly switching bodies, using their different abilities, credentials, and weapons. The pacing is breakneck, because doing so doesn't slow you down. I played Messiah in the mid-2000s when I found it in a Christian charity shop. I assume they didn't see the words sex, religion, possession, death on the cover, and then I threw it away. I bought this copy on eBay to use as a prop. I have to get this out for the rest of the video now. Then a decade passes, and in a random YouTube video, I hear a familiar sound. People tell me it's from Roblox, but I swear I've heard it somewhere else. Obviously, I immediately forgot about it and moved on with my life until 2019 when someone else figured it out. User PlasmaNode on Reddit was watching the ending cinematic on YouTube for some reason and noticed a very familiar sound. He posted his discovery on Reddit along with a clip from the ending. Someone stole and reposted his clip on Twitter. A large Roblox YouTuber made a video about that tweet, and then journalists started picking up on it. Although the articles do credit the wrong person with the discovery because their one source is a video that got it wrong. Why did the sound get so popular anyway? Well, if TV has taught me anything, children being injured is just universally funny. Let's not think about what that says about us. Here's an interesting fact, which I hope justifies me playing the entire game in preparation for this video. Everyone involved seems to think the sound effect is specifically in the ending, but it's actually all over the game. You can fly around and flap your little wings to float, and whenever you slam into a wall, Bob makes a noise, and that's one of the noises. It's also in the opening cutscene too. It's kind of funny it was discovered in the ending, the last possible place you would hear it if you played the game. Interestingly enough, there was proof in Roblox the sound was from Messiah all along, and no one thought to check. You see, sound files have this thing in them called metadata. It's extra information that comes with a file, you know, album art, list of the artists and people who worked on it, and so on. You know those pirated Weird Al Yankovic albums your friend gave you when you were 14? That's why the album art was in there. It was in the metadata. I think that anecdote might be a bit too specific. The oof sound in Roblox's game files, .wav, has metadata in it saying it was made in 1999 while Messiah was being made, with the engineer listed as Joey Kouros. Joey Kouros is an extremely prolific video game sound designer. He's worked on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, Spider-Man, Gears of War, and even Fortnite. That clip I showed earlier, that wasn't just me showing off my sick skills, that was a clever setup for this bit. No, it wasn't actually. I wrote a Fortnite joke and then it turned out he'd worked on Fortnite, but still. And here's Joey on page XXXVI of Messiah's manual as one of the sound effects guys. See, look, see? I don't have a camera person this time, so I'll have to cut to a close-up that I shot later. Rachel stopped responding when she found out what the video was about. So there we go. We know where the sound effect was from. We even have a good idea who might have made it. Mystery solved. We can all go home to our families. Just kidding, there's more. That's only the beginning of the story, you worm. I can't say that. We haven't even talked about who owns the sound effect yet. It doesn't belong to Joey. It belongs to the company he was working for when it was made, Tommy Tallarico Studios, along with its owner, I don't need to say his name. He named his studio after himself.
Are you ready? Yeah!
Tommy Tallarico is a veritable video game industry icon, according to the first line of his biography on his website. I wouldn't personally go that far, but he was a fairly well-known musician and composer for video games in the 90s and 2000s. His most notable soundtracks include Earthworm Jim, MDK, and Advent Rising. His company was involved with the sound effects on lots of other games from this period too. That's why if you're my age or older, this is burned into your brain.
Tommy Tallarico Studios.
He was also on TV on the shows Electric Playground and Judgment Day, some of the earliest shows about video games, reviewing new releases and interviewing developers. If you were around for a certain era of game history, you remember Tommy from TV or played something his company worked on. He also co-founded Video Games Live, which produced symphony performances of popular video game soundtracks. VGL is universally recognized among gamers as a thing they think they remember hearing about that seems nice. Through royalties from his company's work over the years, Tommy's doing pretty well for himself, and he's spent his money on living in a very interesting house. It has themed rooms, a Spider-Man room full of all the original comics.
Probably have about $50,000 in your hands right there.
Giant statues of Lara Croft and the Fifth Element Lady, an ancient Egypt-themed dining room. The list goes on.
The first thing I built in my house when I bought this was a 7-foot waterfall. But it kind of sucks because at night sometimes I have to go to the bathroom.
And Tommy is proud of his insane mansion, that's why I've got so much footage of it. He's given numerous tours of the place over the years, and it was even on MTV's Cribs. He's so proud of that, he re-uploaded it to his own YouTube channel years later. He's very happy about the fact he was specifically on MTV's Cribs. He says it a lot in interviews, and that's what he calls the video he uploaded onto his own channel, and there's no way he would tell an obvious lie like that. Would he? Foreshadowing is a literary device in which he also re-uploaded an old UK show where the presenter clearly hates his house.
This is absolutely hideous. You've got to sort yourself out, Tommy. You've got too much money. This is silly. It's not right, Tommy.
No, but it is.
There's children starving.
And if you're the sort of person who's impressed by Guinness World Records, Tommy has a huge stack of them leaning up against a cabinet in the corner of his awards/Indiana Jones nook. The big one is person who has worked on the most video games in their lifetime.
I actually have the Guinness World Record for the person who's worked on the most video games in their lifetime.
He's such a big deal, he was handpicked by Shigeru Miyamoto to work on Metroid Prime.
Metroid Prime with Shigeru Miyamoto. I worked with him for many years.
And he was also the first American to work on the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise.
I was the first American ever hired to work on the Sonic franchise.
Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Do you really believe that? Tommy's been kind of resting on his laurels doing Video Games Live for a while now. He hasn't done much new music for games since the late 2000s. One of the last things he did was donate music to Super Tofu Boy, a game made by Peter. It's a really bad Super Meat Boy clone interspersed with quite good music and interesting meat facts. Listen, Peter, I've eaten a lot of tofu, but meat doesn't scream either. If it did, people would probably stop eating it. Tommy is a vocal Peter supporter, doing an interview for them in the Egyptian wing of his house about cruelty to animals, and put out a statement on Facebook responding to criticism of his involvement with Tofu Boy. It's the only press release I've ever read that has emoticons in it. We can't really talk about Tommy without talking about what he was doing while the OOF was being discovered. Tommy is most well known nowadays for what has become known as the Amico disaster. In 2018, Tommy acquired the rights to Intellivision, a game company from the 70s and 80s, and announced he was making a brand new console, the Intellivision Amico. Amico aimed to be a truly family-friendly games console, with low age ratings on its games, and the bonus selling point of, not having online play. Apparently to get people playing in the same room together? Together again. Oh, some people would tell you online play is one of the best features of modern gaming and a nice option for people who can't easily be physically next to each other, and to that, Tommy's reply was, no.
When I was growing up in the 70s, 80s, and even when I was working in the game industries in the 90s, you know, we didn't have the internet, right?
With this pitch in hand, how did the Amico do? It didn't. It was delayed, supposedly due to the global pandemic, but then it was delayed many more times, and it still isn't out 2 years after the intended launch. It seems less like unfortunate supply chain issues and more like management underestimated how hard it is to make a new game console from scratch. As CEO, Tommy made the decision to open 2 company offices in Irvine, California and Salt Lake City, Utah, 2 really expensive places to open offices in the middle of the pandemic. In his video tours, the large, expensive spaces are mostly empty and unused, with the money guy in the back looking like he's working overtime trying to keep this operation afloat without a finished product.
This is where the magic is. Tommy wants money. This is in this box is where it all happens.
As the money started to run out, they turned to crowdfunding investment website Fig. Tommy produced a video in his Spider-Man room, with other company leadership in his Egypt room and Tomb Raider-themed movie theater room, claiming the console just needs a bit more money to get going and release is just around the corner.
The rocket ship has been built, we are on the launch pad, and we just need the fuel to take off. So strap yourself in, because it's going to be one hell of a ride.
They raised $7 million more and the Amico still didn't come out. So they tried again, turning to second crowdfunding investment website, Republic. They even used the same pitch video. Come on guys, the rocket ship just needs a couple more $1 million.
Strap yourself in.
They raised over $11.5 million more so they could continue to not release a console. They tried a third time on a weird, shady investor website that pretends to be a live stream but is clearly pre-recorded.
The rocket ship is built, folks. We are on the launch pad. We just need a little more fuel.
And then they turned to yet another crowdfunding website for more and cancelled it partway through when it became clear there's no one left to invest. When internal documents leaked revealing the console's internal hardware was cheap, old, and rubbish, Tommy threatened people who reported on it with legal action, and when another journalist asked what the reporters had done wrong reporting publicly available information, he deleted all the tweets. The Amico's difficult non-launch, gleeful tossing of investor money into 2 large holes.
There's not too many people here in the office yet.
And its CEO's increasingly aggressive behavior towards people trying to report what was happening netted the company and Tommy some criticisms. Tommy did the responsible thing and started messaging people to call them names. He defended the Amico on internet forums, calling detractors morons, idiots, mentally unstable, narcissists, and cowards, comparing criticism of his business decisions to racism, eventually settling on calling his detractors gaming racists, the funniest term I've ever heard.
But these elitists, they're
Gaming racist.
They're literally gaming racists.
He did this while following a bunch of actual racists, white supremacists, and far-right personalities on Twitter. This caused people to check for his other hot takes and discover his opinion on people who kneel for the national anthem. Apparently racism is bad, but protesting it is for douchebags.
Somebody just said, I sound like a social justice warrior. You couldn't be farther from the truth, and I'm the most unpolitically correct person on the planet.
Don't call me an SJW. You have no idea how racist I am.
People are saying I got triggered. No,
okay, that's lying.
The folks in there that are peeing their pants right
now. Never mind.
Got worse from there. To hit the point where Tommy, the CEO of a family-friendly games console company in desperate need of investment,
I'm gonna get the 50 million.
Wait a minute, is this the H-bomber video? This is
behavior. The kind of normal person who wear a serial killer mask while they interview you.
My wife told me to cancel my Amico, and I.
Yeah, it's the Tommy for his name. Video.
Tommy Tallarico.
Pwn some noobs and
Let's see. This should be my last batch for Islands before I'm at 50 or 5 million.
And you know, I don't mind punching back to some of these losers. So.
He has since stepped down as CEO, with his replacement announcing the company is entering a quiet period, which is a hell of a subtweet if I've ever seen one. The Amico still isn't out, and a lot of people want their money back. In the middle of all this, right before the first big delay, before things got super bad, back when Tommy had a reputation to burn, the OOF discovery was made. Due to his contract with Shiny Entertainment, Tommy Tallarico Studios owns all the sound effects he and his employees made for the game. Shiny could use them in Messiah, but they belong to Tommy, and he can use them again or sell them if he wishes. And when Tommy found out a sound effect he owned was being used in Roblox, Oh boy, did the butter begin to churn. Tommy stepped up to the plate and did a stream on YouTube called Talking About the Roblox Oof Sound and Controversy. It's hard going back to this stream because he spends a good chunk of it pitching a soon-to-be-released game console that still doesn't exist.
We're actually coming out with a brand new video game machine. It's called the Intellivision Amico. We actually don't allow online play.
It's weirdly anxiety-inducing watching a man in January 2020, right before a global pandemic, pitching a console whose central feature is trapping people in a room together.
Everybody can kind of come together and play in the same room together.
But when he wasn't pitching his scam-adjacent business venture, Tommy was demanding Roblox give him $100 million.
Tommy wants money.
He wants money.
Okay, for legal reasons, I'd like to specify that was a joke. He didn't ask for that much. Probably. He didn't say how much he wanted. Almost like he was embarrassed to. Tommy made it clear he didn't want Roblox to remove the sound. He wanted them to keep using it, but to pay him for it. And if they didn't, things were going to court.
They may think that
Children are starving, Tommy.
sound taken out of the game. I'm not. They may think that I'm currently suing Roblox. I'm not currently. But it's also not fair to me that I don't get compensated for this.
Oh my gosh, I'm so loud.
Legally speaking,
Let's get to...
allow me to pretend I understand it for a few minutes. A key point here is, at least as far as I can tell, so probably
rest
wrong,
area and then
Tommy
call it a
isn't
night.
owed any compensation. According to Roblox, the oof came on a CD of sound effects the original creators purchased when they were making the game in the mid-2000s. If this is true, they used
Thank
the sound
you everyone for hanging out with me.
to do so at the time. Whoever
Especially
took the
you
sound out of the
lurkers.
singer and sold it on a CD could be in trouble. But the two guys who started Roblox in 2006 didn't do anything wrong, apart from create Roblox. Okay, I've spoken to a couple of lawyers after filming this bit, should have done beforehand really, and they clarified
If you're there, Cora, I love you.
about them not doing anything wrong. They did still technically do copyright infringement. If you use a sound effect you bought from someone and it turns out they stole it and lied to you, you're still guilty of copyright infringement. However, if this actually went to court, there is something called the innocent infringer defense. If an infringer can demonstrate they had no reason to believe they had committed copyright infringement, and it looks like Roblox might be able to do that, the court can reduce the statutory damages to as low as $200 per infringement. There are other types of damages, like actual damages, the losses suffered by the owner as a result of the infringement, but that's something that could only be answered in a courtroom. As you're about to see, however, Roblox directly told Tommy they don't think they owe him
Actually, I'm a
anything, so
little
it
too
sounds like they
sleepy to
think they have a
stop
good
already
defense
right
if they
now.
go to court.
Okay, everyone.
Tommy seems a bit
Thank you for
annoyed
spending
with
time
Roblox
with
money,
me.
although in his version,
Always
Roblox
enjoy
feel
it
like they don't
so
owe him
much.
anything, which is a strange way of describing a large corporation.
Alright,